United Nations Climate Conference. And what happened there is really tremendous because Poland and the UK have really put forward a mechanism to implement the Paris Agreement. And 44 countries joined us. And so this is an incredible endeavor, and more than half of the world's population is involved. And I hope you're on board as well. What also happened at that conference was a speech made by Sir David Attenborough. What he told the delegates is, if we don't take action, the collapse of our civilization is on the horizon. He's now 94 years old, but interestingly, even before he was born, in 1911, the New York Times wrote a piece in which we could read that an electric car is ideal because it is cleaner, quieter, and much more economical than gasoline-powered cars. Incredible, but we're here today, nowadays, and these words are even more true than ever. We are, and these are not just words, driving change together, looking for some optimism in these turbulent times. And if I think of optimism, I see one very optimistic person, always very smiley, but always felt very professional and very involved in the whole process. I'd like you to meet the Minister of Climate and Environment, Mr. Michal Kurtyka. Mr. Kurtyka, I'm so glad that you're here with us. And if I remember correctly, you were there in Katowice doing all that important work.
Thank you very much, Maciej. Thank you for this very kind introduction. And yes, indeed, I recall it was nearly 2 years ago, on the 4th of December 2018 in Katowice, during the Climate Summit, COP24, that we launched this initiative, Driving Change Together. And it was done under the authority and from the initiative of Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki and UK, United Kingdom Prime Minister at that time, Theresa May. And we launched this initiative in presence of Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of United Nations. And I was so glad and so proud to have half of the human beings joining this initiative with 44 countries at that time which joined Driving Change Together declaration in Katowice. But this declaration is moving forward, and we will have some good news also today, as well as e-mobility is really skyrocketing. Let me introduce to you a couple of slides and a couple of numbers so that we have a good introduction to the subject. So, as you can see, we are right now approaching the stock of electric vehicles in the world to become, at the end of 2020, maybe early 2021, to be 10 million electric vehicles. So it's really speeding up, and last month in this regard were absolutely astonishing. We can see this trend also going very fast here in Europe, and please let me show you how fast we are also driving this change in Europe. In Europe, electromobility is really taking off. And we are at the historical moment of development of electric vehicles. Maciej, you mentioned 100 years of electric cars, and right now, and here we are. Let's look at this graph, and I think it's breathtaking. For the first time in Europe, in September this year, registrations of electrified vehicles surpassed, in terms of number, registration of diesel cars. If we recall that the entire history of last 20, 30 years, but the combustion engine is the history of the 20th century, was concentrated around diesel, and we see electrified vehicles surpassing them, then I think it's symbolic in itself. But it's not the end. As you can see, We have also great hopes for the development of electromobility and electric cars in the coming years and in the coming months. You can see on this graph what Bloomberg expects in terms of global EV sales reaching 54 million by 2035. And putting the share of EV in terms of new car sales at more than half by 2035. And it's for me really a great pleasure to start this second Global E-Mobility Forum with you, with countries which joined the Driving Change Together, but also, and I've just been informed, that we have representatives from 116 countries registered at our forum. It's truly a global forum, and it's truly putting us in the future. Thank you very much for all, and let's have a great debate and great day with electromobility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I really appreciate your words. And I just wanted to ask a question on a personal note. And so please just tell me, do you consider buying an electric car yourself?
Well, I'm driving an electric vehicle in my ministry. We have just been equipped with electric vehicles.
Oh.
So I'm doing my best in order to popularize electric vehicles in the administration.
Do you have chargers at your place at the ministry?
We have just installed a high-speed charger, so yes, please welcome.
So how many hours does it take to fully charge your car?
Well, it depends. We have several models, but if you leave it with a slow charger, then it's for the night. With the fast charger, it's much quicker.
And you know the term range anxiousness or anxiety, range anxiety. And so what's your range? That's important.
Right now it's around 400 kilometers, but I think it's very much in our minds. And if you ask a normal user of a combustion engine whether he has this range anxiety, he would probably answer, I'm not concerned, and I'm driving every day to my work and it's 20 kilometers, so there is no problem with that. So I think that it's a psychological barrier, and we will be able to somehow surpass it once we learn how much driving an electric vehicle is more convenient. 98% of users which changed from a combustion engine to an electric car are satisfied with this switch.
Very nice. And speaking of psychological barriers, I really like the data that you showed, because it clearly shows that diesel engines are really just a memory of the past. And hopefully the electric market will be growing very fast. Do you see much change possible in the next 5 years? I know it's hard to predict, but it seems unstoppable, doesn't it?
Yes, and I think there is a growing consciousness also and awareness of the consumers that these electric vehicles are going to be cheaper in terms of utilization. And all projections show us that somewhere between 2022, 2023, electric cars in terms of total cost of ownership, so how much you pay to buy this car and how much it costs you to operate it, will be cheaper than the combustion engine. And that will certainly put even more acceleration to the development of EV vehicles.
To be honest, that sounds exciting to me. Thank you so very much. And I'm looking forward to your next participants, because you will be joining us a little later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, and this is the moment to be joined by the European Commissioner on Transport, and her name is Adina Vălean. It's great to be joined by you. Ms. Vălean, if I'm correct, on December 1st, you're going to be celebrating your first year in office. How did it go? How do you feel about it?
Hi, hello. I was surprised by this first year, and Of course, I was trying to keep the work we were intended to conduct all during the year while dealing with green lanes and travel and supply chains in transport across Europe. So I would say it was an unexpected year.
Mm-hmm. And are you expecting more unexpected?
Well, at least now we know what to expect, and we are working to try to improve the situation. So hopefully we'll slowly be back to normal next year.
Okay, I will be very happy to hear from you at the very beginning of this conference.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, transport has been an enormous success story in Europe. It has increasingly connected people, businesses, and economies around Europe as demand has grown. But this growth has also led to a situation in which transport is the only economic sector to have seen CO2 emissions increase since 1990. This trend needs to be reversed, and all transport modes need to contribute. In our sustainable and smart mobility strategy, which I will present next month, we will lay the path to achieving carbon neutrality, including through sustainable alternative fuels. This range from biofuels and biogas to synthetic fuels, hydrogen, electricity, because electromobility will undoubtedly feature in this transition. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, which is a target we assumed, we will need around 20% of our car fleet and 1% of our heavy-duty fleet to be zero emission by then. For cars, vans, and buses, I'm happy to see the share of electric vehicle registration growing quickly. The overall share is still limited in the EU, but things are changing. In fact, sales of electric cars, including plug-in hybrids, have more than tripled. Between July and September this year, 10% of all new cars bought were electric, compared to around 3% in the same period last year. The story is not the same across the whole EU, unfortunately. Uptake varies greatly. In Sweden, for example, electric cars account for more than 30% of car sales. But in around half of the EU member states, electric cars only make up between 0.5% and 5% of total car sales. The uptake of zero and low emission vehicles needs to accelerate everywhere in the EU. The European Commission estimates that 13 million electric cars will be needed by 2025. With the current fleet numbering around 1.5 million vehicles, we have a lot of work to do. Vehicles are important, but having sufficient infrastructure for recharging electric vehicles is a key piece of the puzzle. The European Green Deal mentions 1 million publicly accessible recharging points in place by 2025. We currently have around 200,000. Today, it's still difficult to drive across Europe in an electrical vehicle. On specific routes, it may take up to 4 days for 2,000 kilometers. The problem is the infrastructure's availability, getting accurate price information, paying seamlessly for the recharging service. Quality is, of course, just as important as quantity. All of these aspects must be addressed through a stable legal framework. It is why next summer we'll propose a revision of the directive on the deployment of alternative fuels. We aim to accelerate the deployment of fully interoperable recharging infrastructure across the EU, not only for cars, but also for heavy-duty vehicles. Revising our alternative fuels directive should ensure that infrastructure developments keeps the pace with the vehicle uptake. The simulation shows that by 2030, we'll need up to 3 million recharging points or even more. So, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot ignore the context in which we currently find ourselves. I know that some believe that the midst of a global pandemic, it's not the best time to accelerate change. The Commission has proposed to set up the Recovery and Resilience Facility that should help member states to give their economies a much-needed kickstart after a challenging year. Green investments are a priority and can include support for purchasing zero-emission vehicles or deploying recharging infrastructure. For such investments to be eligible, they must be included in member states' national recovery plans. I would like to emphasize the importance of these national plans at adequately addressing the investment needs for zero and low emission mobility, both for vehicle and infrastructure uptake. We are also negotiating the next long-term EU budget with a strong InvestEU program, a reinforced Connecting Europe Facility instrument, support from Horizon Europe for research and innovation will further complement our support for zero-emission mobility transition. I know that some are also concerned that the transition should not diminish affordability or accessibility, and I would wholeheartedly agree with you. It is important for the European Commission that the transition to sustainability is a just transition. The proposed Just Transition Fund should help support this. And it is also good to see manufacturers working towards introducing many more affordable models on the market. So, ladies and gentlemen, these financial and legislative measures should set the road sector on a clear pathway towards full decarbonization by 2050, when almost all cars and heavy-duty vehicles need to be zero emissions. Meeting these targets will certainly be a challenge, but many hands make light work. So if we work together, we'll get there. I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will, I'm sure. Thank you for that. I wonder, Ms. Commissioner, what do you see in the near future? I know it might be a little bit early to say about that and to talk about that, but I'd like to ask you about the possible ban of fossil fuel cars. Do you see that anytime in the future?
I don't think this is entirely possible, especially because I explained we need to put the alternatives in place. We need to develop the infrastructure for alternative fuels. We have to see which alternative fuels will be the success on the market, because we are still waiting developments for hydrogen, for example, which is not yet developed enough, and then we'll need volumes and production of these alternative fuels. For electricity, if we look at the future of electric vehicles, we need tremendous amounts of clean electricity produced. So yes, we have to deploy everything what is needed before talking about banning something. And as I said, we need to work together and have all the stakeholders on board, because we need to keep the affordability and accessibility towards our cars for the sake of citizens.
Yes, for sure. Ms. Commissioner, I have asked this question to Mr. Kurtyka previously. I'd like to ask you as well about your personal touch on electric cars. Have you had any encounters?
Yes, of course.
Tell me about them.
Well, I would say that the electric cars are bringing also a modernization of the gadgets you have on board. So they are very attractive for young generation. I think they are very, very useful inside cities, especially big cities, which already have deployed infrastructure. But if you start thinking going outside and turn on the air conditioning, you have to plan very careful where you find the recharging station and what is the power of that. So yes, for the time being, I think this is a great opportunity for moving around in the cities.
Ms. Vălean, thank you so very much. We so much appreciate your kind effort to be here with us. So greetings from Warsaw.
Thank you. Greetings from Brussels. Take care.
Have a great day. And in this very moment, we will be joined by the Deputy Executive Secretary from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Mr. Ovais Sarmat. Mr. Sarmat, great to have you here. And we're almost there because we're working on our connection. Yes, so Mr. Sarmat is there. It's great to have you. I'd like to ask you about last year. If I remember correctly, you were here in person. That was in Warsaw 1 year ago. And so a lot of things have changed.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody on behalf of UN Climate Change. Indeed, I was in Katowice and with the Minister Kurtyka. We were at the podium at the time when the decision was made, an extremely important decision on operationalizing the Paris Agreement, and I vividly remember Minister Kurtyka jumping off from the podium, and that photo was displayed in the global media. So it was an extremely important event. Yes, so I was there, and since then a lot has happened, and very pleased, and also under the auspices of the Polish government and Prime Minister, the Mobility Initiative was launched, and I was there as well for that in Warsaw. I think you're referring to that one. Yes, indeed. And it's great to see that a lot of progress has been made, and we are seeing many global initiatives towards that. And so thank you for the Polish government, thank the Polish government, and especially Minister Kurtyka for this initiative. It is extremely important, and I say why it is critically important, because transportation is essential to cities and communities throughout the world. It's also a sector that continues to grow economically and unfortunately with respect to emissions as well. With the sector currently emitting around 23% of total carbon emissions around the world, the negative impact on climate is really significant. And with more than 90% of its energy still coming from fossil fuels, we recognize that transport remains a complex sector to decarbonize. And yet there is no other option except to decarbonize. And without immediate action, carbon coming from transportation could reach 40% of total carbon emissions by 2030 or 60% by 2050, and that could be very disastrous. And failure to achieve carbon neutrality by mid-century, failure to achieve the goals of Paris Agreement, and ultimately failure to avoid the runaway climate change that will impact every nation on this planet is not advisable. It's like we were driving down a superhighway in the wrong direction. And it's now time to turn things around. But luckily, one of the key solutions to achieving zero emissions transport, both in the EU as part of the Green Deal and globally, is ready to be rolled out, and those are electric vehicles. And once again, thanks for this initiative. They require technology, which we already have on our roads, and electric vehicles require infrastructure, which is now rapidly being scaled up, as just now Minister Kurtyka said. He's driving, I know he's driving an electric vehicle, and charging stations are growing everywhere. But they require competitive economies, which we are attaining through increasing the scale of penetration of incentives for buyers of new vehicles and removal of fossil fuel subsidies. For instance, UK has just decided that from 2030 they won't be selling any more vehicles that would be powered by fossil fuels. So I'm sure there will be other countries joining that. But the electric vehicles require the so-called wow factor to be attractive. Electric vehicles also require a just transition for the workforce now engaged in production of diesel and petrol-fueled vehicles. The good news is that every job that exists today in traditional car manufacturing, a new job is being created, or in fact more than one job is created for the electric vehicles industry. And that comes with clean air, healthier environment, and more sustainable society. But we need to achieve this change. We need every one of us to work together. We need the governments to enable the infrastructure. We need the car manufacturers to switch the production. We need the incentives for customers to make their next car purchase an electric car. And indeed, there are many good examples for everyone to see all around us. And today we know that climate action commitments made by national and local governments, with the rapidly accelerating trend by companies to shift their fleets into zero carbon emission vehicles, with a strong public support for action, 100% decarbonized road system in major markets by 2035 is not only possible, but it is very highly likely. So we better get on that road. Every country that is part of the Paris Agreement is committed to submit so-called nationally determined contributions. The next round of NDCs are due by the end of this year. NDCs spell out what each nation will contribute to achieve the goals of Paris Agreement. They're now submitted every 5 years. So our window of opportunity to make these transformative changes is a very narrow one. So NDCs must be very ambitious right now. But when it comes to current NDCs, less than 10% set a transport carbon emissions target, and only 4% identify specific transport measures to adapt to climate change. And that is a problem. Again, we cannot continue to race down the road of danger and call it a success. We must change the road we are on. And that means more robust decisions all around. Never have we seen such a deep climate crisis as we are today. Never have we had so much knowledge and so much opportunities to tackle that crisis. To help the governments of the world to build and achieve those plans, with net zero transport as a cornerstone, we need to provide support and guidance. And most of all, we need inspiration. And I'm sure, very confident that we will find all of that and more here at the Global E-Mobility Forum for 2020. And once again, I thank you and thank the organizers, especially Mr. Kurtyka, for hosting and bringing us together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate it. And I also wanted to ask you about your native India. Have you ever driven an electric car in India?
No, I have not driven an electric car in India, but I've driven a bike, which is much nicer, actually. And I'm actually changed and using a lot more the e-scooters now here in Bonn. And wherever I go, I try to find one and encourage everyone to do that.
I love that. I'm actually from the city of Poznań here in Poland, and we have electric scooters, and this is just incredible. Thank you so very much. It was great to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and this actually, ladies and gentlemen, is the moment to have a ministerial round table that will be hosted or moderated by Minister Kurtyka. And there will be around 11 guests today, and I'm so happy that Minister Kurtyka is back on the stage, because really, Mr. Minister, this stage should belong to you. As the real leader of the process. I so much appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And so there will be so many people joining you. How will you be able to do that?
Well, we are very happy to see many familiar faces from COP24, from other international discussions that we are having. So it's great that despite pandemic, we can keep in touch and we can share among us where we are going, what are the challenges we are encountering, especially during this time of pandemic, but also thinking beyond the immediate and well, thinking for the future, including the one of transport. So I'm very happy that we are going to host 10 ministers from all around the world.
Yeah, this is a very challenging and ambitious endeavor, and so I'm wishing you all the best. I'd like to tell what the panelists are going to be. Nadhim Zahawi, Minister for Business and Industry from the United Kingdom. Yasmin Fuat, Minister of Environment from Egypt. Edward Muriki, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Industry and Trade from Czechia. Vladislav Krikli, Minister of Infrastructure from Ukraine. Jordi Gallardo Fernandez, Minister of the Presidency, Economy and Finance from Andorra. We might be joined by a guest from Norway, but we're still working on it. So that would be Anders Tivand, the State Secretary, Ministry of Transport. We might also be joined by a guest from Palestine. That's Jamil Mantour, Chairman of Environment Quality Authority. But we're actually working on these two connections. So Norway and Palestine, we will see. But for sure, we're joined by our guest from Switzerland, and that is Benoit Reva, State Secretary, Swiss Federal Office of Energy. But also João Pedro Matos Fernandes, the Minister of Environment and Climate Action from Portugal. There is also Emil Högberg, State Secretary, Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation from Sweden. And last but not least, Alexandra Stoku, General Secretary at the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Greece. Speaking of energy, I'm crossing my fingers for you, Mr. Minister. Enjoy and have a great discussion.
Thank you very much, Maciej. Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's great to have you with me, and thank you very much for joining this Global E-Mobility Forum despite the pandemic, or maybe to bring some hope in these turbulent times and project, as I said, us for some kind of a better future, some kind of a shared ambition in terms of where we want to be as global leaders and when we want to lead our societies and our economies. So we have three questions, and I would like to ask you to answer them. It's my pleasure to start with the first one. The new decade was to be decade of electromobility. And in addition, 2020 has become a catalyst for certain trends, including the transition to clean transport as a result of increasing public awareness. But at the same time, the economy, including automotive sector, is reporting growing losses related to COVID-19. And so the question which was addressed to our four ministers, what are the plans for the next decade? And this is the question to UK, Sweden, Ukraine and Switzerland. And I'm very pleased to start with United Kingdom, Minister Nadhim Zahawi. And UK plays a special role in this global e-mobility forum and in driving change together declaration. So I'm glad that you can start with this panel. Nadhim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister Kurtyka, and I'm so pleased to be speaking to you from the wonderful city of London, and greetings to the city of Poznan as well. I am, as you described, the minister responsible for the automotive industry in the United Kingdom and the long-term transition to zero vehicles. I'm very pleased to be here today to discuss this incredibly important issue. 2 years ago at COP24, the UK and Poland launched the Katowice partnerships for e-mobility. And I am pleased that Poland are continuing to make this a priority focus and using this event to bring together all actors in society to discuss the future of e-mobility. For COP26, we are very much looking forward to hosting the world in Glasgow in November of next year. The United Kingdom has decided to make zero-emission vehicles a priority, supporting the wider work of the Katowice partnership. The global emissions from road transport, you will know this, Minister, are rising faster than in any other sector. Road transport accounts for about over 10% of global emissions, as well as causing high levels of local air pollution. The growth of the global market in zero-emission vehicles is outpacing expectations, and some estimates project that they will make up over 50% of all new car sales by 2040. However, to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, we think 100% of new car sales need to be zero emissions by then, by 2040. In other words, we need to double the pace of the global transition to zero-emission vehicles. Now, in the UK, we want to set a clear decarbonisation pathway for the road transport sector. Yesterday, as part of my Prime Minister's 10-point plan, Boris Johnson announced that the United Kingdom phase out date for new petrol and diesel cars and vans will be brought forward from 2040 to 2030. So brought forward by 10 years. This is backed by up to £2.5 billion of investment to facilitate that transition, and of course, real consultation with the auto sector and the auto manufacturers. It is great to see that the rest of the world is now moving in that same direction too. A number of other representatives in this group have made similar commitments, and I know our colleagues in the EU have committed to consider a phase-out date as well. But there is more we need to do to accelerate the transition to zero-emission vehicles and ensure that the transition is truly global. Governments, industry, business, and of course, citizens all need to take action so that every country, not just the largest new car markets, can benefit from cleaner air, cheaper running costs for business and consumers, and help avoid the really dangerous thing that we all want to avoid, which is climate change. I believe we can only make this transition happen by working closely together. The Katowice Declaration we committed to is an important signal of this intent, recognizing the importance of policy steps to accelerate the transition, enabling the growth of the market by investing in infrastructure and supporting zero emissions research and development. In the upcoming COP20, as president, we will bring together governments of the world's largest car markets, as well as leading manufacturers and civil society experts, to discuss what more needs to happen to accelerate the global transition. I'd ask everybody, everyone on this call, everyone watching us, to consider what more we can do together to ensure we get on track to meeting our Paris Agreement goals for road transport. Thank you again, Minister Kurtyka.
Minister Zahawi, thank you very much for this very clear presentation and very clear message also from the plan, which was announced yesterday, as you said, by Prime Minister Johnson. So phasing out combustion engines by 2030 instead of 2040 is really an ambitious step, which will be certainly very much regarded and very much followed also by others in the world. So let me right now turn to Sweden. Emil Högberg, Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister, and dear colleagues and high representatives of several countries. It's a great pleasure for me to shortly present the Swedish ambitions regarding the zero-emission transport transition. In our country, the automotive industry is of great importance to the economy. We are only about 10 million inhabitants, but we're having several vehicle manufacturers with manufacturing as well as research and development in the country. And we have a long-standing traditional cooperation between the state and the automotive industry. But we also have an ambition to be the world's first fossil-free welfare state, and our emissions are to be reduced to net zero within 25 years, by 2045 at the latest. And climate change will require increased digitalization, electrification, and automation for reduced emissions and efficiency. And we think that this double challenge that we work with to increase competitiveness in our industry and meet the climate threat goes hand in hand. Radical change is needed in order to achieve a fossil-free and sustainable transport sector. Electrification is an important part of this, and the automotive industry and the entire supply chain has, of course, a central role to cope with this transition. And the Swedish industry invests for a fossil-free and sustainable future. And I would like to give you some examples. Volvo Cars' ambition is that about 50% of the cars they sell will be fully electric by 2025, and the other half will be hybrids. And Scania will over several years invest in a factory for battery installation in Södertälje in Sweden. And the Volvo Group are forming a joint venture with Daimler Truck for large-scale production of fuel cells. The battery supply to the automotive industry is a key issue for the increasing pace of electrification and the green transition. And it is important that the sustainable European battery industry is being established and its production scaled up at a fast pace. And we are proud that our Swedish company Northvolt, with a facility for battery module an energy storage system assembly in Gdansk in Poland, is one of the leading companies in this development. As you have mentioned, Minister, the corona crisis will have a major impact on both the global and the Swedish economy. At the same time, the pandemic has accelerated the green transition of the industry. And the Swedish government is proposing large investments in green recovery initiatives in the national budget bill for next year. We have several initiatives focusing on electrification. We have decided to set up a commission for electrification of transport with a task to accelerate electrification of all modes of transport. In addition, a national strategy for electrification will be developed, focusing on the prerequisites for electrification in the energy system. The government has also commissioned the Swedish Transport Administration to start planning for investments in electric road systems. And for example, 100 million euros will support regional electrification pilots. Electrical transports are not only fossil-free, but it is also more energy efficient. They are silent and there are no other emissions of air pollutants. And with investments in electrification, we will create the jobs of the future and strengthen our competitiveness. Thank you, and please accept my best wishes for a successful event during the day. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for sharing with us also your green recovery plans. And they are impacting, as you said, not only Swedish market and Swedish economy, but all our countries, and especially European Union, which are interconnected. So car manufacturers from Sweden are very much present in Poland also, and it's certainly having an impact on all of us. Before I turn to Ukraine, I have been just informed that we have been successfully connected with Jamal Matur, Chairman of Environmental Quality Authority from Palestine. So I'm very pleased that we are increasing our presence during this panel. Let me right now turn to Ukraine and Minister Władysław Krykli, Minister for Infrastructure. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Minister, distinguished participants, guests, viewers. Welcome into Immobility Forum 2020. I want briefly to describe on what page we are right now and what are our plans, how we want to combat for better future, for the green future, and for decarbonization of our automotive. So in our framework of National Transport Strategy 2030, we have an ambitious plan to support the ecological transport. And we expect that in 2030, our public transportation in the cities will be have the fleet over 70% from electric buses and other electric transportation. Together with the business and the public, Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine has developed a special program which provides following steps. Adoption of the bills for developing the electric vehicles, and with fiscal incentives for the production in Ukraine of the electric vehicles and charging stations. Resumption of qualitatively new spatial customs and taxation. Adoption of bills which introduce effective fiscal incentives for business initiators and participants of industrial parks. And compliance with the new environmentally friendly standards for the automotive with the ecological standard not lower than Euro 5. In the context of our bills already adopted in our legal area, I want to emphasize that we have next adopted bills. It's the law that exempts for import duties on the electric vehicles, the green law, which determines the administratively responsibility for occupying a place near the charging station, so we call it green parking slots, changes to the state building code and mandatory to require to equip new parking lots in the area, the buildings which building parking lots not below 5% of the parking lots they build in total. Then reduction of the cost of the insurance policy for 10% for air transport. Encouragement for the use of vehicle equipped with electric motors by central executive bodies. So we have the support on the level of our state authorities. And the draft law that defines the legislation of Ukraine electric vehicles related terms. Even more, we have a large program supported by European Investment Bank, and starting from this year, we are very near to for the ratification of the program with the support of the European Investment Bank. And the next year, we expect the second phase of public transportation program that will support in 20 cities of Ukraine to finance over 250 units of electric transportation to support the public transportation. And of course, for the next component where we want to support the automotive in Ukraine, we have a special program supported by the states to build the rapid charges network on our state roads. And in this way, we expect that more citizens will welcome the green transportation and will join this community of air transport, and they with special network of rapid charges and other electric charges, and this program that supports green transportation, they will join this community much faster. And our national strategy 2030 will include not only public transportation on the level of 70% of green public transportation, but the citizens will change their opinion, and we expect over 30% of personal vehicles also on the level on the green transportation as well. And the next components is, of course, digital roads and road safety. We have spatial law, we have spatial programs which are funded from the state budget to have the best floor for all participants of the road and mobility to join in this group of the future of the green transportation. And then just want to briefly describe the numbers of green transport right now. It's over 25,000 of electric cars, over 26,000 of different types of hybrids, and we expect in the next 5 years to rise for 50-60,000 of electric transport more. So that's future for all of us, and wish a very productive day.
Vladislav, the Minister, thank you very much for sharing with us your plans, and thank you very much for putting in the focus public transportation, as electrifying public transportation, especially buses, and the program you mentioned for 20 Ukrainian cities, I think is very well addressing the fact that these are the vehicles which are the most traveling in our cities. So thank you very much for this. Now let me turn to the last participant for this question, but not the least one. Benoit, c'est un plaisir, it's a pleasure to see you there, to see Switzerland active. And I know that you will have also a very good message and very good news for all of us. Benoit, à toi.
Yes, thank you, Michal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to participate at this forum. In Switzerland, domestic transport accounts for almost 1/3 of our green gas emissions. And the message is very clear. In order to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement, these emissions must be quickly reduced. And the starting point is challenging. Switzerland has Europe's most inefficient fleet of new cars. And the reasons are well known. High purchasing power, which leads to the most expensive cars, which are heavy and have powerful engine. And as in all of Europe, SUVs are by far the most popular vehicle category. And some people say that SUVs are needed because of the Swiss mountains. But however, studies reveal that most SUVs hardly ever leave urban areas, and the steepest slopes they face are parking ramps. So we have a new CO2 law in Switzerland. We aim to halve our green gas emissions by 2030. And this new CO2 law will not include a CO2 tax on transport fuels. That would have been politically unacceptable. Instead of that, the fuel importers will have to compensate an increasing share of their induced emissions. And to finance compensation measures, up to 12 cents by litre may be levied. So we are relying on different pillars in Switzerland in order to decarbonize our transport. The first pillar is the shifting passenger and freight traffic to public transport on one side, and to active mobility, meaning cycling and walking on the other side. We have one of the highest shares of public transport in Europe in passenger and freight transport. And this is achieved thanks to long-term stable and adequate funding from transport fuel taxes and a special heavy-duty vehicle tax. The second pillar is the promotion of energy-efficient technologies, in particular electric mobility. And together with over 60 stakeholders from various sectors, we have launched the electric mobility roadmap 2022, with the aim of achieving a 15% share of plug-in vehicles by 2022. And this target has already been achieved this year and is expected to be overachieved in the coming year. So we are considering more ambitious targets together with the different stakeholders. Different measures are actually being implemented. Development of fast charging infrastructure along the national roads by 2025. Over 150 rest areas and service stations are to be equipped with fast charging infrastructure. And a new climate fund has been also set up to support contribution for charging infrastructure in multi-party buildings. Hydrogen mobility, a third pillar. In addition to electric mobility, hydrogen has also to play an important role in heavy traffic in Switzerland. A private initiative has set the goal of installing filling stations infrastructure over Switzerland. And in cooperation with Hyundai, Switzerland was selected as a pioneer market for the introduction of the first series produced fuel cell trucks. And by 2025, a total of 1,600 fuel cell trucks should be in use in Switzerland. Digitalization and multimodal mobility services. This is a fourth pillar. We intend to take a major step forward and provide a clear framework for the digitization of the mobility chain so that more connected mobility services and more actors, more players can emerge. Last pillar I want to mention is the greener public transport. Also, a large part of the public transport in Switzerland is already electrified. There are still more than 5,000 diesel buses running in cities and in the countryside, and we are currently working on a strategy to replace these buses. As a conclusion, electric mobility is here and will dominate passenger cars and light commercial vehicles. The expansion of renewable energies in other sectors must keep pace with developments. And it's a fantastic opportunity to have hundreds of thousands of batteries to increase the flexibility of our electricity system in the coming years. The expansion of the charging infrastructure at home and at work, and a sufficient number of rapid charging stations is one of the major challenges for the next future. And finally, electromobility alone is not the solution. We need an efficiency revolution with sharing, automation, more public transport, and more active mobility, walking and cycling. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to announce that Switzerland is joining, as of today, the Katowice Partnership for Immobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's a great news for today. And thank you very much, Benoit, for leading the way to enlarge this Katowice partnership and driving change together declaration with Switzerland, joining as 45th member of our coalition. But you are followed, Benoit. And I exchanged with our colleagues who unluckily couldn't join today because of exceptional circumstances, but they affirmed that Romania and Netherlands are also joining our declaration. So thank you very much again, Benoit, for showing the way, and thank you for Romania and Netherlands for joining. It's a great pleasure and great sign of success for our declaration and our initiative that we can all drive this change together. So let us move for a second question, which has been addressed to our ministers. So let me read it. The Green Deal and the planned support for the reconstruction after COVID-19 put a significant emphasis on the potential of electromobility in the area of achieving EU goals related in transport sector. And so how do Greece, Portugal and Czech Republic plan to support the zero-emission transport transition in the coming years? Let me start with Greece. Alexandra Zdoukoku, General Secretary at the Ministry of Environment and Greece. I'm very pleased to welcome you. Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Good morning from Greece. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizer of this forum, and I really feel honored for participating in this roundtable discussion together with representatives from so many different countries, all working towards a green future for our planet. Well, Greece has a very ambitious national energy and climate plan for the years to come. This plan sets the targets for the adoption of electric vehicles in the country in the next 10 years. Our goal is clear and realistic. We want to reduce air pollution. We would want to improve the environmental footprint of the transport sector in the country. Allow me to say a transport sector in Greece that is among the oldest, if not the oldest, when compared to other European countries. So achieving this target will have a series of positive effects of everyday life of people, improving air quality, but also accessibility in cities. According to our plan and our targets, 1 in every 3 new vehicles would need to be electric by 2030, starting with specific yearly targets for EV penetration from 2020 onwards. In order to achieve these targets, we had to adopt specific policy measures and take initiatives in the direction of promoting e-mobility. In this context, we voted the first Immobility Law in Greece that was enacted a few months ago. This is a law that provides tax-based incentives for purchasing an electric car. It organizes the charging services market, and it introduces also requirements for the installation and operation of charge points. These are some of the key provisions. In parallel to that, we have launched an ambitious subsidy scheme that supports individuals and businesses to purchase a pure electric car with an initial budget of 100 million for 2020 and 2021. The results so far are very encouraging. In less than 3 months, we have received applications for as many electric vehicles as the total amount of sales over the last 4 years. At the same time, we are subsidizing e-bikes and e-motorcycles, aiming to make transport sector greener and more sustainable, promoting micromobility in cities, replacing cars where possible. Our actions are not only restricted to adding electric vehicles in the car fleet. This new mobility law in Greece has also one important goal, the growth that comes as a result of EV adoption. We want to help boost the manufacturing industry, contribute in changing the production model of Greece and create, of course, new jobs. That's why we have included certain provisions such as tax-related tools and incentives for the establishment of production facilities related to the e-mobility sector. We are also undertaking some, allow me to say, emblematic initiatives, giving an unambiguous message that Greece will be at the forefront of green transition, including zero-emission transportation transition. An example of such an initiative is the program of the Hellenic government that has initiated in cooperation with Volkswagen Group to turn a Greek island, the island of Astipalea, into a model of green and sustainable energy and transport system. So our aim is to turn all Greek beautiful islands to green and e-mobility islands. Allow me to say that it is very essential that the anticipated recovery from COVID focuses on green and sustainable development. We fully support this, and we will use a significant amount of financial support from the Recovery Fund towards promoting e-mobility related initiatives, such as the deployment of publicly accessible charge points. For us in Greece, e-mobility is not just an electric car on the road. It's not just a charger on a shopping mall. E-mobility is a complete solution to reduce emissions, improve quality of life, and create a new green economy with high growth prospects. Thank you very much once again.
General Secretary, thank you very much for such a comprehensive view of this technological change, which offers new opportunities, but is also at the heart of a societal system. And thank you very much for also putting a stress on beautiful Greek islands. I think many of us, including your humble presenter, are loving Greek islands, so we want them really to be nature paradises, and in this regard e-mobility may play also an important role, so we keep our fingers crossed. Let me right now turn to João Pedro Matos Fernandes, Minister of Environment and Climate Action from Portugal. Portugal, please, you have the floor.
Hello, Michael. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you hear me well from Portugal.
Very well.
I'd like to start to say congratulations to Poland for the organization of these remarkable events. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. The Green Deal is Europe's new growth strategy where environmental, economic and social pillars go hand in hand. The transport sector is a key element in the Green Deal with a clear goal to reduce 90% of greenhouse gas emissions in transports by 2050, namely by boosting considerably the uptakes of clean vehicles and alternative fuels. Portugal already started this endeavor. In 2016, we committed to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. To help us steer along that route, we approved the National Energy and Climate Plan for 2030 and the Roadmap for Carbon Neutrality by 2050, which provide the framework for our climate and energy policy for the next decade and beyond until 2050. According to this framework, to reach carbon neutrality, the Portuguese GHG emissions in 2050 must be 80% lower than in 2005, and carbon sequestration must level from 9 to 13 million tons of CO2 per year. The decarbonization of our transport and mobility sector is identified as a crucial part of our pathway to carbon neutrality. In 2018, the sector alone accounted for about 25% of total emissions in Portugal. Driving the change to a more sustainable mobility encompasses a significant electric mobility dimension, which is a goal shared by many nations. Exchanging knowledge and experiences like here today increases our capacity to make this transition. The Portuguese long-term strategy for carbon neutrality foresees an almost total decarbonization of the transport sector by 2050, with reductions of around 98% of GHG emissions compared to 2005, mainly through electrification, along with solutions based on biofuels or green hydrogen for long distance. At the national level, decarbonization of the transport sector is one of the strategic objectives included in our plan for 2030. In addition to the GHG emission reductions target by 2050, our NCCC established a target of 45 to 55% GHG emission reductions by 2030 and 47% for the incorporation of energy produced from renewable sources in the gross final energy consumption, 20% in the transport sector, just for you to have an idea. It also established a sectoral target for the reduction of GHG emissions in the transport sector of minus 40% by 2030. By 2030, we also aim to achieve 30% of urban mobility in electric vehicles. Portugal pioneered the development of a national network of electric charging points with ensured national supply coverage for electric vehicles. We started 11 years ago, in 2009, with a program for electric mobility, and since then we expanded and reinforced the charging points network so that today it has around 1,400 electric chargers, nearly 200 of them are fast charging. The Portuguese electric mobility management model bears some distinctive features that still make it innovative worldwide. And it is user-centered, technologically open and interoperable, allowing for multiple operators and energy suppliers to connect to the system and enabling users to charge their vehicles at any charging point at the energy same cost, regardless of who their provider is. Very much like using an ATM connected to the Visa network. Along the past decade, we financed the transition and promoted the adoption of electric vehicles through the Portuguese Environmental Fund. The decision to concentrate the resources previously scattered in several funds was instrumental to leverage greater financial capacity and adaptability to the changes of climate action. In 2020, the Portuguese Environmental Fund rolled out 2 calls to support the adoption of electric vehicles. The incentive to introduction of low-emission vehicles, supporting the acquisition of passengers and freight light vehicles, and the program for electrical mobility in public administration. Half of the new cars for public administration have to be electrical in Portugal. Beyond the financial dimension, a set of other policies and initiatives for electrical mobility were put in place, such as exemption, the vehicle taxation for electric vehicles, and the 75% reduction for hybrid plug-in vehicles. More recently, in aiming towards increasing the diversification of solutions available to provide electrical mobility, Portugal introduced a national strategy for hydrogen. Green hydrogen has the potential to be used by heavy-duty passengers and freight vehicles. We are fully aware that the path to a more sustainable mobility is an inescapable requirement to carbon neutrality. So, we anticipate a decade of change, a decade where we should be able to drive the change of the transport and mobility sector towards a better and more balanced society. As we saw at last September 2020, for the first time in European history, registrations of electric vehicles overtook diesel vehicles. Portugal is currently the 4th country in Europe with the highest electric vehicles share on sales. So this is really important to discuss. Portugal is in a good way. I hope that Europe is also in a good way, and thank you very much for your attention.
Minister, thank you very much for this comprehensive view of Portugal's plans, and thank you also for underlying the exemplary role that public sector has to play, and that half of the fleets, governmental fleets, are going to be electrical. Thank you for this, and let me right now turn to the last panelist for this question, which is Eduard Muricki, Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Industry and Trade in the Czech Republic. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Distinguished ministers, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for invitation for this very important forum. The Czech Republic strives to reduce emissions in the road transport through the measures set out in the National Action Plan for Clean Mobility, which was created on the basis of requirements of the directive of the European Parliament and of the Council of the implementation of infrastructure for alternative fuels. At the same time, the action plan is about supporting the transformation of the automotive industry in connection with the transition to the low-emission mobility in accordance with the Memorandum of the Future of Automotive Industry, which was signed between the cars manufacturers and the Czech government with particular measures and tasks. We aim to develop the necessary infrastructure for alternative fuel vehicles and increase the number of these vehicles in the Czech Republic. This will be help start the production of cells of alternative fuels vehicles in the Czech Republic. The goals is in line with EU recommendation of the Czech Republic in the framework of sustainable transport infrastructure. We try to use European and national funds for financing these plans. I will very brief. Cohesion funds for transition support of development of charging station and filling station for hydrogen and LNG technologies. Also public transport. These two topics are a priority for us. Public transport and infrastructure, because we think that this is a very multiply effect for development of clean mobility. Also, we finance purchase of electric cars or construction of charging station for entrepreneurs. And because we are in the middle center Europe, it's a very good instruments for us connecting Europe facility, CEF, support for charging stations and hydrogen filling station of the TEN-T network. Also, as I said, we have national support. For example, national program of Ministry of the Environment. This is about purchase of alternative vehicles for regional and municipal authorities. Finally, we are planning to use Just Transition Fund and Modernization Fund for financing this plan. an actual recovery and resilience facility. This is very, very useful instrument from European Union for member states to finance as well clean mobility or clean transport. So we are planning to use these sources. Czech Republic have a strong automotive industry. This sector is backbone for our economy. So also it's important for us, and we do it, it's support of innovation, development and research of these clean technologies. This is really crucial for our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for sharing with us your priorities. As I understood, public transport and infrastructure. And when I recall right now what was said by our Ukrainian colleague, we see also that in our region, this focus on public transportation and on infrastructure is really the main focus. By the way, I have just announced plans by Poland, starting from the 1st of January 2021, to finance 300 million euros going for our cities and buying nearly 500 new zero-emission buses, either electric or hydrogen. So we are completely in line as well. Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing these plans. And again, what I see is a lot of coherence which goes out from our region. Now let me turn to the last question that we have addressed to our panelists, and it is a very important one, as it is focusing on new perspectives which electromobility opens for countries which do not yet have that much automotive industry, but I'm confident that it is opening a promising future. So the question is, the electromobility ecosystem is open to new business models and the involvement of companies from countries that have not treated the automotive market as a center of the economic policy so far. But what do Egypt, Andorra and Palestine have to offer in this ecosystem? I have been said that our colleague joining from Palestine, Jamal Mtour, chairman of Environmental Quality Authority, should be the first because we could have some, again, technical issues. So, Jamal, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Greetings. Okay, greetings from Palestine state, and many thanks for Your Excellency, Minister Kurtyka, for the Polish government for this kind invitation and for this initiative which comes in this difficult time of unprecedented challenges of climate change as well as COVID-19 pandemic that urges the need to urgent transition to a climate justice world. Business, as usual, is not our choice anymore, and for the years to come, transition to low-emission economies is the only way forward to ensure that future generations will live in a world that enjoys as an appropriate living condition and survival. In Palestine, and despite of all challenges we are facing, in which the Israeli occupation is the worst among all and above all, with its deteriorating actions on the ground that targets the people, the land, and the environment, and despite of latest economic and social challenges imposed by COVID-19, Palestine recently working hard on creating the enabling environment for the e-mobility business. This is the commitment of our government at the highest level. This is reflected in creating the policies that enhances the use and import of electric and hybrid vehicles aiming at lower emissions and better air quality. This includes a recently issued accord by the Council of Ministers aiming at reduction of import taxes for electric and hybrid vehicles in comparison with the regular ones that uses diesel and gasoline to become as follows. Electric 10% hybrid, 30% regular less than 2000 cc, 50% more than 2000 cc, 75 up to 120% depending on the size of the engine. This is translated into 1,000 vehicles moving on the roads in Palestine. Yes, it is a small number so far, but the market is having a very good appetite to grow fast and swiftly. Charging stations are started to spread all over the country as well. We are looking for the support of our partners to help such transition in Palestine to the benefit for all, and to make such transition more vigorous and promising. I would like to thank you again. Thank you for your good listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for sharing with us your plans, including decreasing the import tariffs for electric and hybrid vehicles. I'm very pleased right now to welcome a friend which I couldn't unluckily see for the last couple of months, but who played an extremely important role in Katowice. Please let me welcome Yasmin Fouad, Minister of Environment of Egypt, who was one of the pillars of the successful adoption of Katowice rulebook, COP24 in Katowice. Main outcome. Minister plays an extremely important and active role in the community of Ministers of Environment and Climate. I'm very happy to see her in person by video, and it would have been a great pleasure to welcome her even in person, although because of pandemic time we cannot do it. But Minister, I'm so happy to see you. Yasmin, dear Yasmin, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister Kurtyka. Thank you, Michael. It's really a pleasure, and just my mind would go back 2 years when we were in wonderful Warsaw working on the work program for the climate change. Let me first greet ministers and head of environmental agency and express my thanks and gratitude to you to keep the momentum on what you promised during the COP24 on how we can move forward and make more a world of action for climate change. Your question is extremely important. Let me at the outset say that exchanging of experience and best practices and lessons learned is a vital role for countries who would like to shift and to make the transition to e-mobility. The last 3 years, Egypt started by doing that exercise. We learned from others, we collected the success stories, but we collected also the lessons learned for those who had worked through the trial and error. One important part that we also did was not only the economic perspective of the e-mobility as a transition, but also the environmental impact and the health impact. I think this is extremely, extremely important for decision makers and for policymakers and for the public even. You need to repackage it in a different way. Within the current status of the Green Recovery Plan that Egypt has announced last month, we've started our exercise early enough 1.5 years ago. One key success to the exercise from our own experience is to have a solid political leadership. Our president himself is looking over our program for the shift into the e-mobility. whether we're talking about the vehicles or the heavy public transportation. And when we started drafting our strategy that is by now finalized, it was the Prime Minister who was heading the committee, includes all line ministers. But the good part of that is that we've included in this committee those who are not the conventional line ministers. By that, I mean the planning, the finance, I mean other ministries that relates to the manufacturing part. From that part, we paved the road. Paving the road is extremely important before you indulge into executing the plan for the e-mobility. We also had a number of roundtable discussions with the private sector in Egypt, with the automobiles factories and companies, and what are the challenges. One key challenge that I would like to announce here is the financial part. But the financial part, I don't mean the cost itself, the financial mechanisms. What are the innovative financial mechanisms that we can put in front of the public so that they can make that kind of shift? And here is a vital role to the banking sector. We learned that by heart, and we involve the banking sector. What Egypt is doing now, before announcing its full program into the shift to e-mobility, whether for vehicles or for public transport, for vehicles, we're doing that kind of cooperation with the national banks in Egypt to provide a kind of soft loans for the public, while the government is putting part of that to make the shift and the transition easy. Fuel subsidy is important. Once you get out the fuel subsidy, you're pushing the market into that part. Finally, the partnerships. Egypt has indulged in different partnerships with different countries, such as China and other countries, for the technology itself and the transfer of technology. And I think we've started even producing our first electric mobile bus. What I'm saying here is that it's very important that we go into that transition in a way that would be gradually, but at the same time would help into that kind of shift. Shifting technology, inventing and putting financial mechanisms in place, an institutional part where everyone is in that process, and at the utmost, having a strong political leadership and momentum to do that shift. Thank you very much.
Dear Minister Fouad, thank you very much, and thank you for putting our attention on new elements. You mentioned banking sector, an extremely important role, as right now the financing plays the key role in adoption of new technologies. But also I'm very glad to hear that it opens a new technological chapter in terms of industrial development, and so that you have a manufacturing of electric buses. That's an opportunity, I think, switching from combustion engine to new forms of engines, electric engine or hydrogen, to open up these industrial perspectives for new players. And thank you very much for being so active in this field. And again, I'm so happy to see you. And again, thank you very much for your support since Katowice and in Katowice, which was, I think, a decisive one. And let us right now turn to Jordi Gallardo Fernandez, Minister of the Presidency, Economy and Finance, Andorra. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Poland. Thank you very much to you, especially Minister Kurtyka, for giving to us, to my country, this opportunity to participate in this panel and really to share with you our strategies and plans in this global mobility forum. So first of all, I would like to give you some information about my country, because many of you don't know anything about Andorra, that we are a small country, between France and Spain. We are in the Pyrenees, so we are as small as we only have 468 square kilometers. And in terms of domestic mobility, we are a population of 77,000 people, with an automobile park here in the country around 90,000 cars. So we are more cars than people living here. And due to our tourism industry, because this is one of the main industries in my country, we received over the year 8 million tourists that visit Andorra by car, because the only way to access to my country, to Andorra, is by car. We don't have an airport, we don't have train, so this is the only way to arrive here. So Andorra mobility model is very intense at a domestic level, but especially due to tourism visitors that came every year, close to 8 million by car. So what can Andorra offer to this electromobility ecosystem that is growing around the world, especially also here in your country? So being a small country with a very car-intense transportation model, we have to face two main challenges regarding the mobility. On the one side, the high touristic inflow in the country that multiply by 51% the domestic car density in urban roads. On the other hand, domestic population is very dependent on car mobility, accounting an average of 2 commutes per person per day. So in this scenario, the Andorran government is working in 3 different directions to respond to these challenges and to turn our automobile park into a more sustainable electric park and sustainable mobility model. Number one, since 2016, the government puts in place an electric car incentive and rebate program that is yearly increasing our electric car share to 0.75% of the whole Andorran automobile park. Besides that, we are taking an active role in the public transportation policy by reducing prices and increasing buses to reduce private transportation. Number two, the Andorran government is currently assessing the feasibility to build a new urban cable car network with a clean energy to help to reduce pressure on urban roads, as well as to offer cleaner alternatives to public transportation. Also electric bike and scooter cars sharing initiatives are starting to flourish in the country. And number three, and that's the main point that we can offer to the industry and to the countries, to the big countries that are boosting this electromobility ecosystem, we are trying to attract new business models regarding electromobility, among others, due to Andorra offering itself as a leading lab for open innovation. We have decided to place the country and its challenges as a real test environment where companies can try their innovations and products. This strategy aims at creating an innovative ecosystem where mobility is one of the priority fields. To that end, we are currently building, we already have it, a national data hub with all mobility data in the country to run different scenarios analysis to take data-driven decisions. We can be a testing country due to our size for the industry or other big countries that wants to test and prototype projects before to launch and go to the market. So this project that we are building as a living lab country, small country, that we can give to you the means and the tools to test your projects and your product, is the main thing that we can share with you and to offer to the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. That was an extremely interesting perspective of a country where the majority of the traffic is coming from outside, and your decision to be a living lab is an interesting way of turning this potential weakness into a strength. So thank you very much for sharing with us this opportunity. And I would like to thank very much all our ministers for the beginning of this Global E-Mobility Forum. I'm proud to be working with you on the future challenges in terms of development of new technologies, and e-mobility, I think, we believe, will play a very important role. And what we have heard out of your presentations is that indeed it is playing an increasing role, and that we can have health, air quality, economic and societal benefits out of this new technology.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I know that you hold a degree, or actually a PhD in economics, but you could as well be a professional moderator, which in fact you are. So I really appreciate your work, and thank you so very much. This moment is to really hear from the organizers, because there has been so much work put into this conference. And so we're going to hear from the head of the National Center for Climate Change, Deputy Director for Climate Change and International Cooperation, Institute of Environmental Protection, National Research Institute. That's Ms. Agnieszka Ragin. But we will also hear from the CEO of the Polish Alternative Fuels Association, Maciej Mazur, who is also the Vice President at the European Association for Electromobility, AVERA. And so here is their time.
Thank you, Maciej. Thank you, Maciej, very much for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, everyone.
As the organizers of today's event, we have a great pleasure to welcome all of you, friends of the Global Immobility Forum from all around the world, watching us live from 160 countries, starting from Warsaw, where we are today, via Cairo and New York to Tokyo.
It is absolutely wonderful to see such a great audience here with us today.
As very many of you remember, last year we had a chance to meet in person at the Polish National Stadium in Warsaw. The first edition of the Global Immobility Forum was a success, and we got a lot of very positive feedback. Thank you again.
In the last months, the world has changed a lot as the COVID-19 hit all of us. The good news is that regardless the pandemic, we are still able to meet, this time in the virtual space.
This possibility is the best proof that innovation, technology and development are the right ways to drive a change. As Minister of Climate and Environment, Michal Kurtyka said, we knew that also when the Polish presidency of COP24 made e-mobility the leading topic during the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In December 2018, the countries representing over half of the world's population signed the Driving Change Together Declaration, Katowice Partnership for E-Mobility. Time has not made the declaration obsolete. On the contrary, the new countries are joining also today the original signatories. In the end of 2018, we declared to organize the largest and most significant discussion forum on e-mobility. And with your support and engagement, we do drive a change. Here we are again.
The development of zero-emission technologies in transport is crucial in order to achieve the goal of reaching climate neutrality. We have to pursue new directions for the public administration and industry, stimulate the international community. And this is the primary goal we set for the Global Immobility Forum 2020.
We will talk as well about the support instruments for the implementation of the European Green Deal objectives, political and economic paths in order to achieve climate goals in a post-pandemic world, which will happen soon, let us hope.
The transformation of the automotive sector is taking place right now. Growing numbers of stakeholders are aware that the world is changing, and the bastions of conventional transport technologies are tipping and transitioning towards e-mobility. Despite this being the clearly better solution, the road to climate neutrality in our sector remains long and convoluted.
Knowing that, I'm sure that you will all agree that this is the reason why every single journey matters. Today, we have the opportunity to take a closer look at local aspects of energy and mobility, not only on country level, but also from the city perspective. As you will find out, we will come back to the statement, every journey matters, later today during our special event at 2 p.m.
Immobility is developing at an impressive pace, but there are still some important questions left without answers and challenges ahead of the transport sector. One of them is decarbonization. It is a complex matter which requires very effective cooperation, not rivalry. Moreover, we will not be able to decarbonize the transport in the EU countries without a worldwide cooperation. And this is why we point out slogan cooperation again.
This is one of the reasons why meetings like our forum are so important. Many invigorating and fascinating presentations and debates are about to take place here today. Professionals, experts, e-mobility leaders from the entire world are with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you will find today's discussion inspiring and you will feel like being here with us here in Warsaw. Thank you, and let us begin.
I couldn't agree more that every journey matters. And speaking of the journey that we're taking here at the forum, this is actually going to be part one. How can electric vehicles help to tackle climate change? And this is the moment to start with our keynote speaker. This is the right time. The president of the European Association for Electromobility, that's AVERE, and his name is Espen Hauge. And we will be joining him very, very soon. I'm so glad that the president of the organization that Maciej also represents will be here today with us. What is really important is that in this part, we're going to talk about what really can be done in the near future. We will sum up what's been already achieved, but we also will talk about the future. There will be some leading experts in the field. We will have a roundtable in which there's going to be a discussion about what and should and could be done very, very soon. There will be 5 speakers in that part, and so I think when we will be joined by them from all around the world, that is going to be really, really impressive. I think that this moment at the conference is very special because we really want to show you how much effort we're putting into the whole topic of electromobility and really how much can be achieved very soon. I recently heard the news that Volkswagen Group will be spending almost half of their budget on electromobility. So the shifts of the global companies are so immense. Not to forget that probably not later than July next year, Tesla will be opening their Giga factory in Berlin, which is incredible because that factory will give job to around 4,000 people. And that's incredible because there have already been at least 3 Giga factories of Tesla, and you could see during your lifetime how much is changing. I sometimes feel like maybe sometime in the future, when we talk to our kids or our grandchildren, they will be surprised that there was this moment when most people had fossil fuel cars. Maybe they will be considered extravaganza in the future. I feel like everybody who is part of this conference really wishes that to happen. But again, like I was discussing with the European Commissioner, we hope that it's also very affordable and just really taking into consideration an average person so that we can be sure that nobody is left out in the cold. And I mentioned one of our guests in this part of the conference. I'd like you to meet our keynote speaker. So again, this is the organization that is so much involved, AVERE, the European Association for Electromobility. Espen Hauge, great to have you. I feel like we do have the connection. Yes, so that is great. I wanted to ask you one personal question, because I read that you've been on the electromobility stage for more than 15 years. So obviously you started quite some time ago. It seems like now it's the cool thing to do, but I wonder what it was like 15 years ago when really not too many people were talking about e-mobility.
Yes, I think it was a very different situation for, especially here in Norway, where everything is, I think we are at more than 50% EV sales now. 10 years ago, there were a struggle. It was a struggle even to get a car at all. Times are changing.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Hauge, so the keynote speech of yours, what is going to be the main topic?
So I'm talking about the journey to zero-emission transport topic for this session and the panel afterwards. No.
All right. So are you ready to start your presentation? Because we're really looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll get going. Yes. I'm happy to be here, and that target and overall motive for this conference is very much aligned with what we are doing in. So I'm Espen Hauge, president of VERA, and I will start on the journey to zero-emission transport. First, I want to say a few words about us. In VERA, we have the whole EV ecosystem, consisting of EV owners, drivers, the academic, scientific communities, makers, and NGOs. And not least all the relevant industries, OEMs, IT materials, power grids, etc. The story of our electric vehicle symposium, EVS, more than 50 years ago, and it's touring the world every year now. It's still growing, and it's the meeting place in the EV ecosystem. Next up is the EVS 34 in Nanjing in China, and after that, EVS 35 in Oslo, Norway in June 2022. But now, how can e-mobility help tackle climate change? The short and obvious answer is by replacing combustion engines as soon as possible. And we can add while greening the power grids and implementing smart charging. I have some more details, of course, but first I want to reiterate some key facts and then look at this from a local and a global perspective before the panel. The key fact number one, essentially the main reason why we do it is to reduce the energy need. Some people call it energy thirst, but we know that's an outdated term now. We save 75% of the energy by removing the engine. We're not so thirsty anymore. The next step is emission reduction. Yes, it's good to save energy. We need to go to zero emissions. The great news is that we can get rid of coal, oil, and gas power production. It's on its way, and it's not going to be too expensive. The key fact number two is that EVs will be able to compete. We are still on track for price parity in 2025. And then EVs on average will be both cheaper and better. This means we have a realistic and reasonably priced global climate solution. So let me start local. Where I live in Norway, I'm chairman of the Norwegian EV Association. Actually, this month we celebrate 25 years of existence. Our story is an adventure that gives hope and inspiration. Because as you asked, it was never easy. even in Norway, it was never easy. We were always lacking resources while we were challenging the established and wealthy oil industry. We were challenging professional lobbyists from everywhere. But being strategic, stubborn, and armed with facts and enthusiasm, eventually we succeeded in proving to the world that it can be done, in popularizing a climate solution that is fun, inspiring. It's simply better. We succeeded in proving that what we do matters, even if we are a small country or a small community. And now we see that the Norwegian target of 100% zero-emission car sale in 2025 is reached. It has strong support across the political spectrum here. We are also happy to see other countries picking up ambition. Congratulations to the UK with their 2030 and 2025. I will not list all the other countries and dates, but growing into a really encouraging list. So for the global climate scene, I believe electric vehicles are one of the main reasons we will succeed in the big picture. One, because it inspires. It shows that dramatic emission reduction is possible. Two, because it inspires EV drivers who will go green in other parts of their lives too. Because electrification can be replicated. We will replace almost all combustion engines, not only in cars. Or because electrification is not in opposition to good causes. The win-win-win situation. We saw this year what happens when we stop burning fuel in the cities. We see clear skies again. In the current pandemic, the brakes are on, but there are reasons for longer-term optimism. Many of us have discovered or rediscovered clean air during lockdown, walking or hiking or biking, and now doing it in cleaner air. Maybe we even refocus on what is most important in life. We see demonstrated that people are capable of change and that it can happen fast. The digital transformation is speeding up. Will the brakes remain on? Of course not. And by the way, for the EV market, the brakes are hardly ever on. We saw steady growth even through past months. Electrification is a major climate solution and the acceptance of it is growing everywhere. The risk of investing in combustion engines and oil is increasing. The tables turn suddenly. If you're not prepared, this will be a shock. People all over the world will stop asking about the risk of electric vehicles and start asking about the risk of combustion engines. Will there still be gas stations nearby? Will it be possible to sell my diesel car in the future? I know this because we already see it here in Norway. Petrol and diesel sales combined are down 10%. The market for used EVs is now healthy, whilst a used car is not a situation you want to be in. A few years ago, I had little hope for European jobs in the now. The breakthrough for e-mobility in European industry is happening now. Started to happen already in 2017, in my opinion, with the launch of the Emission Initiative for batteries and the policy development for clean cars. And recently, the EU started a path to make even CO2 emissions. It's impossible to reach unless you go wholeheartedly for battery electric vehicles. So it makes the choice simpler. Now in 2020, we see that in a terrible year in general, the sales of EVs continues. And we saw the Volkswagen Group for the past year has shown a way to deal with disruption of the income. Take the lead, grab opportunities. I think they realize that if you fight against the future, eventually you will lose and you will not be able. Now we see also battery manufacturing developing with plants under construction across Europe. Charging infrastructure is popping up. So Europe has really moved up from a laggard to being in the race. And the future of the European car industry looks much brighter than it did only 2 years ago. For the long term, there are more changes and challenges coming. But at least now it seems there is a will to embrace the future. Finally, we need to use resources respectively within the boundaries set by nature. That is why we need EVs, cyclable battery, green power, smart charging, smart fix bikes, and trucks, and more. And we need it fast. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate your input and some of the great conclusions. And we hope so much for this to be a great starting point for our roundtable, which will begin briefly, because in fact, I am now able to tell you who my guests are going to be. And they are Andreas Unterstalter, the Transport and Environment Expert, European Environment Agency. There's Monika Araya, e-mobility expert, transport lead for Climate Champions. On your right-hand side, Adam Mutfil, the head of e-mobility and charging and hydrogen infrastructure unit at the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure in Germany. And we are also joined, and that's really nice, by Frank Müllon, head of the EV charging infrastructure at ABB. I will just say hello.
Yes, hello together.
Hello. Thank you very much.
Very good
It's great to hear you. And if I may, I would like to just tell you at the very beginning that the way this roundtable will work is we'll probably try to make it somehow fast. And that is because we only have 20 minutes. And so for that reason, when we have your initial remarks, I would like you to limit your answer to only 1 minute. And after each of you will have their initial 1 minute statement, we'll be ready to have further conversation. You can always raise your hand if you want to say something and would like to add something. And please feel free to do that, because really this is the spirit of our conversation. And the first question will go to Ms. Monika Araya. Are electric vehicles the right response to climate challenges? Tell me, please.
Electric mobility is bigger than cars. The bigger point is that we have to get to zero emissions by 2050, and this decade is critical because we have to normalize the idea that we do have the technologies that we need for the purpose of road transportation. So I am very happy to be part of this, because I know that it works. I know that companies, investors, cities, citizens are joining this. So I do think that when it comes to climate, there are many problems that we don't have solutions for. But for road transportation, we do. And for road transportation, this is going to be the decisive decade. So yes, I do believe it is a big part of the solution.
And when you talk to your friends, like, you know, your friends and family, are they also very enthusiastic of that? So what are your private conversations?
Well, I like to joke that I, to some degree, come from the future.
You do?
Let me tell you what that means. Because I am from Costa Rica, and the electricity is already renewable. I've been driving electric since 2017, and then I lived in Norway, where, you know, it's the market is almost at a, you know, at a critical mass point.
Yeah, they're really good at that.
In Amsterdam. Yeah,
yeah, they're super good.
My point is that it is part of my life now, and to some degree, what I do tell you with a very, very warm heart is that I do see a lot of progress, even in Latin America, with all the problems that the region faces. Electric buses are becoming a big story. And just to give you a very human moment that I really treasure,
yeah,
I asked a woman who was driving an electric bus in Santiago de Chile what to say about that. And she said, I love it. And I do not believe you will say that about a polluting car or a polluting bus as a driver that has to carry all these people. So I do think that for the drivers, the experience is transformational.
And that's really important, especially in countries like Chile or Mexico, for example. I think that would change a lot. And, you know, as a side note, I wanted to say that there was a study some time ago, I believe, that said that Costa Rica had the happiest inhabitants. And you clearly, and your approach to electromobility really is a good proof of that.
We are happy. No, but I think that the other thing I wanted to make, and I really want to hear our other panelists, is that we are going to be successful to the degree that electric mobility becomes a story that transforms lives in an everyday sense, right? But we know we have a conceptual point to make about emissions, about climate. We know we have to ground emissions, solutions on science. But at the end of the day, it's about emotions. I think cars are a very emotional topic. And I think it's very important to tackle that cultural side and to make people come to this to a point where they own it and they celebrate it, as opposed to just embrace a normative debate where it's about, you know, only the right thing to do. I think it has to be also about the exciting thing to do because it's better.
I so much agree with that, and I actually recall a conversation I had with a friend of mine the other day, and we said that actually electric cars are becoming so exciting, whereas the classic cars back in the day would not always be so full of technology and all these improvements. And I wonder what Mr. Andreas Unterstalter would say about that.
Thank you. I think this was really a great start to our discussion that I would like to build on. E-mobility is becoming a reality. I can see that happen out there here in Copenhagen. This is a good thing, but we are still a long way from a sustainable mobility system. E-mobility is one piece of that system. It is part of the solution, but becoming climate neutral requires more. First, we need to make sure that all vehicles run on clean energy. They also need to be produced with clean energy. Second, we need to make sure e-mobility is part of a circular economy. Environmental impacts must be minimized at each step, from production to recycling, especially for batteries. Third, as no car will ever be 100% clean, we need to offer good alternatives, both in cities and in rural areas. Finally, let's not forget that sustainability means more than just decarbonization. We also need to fully exploit the potential of e-mobility for cleaner air and for less traffic noise.
I agree. Andreas, you just mentioned the fact that the cars should be more and more recyclable. And I wonder if you, as an e-mobility expert, have seen that indeed, let's say in the last 5 years, manufacturers would really take some significant steps, or would you say that it's just marketing?
I think there are some significant steps, but we also need to still get better at it. I was focusing on the battery because that's the most influential part of battery electric cars when it comes to the environmental impacts. And there we are only just in a phase when end-of-life batteries start arriving at recycling or at disposal in meaningful numbers. And here we really have to set up the right systems to get as much of the important material back that it also can alleviate the pressure on the environment. And as said, there's still some work to be done, but we're seeing some good initial points already.
Yeah, so the future looks bright. I'd like to ask Mr. Adam Mutfil. In 2019, Germany overtook Norway when it comes to the number of registered EVs. And I wonder, now Germany are the leader in the ranking. What do you think increased, or what do you think made the increase?
Yeah, thank you. I think it must be honestly said that also Germany is on the top regarding the rankings of registrations for electric vehicles in absolute figures. It yet on top in relative terms. So the market share of EVs in Germany, defined by the German electromobility law, now reached, end of October, 17.5% market share, new registrations. In absolute figures, this means we had roughly 50,000 EVs registered. In total, the vehicle stock is around 500,000 EVs in Germany now. And I think the increase of the numbers and the stock has doubled since January is due to two factors. First, it's the extension of state support measures. And so we have incentives for car buyers. And the second is that we see a massive expansion of the range of vehicles available on the market. And I think these two factors cannot be separated. Because government support can be as good as it is if there are no cars buyers want to buy, it wouldn't work. So it's a two-factor story.
So would you agree that it also has a lot to do with the fact that the technology is becoming better, just ranges are improving, so that is the main deciding point?
With our subsidies is to bring EVs into the mass market, and I think that it's very important that people get in touch with EVs and realize that for most of their demands they're absolutely sufficient. Mm-hmm. And if we look on the ranges, it's not long ranges are good for battery electric vehicles. You have to look on what purpose you are looking for, mm-hmm. and what car you need. So I think this comes into the buyer's mind, so to say.
Yeah, that might be the case as well. Also, in this surrounding that we are here at the conference, I mean, we are also interested in the topic. I'd like to hear from Mr. Frank Müllon, and I wonder, because he is the head of EV charging infrastructure. So you probably, and I cannot be sure, but I feel like for sure you own an electric car. So would you say that maybe things have changed for you as well? I mean, in terms of range, for example, and that's why you decided for that?
So I think I can just echo what Adam just mentioned, right? Because living also in Germany, we're not yet there where Norway is already, or the Netherlands, but it all goes together with your personal your personal setting, your requirements, and also your willingness to adapt to change. And what I see really is that there is a big resistance out there to change to new technologies, and this is I think the arguments of range, of course, they go along with the battery size and the available infrastructure, but this becomes more and more an argument which is just put in front and not really tied any longer to the factual situation, because you have a lot of the EVs now on the market. They have a decent range, and the infrastructure is also getting better day by day. There is still a long way to go, obviously, but it's getting better day by day. So the argument is not really that anymore. I think it's much more the choice you have, right? So when you go to any kind of car dealership today and look for a new car, look for the type of traction you want to have, be it a combustion engine, which sort of combustion engine, a plug-in hybrid or an EV. The choice is still extremely limited on what you can get. And then the price tag for that is also quite high. So only when we overcome this, when we come to parity in terms of price parity in the purchase, then actually we will see that transition go faster, because then it's what the consumers actually demand. And that is still like probably 2 to 3 years out, 2 to 3 years down the road. That's what we see in all the studies. If you look today at it from a, not from a private point of view, but from a business point of view, so small enterprises running small fleets and whatsoever, they see already even a better total cost of ownership running on EVs than the private person would even recognize. So I think it's much more perception in the meantime than reality. And if we see more and more vehicles hitting the road, then the situation will become significantly better. And that's pretty soon.
So, Mr. Mulan, if I understand you correctly, you say that it all really depends on the mindsets of people, but what will help change the mindset is a wider variety of cars to choose upon?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. I mean, us here on the call, right? I mean, hearing Monica, hearing Andreas, and I mean, obviously, it's not us to convince, right? You don't need to convince us. We're more the ones who see what is happening in the wider population. And I think here there is still some resistance, which is less and less fact-based, but more a question of perception. Yeah.
Thank you so very much for that. I think we will be able to continue with that topic, but I actually have a very recent development. On my right-hand side, we're joined by Mr. Javier Calleja, the CEO of Solaris Bus and Coach. It's great to have you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Matthew. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so, you know, we've just been talking about not just electric cars, but electromobility. And actually, Monica Araya was right about that. So she emphasized that it's not just about the EVs, e-cars, I mean, but also about buses, for example. And so I wonder, when did your company take that important step to just decide for electromobility in buses?
Yeah, at Solaris, we started quite early. Our first electric bus is from 2011, so a long time ago. And our first hydrogen bus, in fact, was launched in 2014. So we had, I think, a long journey in electromobility. And this year we will be the manufacturer with more electric buses.
What's really interesting is that we can actually hear you, Mr. Javier, but we don't have too much mobility when it comes to your picture because your video stopped moving. But I will not stop asking questions because I actually wanted to talk about how many electric buses there are in the world. I know that your company is developing so much in that regard. And actually, on a personal note, my wife comes from Piła, which is not a big city in Poland. I think it's about 70,000 people. And they have decided just a few months ago to buy 5 electric buses from you. So I feel like sometimes the revolution is maybe an evolution, and that it's happening at a very small, basic level. But this is what your company may help do. All right, that was such a great question about but I cannot get the answer. So maybe we will replay that, because actually you might not know, but this is a sports studio. So usually we would be very good at showing replays. But what I want to do right now is, since we have so many wonderful guests, I would like to come back to Monica and just ask about the biggest sectors, the most important sectors that raise challenges when it comes to lowering emissions. So I know you've been very enthusiastic, but maybe tell me about what hardships do you see on the horizon?
I just don't like to get into just barriers and barriers, because there are a lot of studies that could do that. I do believe that between now and 2025, we're going to have a difficult conversation, because it's difficult, let's not deny it, but at the same time is an opportunity for reinvention of industrialization. And that conversation is about every country, every city, every company that produces cars, buses, trucks, having a calendar and saying, starting X year, we're not going to produce internal combustion engines. And I know that it's easy for me to say it because I come from a country that doesn't produce the cars. It does not produce oil. So I understand that it's easier for me to say it, even though it's not easy. Even in Costa Rica, this conversation is difficult because we have gas stations. It also
makes you impartial, so that's really good.
At the same time, because I have one foot in local debates and I one foot outside, and I work increasing the ambition of stakeholders, especially in the run-up to the next big climate conference, I do believe that what happened yesterday in the UK, a G7 country saying that is the end of the sales of petrol and diesel cars. That's a game changer for the conversation. It doesn't mean that a country that has difficulties with this question has to do exactly the same in that year. But my plea is that we all start that conversation. The sooner we have that conversation at home, the better it is, the more we will adapt and we will have to deal in a way so that it is a fair transition too. So
all right.
That's what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you. And to all the speakers, you can always raise your hands if you want to tell more about a given topic. But I'd like to ask Mr. Andreas about what just Monica said, and that is the big announcement from yesterday. How did you react to that?
I think these announcements can be very useful in terms of signaling to the market the commitment of a government to clean mobility. And this is an urgent issue. At the same time, I think that these phase-out announcements, ultimately it will be a very natural process because, especially for cars, industry will take a long and hard look at their cost structure at some point and will have to decide whether they want to continue producing both electric vehicles and internal combustion vehicles, because it will become quite an effort in terms of logistics and also in terms of cost. So I don't think that it will necessarily be the big announcement that will bring about the big transformation in the mobility system.
Thank you. Mr. Mutfil, what do you think should be or would be the decisive moment? Like, let's imagine the perfect announcement that we would be looking forward to. What would you most hopefully hear in the next months, in the months to come?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Okay, so I wonder what you would be looking forward to. What kind of announcement would really make you happy, and you would then be able to say, all right, we're at the good place?
Oh, well, yeah. So what we are in the situation within the German government that we've seen a lot of announcement coming from the government in Germany regarding the German recovery program, and we saw some very promising news coming from Brussels, from the EU Commission regarding the new Green Deal. So I think we don't need more announcements. What we need is products, cars on our streets. And what I wanted to add to the discussion, perhaps, is that one very important principle for German government is that we are technologically open. So when we look on road transport, it's not only battery cars, and it's also fuel cells and hydrogen, because we don't only look on passenger cars, but we have a huge task on the table regarding commercial vehicles and freight transport on our roads. So if you look on this sector, we have completely different challenges than within the sector of passenger cars. So
I agree, Mr. Mutfil.
I wanted to add that hydrogen and fuel cells is a very key factor too in this discussion.
I agree wholeheartedly. That was hard to say, but it actually comes from deep inside of me. And since you just mentioned the fact that sometimes when it comes to the big range transport, and so that would be logistics, that is quite an issue. And hydrogen could be the solution. So this is actually a perfect question to Mr. Mulan. Some vehicle manufacturers are focusing on hydrogen technology, presenting it as an alternative alternative to electric, battery electric vehicles. So what do you think the future is of the emission-free transport?
Yeah, of course, there's always this battle between pure battery electric and hydrogen electric. And I think what we have to look at simply at the physics, right? So and the efficiency rates. So when you come from clean energy production and have the clean energy and look at it throughout the whole chain, basically from well to tank, if you like, and from tank to wheel at the whole chain, then the efficiency of pure battery electric is, now we can debate, but it's somewhere in the range between a 70 and 90%, I would say. If you take the same equation for hydrogen, then you're somewhere between 25 to 35%. So the overall efficiency is lower. Now, obviously, it's not only about the efficiency, right? Because the needs of transportation when it comes to truck and long haul is also range and is massive. So if the battery would become simply too large, or you would need to stop too often, this becomes impractical, right? So there is obviously kind of a cut-off point where this technology of pure battery makes sense, and there's another point where the technology of pure BEV makes sense. And I think it's quite fair and easy to agree that when you talk on passenger cars, hydrogen is nowhere close to being anywhere economical. But at the same time, I think we can also agree, if you talk to long-haul trucks, that battery electric obviously is nowhere to be agreeable, right? I mean, you can then discuss on probably the kind of a catenary system, what is also an option as a third option. But of course, you have different kinds of restrictions. Now, when it comes to the vehicles in the middle, I would say light commercial vehicles and so on, then I definitely also prefer a battery electric. Let me throw in a few other figures probably when it comes to commercial vehicles in general and trucks. So more than 50% actually, or around 50% of transportation in Europe happens within a range of less than 300 kilometers. So 50% less than 300 kilometers. That means there is a case. Yeah.
That's the perfect number, because it really proves how crucial the technology that we already have at our disposal can change. And that obviously, maybe we don't have the absolutely perfect solution, because there are people, engineers working on it, but that we already are in a position good enough to go forward. And really, there's so much optimism in this panel. I would like to thank you for that, but also for your very valuable input. And I hope that you will stay with us for the rest of this conference. We will be here until 5 p.m. Will you, please? If yes, then you can maybe point your finger and just show me that you will be there. Okay. I like bottoms up. Yeah, that was what I meant. Okay. Okay, I'm glad. Thank you so very much, and have a great day. And this is the moment to tell you about yet another discussion that we have foreseen in this part of the conference. We will be joined by a wonderful moderator, but before I tell you about him, I'd like to introduce our guests, and they are here. And this is this magical moment when we're establishing this connection from Warsaw to around the world. Okay, and so our guests will be Friederike Kienitz, the Region Vice President for Nissan Africa, Middle East, India, Europe, and Oceania. I mean, this is really wonderful to have you. You oversee such a big part of the world, so your perspective will be wonderful. We are also joined by Dr. Wolf Stefan Specht, Head of Group National Sales Companies Steering and Group Mobility, Volkswagen Allgemeine Gesellschaft. Stimmt das?
No.
No?
Volkswagen AG is right, yeah.
Okay. I was just trying my German, but maybe I should also go for some extra class. Wolfgang Bim von Kleinsorgen, the CEO from Mercedes-Benz Central Europe. Great to have you.
And your German is perfect.
Okay. Dankeschön. Das ist wirklich nett und sympathisch. Ich möchte sehen, Anja. That was my Polish, and that was a slip. And I wanted to come back to my English. You know, these are the parts when I struggle sometimes. I'd like to say that one last guest of ours is Mr. Rafał Budweil, the CEO of Trigo. Yes.
Hello.
Oh, I hope you forgive me my last mistake. Okay, and this is the perfect moment to thank you to tell you about our moderator, who is the CEE of automotive industry leader, PwC. That is the place where they have so much expertise. So I'm really leaving our audience in the best hands. And Mr. Jens Hörning, thank you so very much for moderating this.
And thank you so much for the introduction. The transportation, ladies and gentlemen, of the transformation of the automotive industry is without any doubt disrupting the whole sector. And it is about technology, climate change, and regulation. In Europe, regulation is pushing e-mobility, and the car manufacturers are focusing on their fleet composition to avoid penalty payments. Governments are supporting hybrid and battery electric cars, and the pandemic seems to boost financial support ongoingly. And the share of e-cars being registered in the European Union is increasing. The Q3 2020 new car registration statistics issued by ACEA recently were pretty impressive. 10% of total cars sold in Q3 were e-cars and 12.5% were hybrids. Europe aspires to be net zero by 2050. And at the same time, classic combustion engines are still having a major stake in the European and global car fleets. And car manufacturers and suppliers are working on making these engines more efficient and less consumptive. And both need significant investments. Technology is another driver of the transformation. It is about connectivity, autonomous driving, and new mobility service concepts, including car sharing models. All of these innovations also need significant investments. On this background, car sales as a result of the pandemic have dropped year to date like never before. So what are the key factors for the car makers to stay successful in this new mobility world? This is actually what I want to discuss in this panel today, with a focus on e-mobility, and I'm very happy and glad to have all the panelists here today. So to start with an innovation, Mr. Budweil, how difficult is it to develop a new vehicle from scratch? And what is the challenge in making big volumes out of such a vehicle? Please, can you give us a short introduction of the Trigo and its innovation?
Hello, good morning. First of all, I hope I'm being heard well, because I do have some difficulties in hearing you, Jens. However, I will transmit in blind, hoping that everything goes well. Now, a bit of introduction to Trigo. Trigo is globally first vehicle capable of combining the traffic agility of a two-wheeler with safety and comfort of a car. Many tried, I will humbly say succeeded. We have created the first car that can beat traffic jams like a motorcycle would do, can park like a scooter or a motorcycle would do, while at the same time providing full safety to its driver and passenger. Is a two-person's vehicle. We do achieve that through a very, looks like ingenious technical design, in which we have variable geometry suspension, which gets narrow, for the low-speed operations, such as traffic jams or parking, and it gets white for stability at high-speed operations. We are carrying a little bit of a downhill battle because, well, first of all, nobody else has a similar solution in the world. Secondly, ours is patented. We have secure patent protection in countries inhabited by half of the Earth's population. That gives us an obvious advantage against any other design of a vehicle. Well, on top of everything, we are, of course, electric, because Trigo is designed for the urban traffic because it's 21st century. And it's also designed strictly, and I would like to underline it, strictly for the car sharing purposes. As such, we do not have any specific direct competition, which obviously makes our situation slightly easier. And also, we do not come with the burden of the past, like many other automakers do, which we would have to deal with, and we have to carry it on a daily basis operations. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, and that's a real innovation. And with respect to innovation, some of the automotive experts actually raise concerns that the European automotive industry sector is a bit running behind the technological developments. And at the same time, for most of the German OEMs and suppliers, the R&D, so research and development spending in relation to the total revenues, is pretty significant compared to most of the competitors. Mr. Brem von Kleinsorgen, not triggered by the pandemic, but maybe accelerated by the pandemic, do car manufacturers need to be more selective on which areas to invest going forward? And will that cost pressure that obviously might be in place have an impact on the variety of the models, for example?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I do not agree that European car industry and automotive industry is running behind. It was always and is a trademark, I would say, for innovation, especially the German automotive industry, including all its suppliers and manufacturers. And this you can see, as you also mentioned, the R&D spendings are enormous. 58% of all R&D budgets are spent in automotive. In Daimler, this is 7 billion euros a year. This is the same as the level of Polish R&D spendings altogether, to give that a frame. And yeah, we are leading innovation still. I would say that even though the environment has changed and also competitive environment has changed, but of course it makes us proud that speaking about e-mobility, this is not only for Mercedes an internal ambition. We have that as a strategy column to lead electric, but also we had been awarded by the Polish Alternative Fuels Association and PwC as the leader of e-mobility. So this is the one part. I'm very much sure that innovation is still the key driver coming out of Europe. And but one thing is very true, that the transformation is the biggest we have ever seen in automotive. But interestingly, it's also a change we can observe on customer side. Yeah, there is the push turning into a pull situation, which we observe. We have sold 6 times more or 7 times more xEVs in Poland than last year, for example, coming, of course, also with the offer of very attractive models. And this must be stated that also from the customer demand side, it is the environmental aspect on the one side, but it is also the driving fun factor, which is boosting here electrified driving. And if then I would be grateful for that, Polish state government aid would also underline that for the sake of the customers, it would even more boost the success of electrified driving. And saying this and seeing this, the combination of environmental true contribution and also the customer pull, I'm also believing that Daimler can sell 50% electrified cars in 2030, and which is our very true ambition to be zero carbon neutral in 2039.
Thank you. And with respect to these achievements for car fleets, the electric share, so of the total fleets, battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, in order to achieve those targets, the share of battery electric cars needs to increase to 35 to 45%, depending on the mix with hybrid cars. If the Green Deal in Europe is getting through, then we are talking about roughly 38 grams CO2 per kilometer. And just to put that into context, 80 grams per kilometer is somehow the limit for combustion engines. My question to Dr. Specht would be, what will be the challenges and the opportunities for the car manufacturers in that respect going forward?
Yeah, first of all, I think Volkswagen was the first automaker who strongly committed to the Paris Climate Agreement, and by saying so, it became a core part of our strategy. So the last week, maybe you have heard, our supervisory board agreed to our investment plan for the next 5 years, and we will dedicate 73 billion euro, 35 out of this only for development and introduction of new electric cars. So in the next 5 years, Volkswagen Group will spend 35 billion euro in electrification. On top, 11 billion on hybrid transmission. This money earned. So means the challenge of the transformation definitely is that we have to earn the money with the integrated combustion engine models and investing into the future of the electric transmission systems. That is the first challenge. Over the next 10 years, we will introduce about 70 cars which are purely electric cars, so BEV cars. But these cars have to be charged as well. So one of the core elements to enable the electrification and then to achieve this 40% of our fleet mix for fully electric cars is to develop charging infrastructure. And here, definitely, that is not the task only for the automakers. It's a task for the society, for the industry, but definitely also for the regulators, for the government. And as I've been living the last 3 years in Poland, I have to admit the regulations to install chargers at home, and charging at home will take about 50% of all chargings, what we know from, for example, Norway. Yeah, charging at home is core, but therefore you have to have easy access to the grid to install this. Yeah, definitely this will be a challenge in multi-story houses. Yeah, but also here regulators have to find rules or new, easier to access possibilities to make this happen. And on top of this, of course, is the fast charging net, which is required on highways and main roads. So to sum up, I think the automotive industry, as we and also our colleagues also mentioned, is on the way, is on track. But what is missing somehow, and specifically now also in Poland, is the charging infrastructure, and that is a core enabler of the electrification.
Thank you. Lots of investments needed, I hear. Yeah. And Mrs. Kienitz, how to finance all the investment needs to achieve also these challenging CO2 emission limits? It was already mentioned, probably through product mix, but can it also be through new business cases along the value chain?
Yeah, thank you for the question and interesting question, and also to echo a little bit what my colleagues from Volkswagen and Mercedes have said. The investments in new technologies have always been crucial and to continue to be crucial for a car maker to offer the best, most safe, enjoyable and clean solutions to our customer. So I would say it's less of a question for a car maker how to finance the investments, but rather a question of taking the right investment decision. And as with all investments, they need to be forward-looking to keep pace with the evolving technology, with the customer and regulatory trends. And they must have a long-term planning, but at the same time, be agile enough to adapt to the changes that happen along the way, as we have seen with diesel declining quicker than some people predicted. The uptake of EV, especially recently, is accelerating quicker than many expected. So we have taken in the company for a decade now the decision to invest heavily into the electric powertrain and have made our experience on the bumpers of the road, the customer needs, the cost challenges, the infrastructure requirements, and so on. Yes, the current product mix of ICE and electric cars will help to balance the cost, but we all know the end point, and as you've seen, where the investments are going is going to be fully electric. So the product mix only supports a transitional period, but the focus should be that the investments pay out with costs coming to a competitive level once we reach scale. We are planning to be 50% electrified by 2023. Even ready to go beyond if the demand is uptaking. So I would say the unique and most challenging part about that journey to electrification are the investments that are required actually beyond a car maker. And echoing what has already been said, we need the transformation here is a total structural change up and downstream. So with the support of many actors, including the governments, energy companies, investors, to build that entire ecosystem around the electric cars, from the supply chain to the charging and electricity infrastructure. So the charging needs to be as convenient, if not more convenient, than filling a car with a petrol, and availability and accessibility of charging points is really, really key. And really, this goes also hand in hand with the transformation to there's still a lot, and some countries and cities are further along the road than others, but we are not yet there in order to cope with the demand and the cars that are going to be on the road. Now that you're mentioning new business cases, this is really an interesting part. We need to remember the most costly, but also the most valuable part of an electric car is the battery. Now, have we explored the full potential of that battery in the car to the benefit of our consumers? We believe that the potential of electric cars actually goes beyond mobility with all the vehicle-to-grid, vehicle-to-home, or call it vehicle-to-X technology, where you share the electricity stored in the battery basically as a currency with people, buildings, and cities. We call it Nissan Energy Share. And there are many, many projects that explore the commercially viability of that potential, such as using the electricity of the battery for the home, to home technology during peak times, and to charge back the battery when it comes, or to use by using the vehicle to grid technology, the car actually as a mobile electricity unit, and help balancing the grid, in particular when we go to the transition to renewable energy. So we're partnering with EDF, E.ON, Over Energy to develop really that technology and to the networks at various locations to build new business cases. They are not yet at scale, and they will come at scale when we reach the peak for electrification moving forward. But the potential for new business models are huge with that technology, but it needs to reach scale in the market.
Thank you so much, and Mrs. King. for your comments. And may I just quickly go back to the battery? And you were mentioning it has having a big impact on the total cost of electric vehicles. However, there is a limited price potential also from a market perspective. So profitability is probably a challenge, and the battery is still so much material. And yes, costs for the batteries will go down from, let's say, 90 euros per kilowatt hour nowadays to maybe 68 or even 50 euros per kilowatt hour, as Elon Musk was saying just recently. But at the same time, we expect that there will also be material shortage. So the price will probably go up even beyond 90 euro. So Mr. Brem von Kleinsorgen, so is the cost aspect a specific issue for the volume segment and to less extent to the premium solutions? And how important will it be to have control on the battery loop going forward?
Yes, as you say correctly, keeping control over the loop of batteries is extremely important. The battery is in an XEV the most expensive singular part. And of course, also the innovation is going on here. And I also had to learn myself that a battery is a very complex, high-tech product, which has nothing to do with household batteries, which we know since many decades. We as Mercedes have now built up the competences and are specialized battery producer to control exactly this technology and also the whole process, including cost, as you say. And we have now 9 factories throughout the world in 3 continents. And of course, it's very nice to say that in Poland, we have in Jawor the production site, which produces around 1,000 batteries a year capacity, with a more increase planned in the most modern way and the most modern standards. This is really one of the most innovative production sites you will find in automotive world, and is already today delivering a zero carbon footprint. So also the energy which is needed is being won from wind energy, for example, and it is important to look along the whole process. So also suppliers have to deliver certificates for their CO2 standards. And what I would like also to mention is that a battery, of course, also must be looked at in a broader sense. So also it's about raw material, cobalt, lithium, and sustainability. I would also understand here in a bigger context. So Daimler has taken the decision to only buy cobalt, for example, from mines which are certified to work under human standards. And also we are driving with our research and development teams also the process of having less cobalt content in batteries, and the target is to be here under 10% in future, and then with completely new technologies and future possibilities. Also, we want to get rid of these very worthy raw materials. So it is a long way for batteries. We are in the middle of it, and still there's a lot to come. And the prices also will go down with the scales. So we need the volumes, and as my colleagues before me also stated, we should do all to support on all levels the penetration of xEVs in our markets, including also Poland.
Thank you very much. So huge potential, and at the same time, it is kind of expected that e-mobility might also cut jobs, actually, specifically in the traditional powertrain sector. And automotive, as it was several times mentioned now, is a key sector here in Central Europe. So what is the effect of such a consolidation, and what is also the opportunity for this region here that should be taken care of to get out as a winner out of this transformation? Mr. Budweil, what's your view on this one?
Sorry for that. I was talking statistics. Currently, should be hearing me now. Currently, we have 730 cars per 1,000 inhabitants here in Warsaw, and that is precisely twice as much as there is cars per 1,000 inhabitants in Berlin. Electromobility may have its toll on the workplaces everywhere, for that matter, not only in Central Europe. But I think there are some overall global trends that have even bigger importance to that situation. Those trends are related to a number of facts. Probably car lost its appeal as a point of prestige, as a carrier of personal status and value. It's not as exciting as it was in the past for the new generations. So people are generally turning their backs on the cars. That is also related to certain growing consciousness as far as the environmental issues. Also, as a civilization, we should ask ourselves the question whether we do really need to replace a car every 4 years, and most of all, whether we need to have one at all. The global trends, again, independently of the electromobility, are rather such that people turn away from the cars. They prefer to use them rather than own them. And for that matter, in the 21st century, there are obvious, easy-to-use solutions for that. And I think at some point we have to make up our minds. What do we care about? Do we care about the workplaces and economical growth, which is a kind of totem for the civilization in the past 200 years? Or we care about the environment? Because currently, I believe we are in the middle between choosing, on one hand, environmental issues, and we all say about ecology and electromobility, but many other things at the same time, for that matter, conscious using of Earth's resources. And on the other hand, we would like to maintain the workplaces and the economical growth. At a certain point, there will have to be a decision made. I do not have the answer about how electromobility is going to impact the Central European job market. I do believe that automotive industry is in troubles, and I'm not discovering anything new here. And it's a question about how it reinvents itself for the future, and whether it is at all possible. We know of many industries that existed in the past, and then they ceased to exist, and had to find some other way to earn money. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I do not have a ready-made answer for that. On the other hand, I do believe that here in Central Europe, we are flexible enough, we are smart enough and quick enough that we can adapt to the circumstances.
Yeah, and in Central Europe, I believe that the supplier industry is a backbone of the whole industry. Yeah, and what we see here internationally at the moment is that as a result of COVID-19, actually supply chains might be regionalized even more than in the past, also to mitigate the risk of supply chain disruption, as we experienced just recently during the pandemic. But with respect to the supply chains, isn't it even more? What will be the changes in supply chain in the light of net zero discussions, Dr. Specht?
Yeah, first of all, I think the pandemic does not have the biggest impact on this. Yeah, I mean, we are operating about 125 factories, I mean, production plants worldwide. Out of them, 70 are placed in Europe. We have learned to shorten and to optimize our logistic chain, our supply chain over the last couple, I wouldn't even say years, even centuries. If we take the example from the electric cars, yeah, you know, our ID family, based on the MEB, is built in Zwickau. It's in the eastern part of Germany, and we are sourcing the batteries from a factory in the western part of Poland, yeah, from Wrocław. So I think that's already quite close. And as colleagues mentioned already, the battery is a core part of an electric car if it comes to weight, if it comes to value. So that is very important. But what we were looking on is how to reduce the footprint of CO2 also in the production process. And it's not purely the transportation, and it has nothing to do with factory breakdowns. It's really how to get the CO2 footprint in the whole chain down. Because I think there's no doubt also with the scientific now that electric cars have the highest efficiency of CO2 neutral driving on the road. But the production process, that is discussed openly at the moment, the burden. So our challenge was how to bring the production footprint down. And then you have to look in every single process step. And in Zwickau, in the factory where we built the ID, we managed to get, by sourcing green energy, using green energy for whole press, also getting this from the suppliers, we managed to get it down by, I think, 90%. Then the remaining 10% we are investing now in compensation measures, building forests and all this stuff. And I think that is important, yeah? So to really focus in getting the production process climate neutral, CO2 neutral, because then there's no doubt the electric car doesn't need to have a long range to fulfill the CO2 targets, but we need to reduce the climate impact.
Thank you so much. And certainly I believe that, you know, also the customer of the future and tomorrow's customer and today's customers will have a very close look at all the production processes, because the sustainability topic is getting more and more vital and important for that. So when we talk about new mobility concepts and the customer view, it is completely changing. So as it was mentioned already, a car is no longer just a means of transportation, but it is probably maybe a smartphone on wheels in the future. So perspectives are completely changing. And Mrs. Kienitz, what is your view on the customer experience in this connected world?
Yeah, it's indeed the customer behavior is changing. And I would also say you've seen very interesting behaviors, in particular in the time of the pandemic. What became obvious in these times, we need to connect differently, digitally, unfortunately, have not the opportunity to meet each other so much face to face. So we need to find different ways to connect. And what we've also seen with customers now doing the purchase decision far earlier or online with responding to their needs to have a on-demand home delivery, click and collect kind of experience to try to meet that customer expectations. Nonetheless, I would still say a car is still not yet a mobile phone. It's a big investment decision a customer takes. It's a big part of household budgets. So the personal interaction and the going to the dealership, but also the touch and feel of a car is still very important. So we cannot replace everything, and it's also not the customer expectation to replace everything through digital, even though we see this increasing in our experience with the customers. Now, But what is also clear is, and I've talked about the potential of electric cars, the use of the battery through vehicle to grid, you use it as a mobile energy power station, basically. The way customers start looking at the car, it goes beyond the pure driving, but also it's seen at the moment, in particular with the pandemic, also being as a safe place also to commute and to do travels with having control of the hygiene measures. So interesting dynamics between the perception of ownership versus sharing mobility. That is also triggered a little bit by the situation at the moment with the pandemic. But what is clear as a trend, the car expectation on its connectivity is high, and the technology gives the opportunity to really explore an experience with the car that goes far beyond the pure commuting and driving, and in particular with the technology movements to AD technology and 5G networks, the potential is huge and will give the customer an experience of driving and using a car first as the driving behavior to be more safe, more efficient in those congested times, to feel it more comfortable and to more enjoy the journey, but also exploring the potential beyond that. And I talked about the usage of the energy of the battery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would have loved to dig into the details of these, really interesting mobility concepts that are developed, particularly here now in Europe. Unfortunately, I see that time is almost over. So it looks to me the only thing that I can conclude now is really, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you so much for all your insights that you have been given during the last 40 minutes and for your views and perspectives on things. And I really so much enjoyed having a conversation with you, and thanks a lot to all of you who watched and listened. And my only wish to you would be to please stay healthy and safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Jens, for your great help and for your moderation. I hope that what you've just been doing will also bring you some interesting insights and that it will help you in your future work. I'd like to thank all of our contestants, and I mean our participants of the discussion, so the proper way to put it would be panelists. And some of the conclusions from this panel are really interesting, and I've just written down a few of them. So charging infrastructure is probably the biggest challenge in the countries that have a smaller percentage of electromobility. And so these European countries, for example, Poland would be one of them, really would need some investment in this regard. And I know that it's going on in Poland already, for example, so there's really a lot of potential for that. Agile was the word that one of our guests used, and that was Friederike Kienitz from Nissan, and she meant that EV developing should be faster, and that it has been faster in the recent days. And smartphone on wheel, that is the term coined by our moderator. I really appreciate that, because I feel like this indeed might be our future. Speaking of future, I'd like to invite you to a brief break. We will be back at 12:30, and so I hope that you will be joining us. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters. and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Welcome back. This is the Global E-Mobility Forum 2020. This is the second part of our meeting. There will be 3 parts in total and a gala with awards to be distributed. But at this very moment, I'd like to tell you that we're starting the second part, which will be about quite a revolution, because the revolution of Evolution 20s is actually the name of this part. And I'd like to tell you about what's going on to happen. But first, I wanted to just quote Niels Bohr, the Danish physicist and Nobel Prize winner, once said that prediction is very difficult, especially when it's about the future. And I feel like, especially in electromobility, when we talk about what's yet to come in 10, 20, 30 years, that's really hard. And so we will nevertheless not cease to try to make predictions, because this is the place where we want to make sure that we spread the valuable knowledge. But if we want to make the predictions any closer to reality and to really make sure that they're accurate, we want to have as many experts as possible. And in this part, I will be joined, and you, our viewers, will be joined by our keynote speaker. He is Bertrand Piccard, the founder of Solar Impulse. Their mission is selecting 1,000 solutions that are profitable to protect the environment. And I'm so happy to be joined by you. Are you hearing us?
I hear you very well, yes.
Okay. Have you, sir, been following our conference so far?
I followed a little bit, not everything, yes.
Okay, what's
I think it's very, very positive to see the good work you are doing with this conference, and I'm very happy to participate.
Thank you very much. We will still have many exciting hours ahead of us, and your presentation is definitely a highlight because you're quite a person to talk about challenging endeavors. Just to mention, you're a record-breaking explorer from Switzerland, and you're the first person to circumnavigate the globe non-stop in a hot air balloon. Is that true? Is that what you really did?
Well, you know, the first time I flew around the world, it was with a hot air balloon. The second time, it was with Solar Impulse, with a solar-powered airplane. And what was very interesting is the fact that it is not only solar energy that made us fly around the world, of our electric engines. So basically, Solar Impulse was an airplane that was electric, 97% efficiency on the electric engines compared to a thermal engine, which is less than 30%. And we're producing our own electricity with the sun, which is, of course, not really practical for everybody. It was an experimental adventure. But what is so important is to really say that if we want to promote electric mobility, it is not only to fight climate change. There are also other arguments, especially when we know that there are some governments, some people, some companies, some media who do not believe in climate change that is human-made. But just imagine the efficiency of an electric vehicle compared to a thermal engine. In an electric vehicle, you save 3/4 of the energy that would be wasted in a thermal engine. And it's also a question of pollution. You know, pollution is something that is not far in the future, it is today. We have today 8 million people who die every year of air pollution, without even counting the people who are sick and who are suffering about the quality of air. So what is also important is to see that if you just speak of electric vehicles, it is not enough. We need to understand that electric vehicles are, I think there are some cuts in the connection. You still hear me well?
We hear you fantastically well, and we actually receive your comments very well. It is really interesting.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I think electric mobility has to be included in a much larger systemic context. Imagine electric vehicles as a storage of electricity. You have solar panels, you have windmills, you have geothermia, you have hydroelectricity, you have biomass, okay, but sometimes you have too much of this energy. And this can be stored either in hydrogen, or it can be stored directly in electricity inside the batteries of the cars that are not driving. And 95% of the time, the cars are not moving. So they can be connected to the grid, store energy when there is too much energy, give it back when the grid is asking for more energy. So you see that electric cars have a social duty and responsibility. It is to stabilize the grid and to store the intermittence of renewable energy. Otherwise, this energy would be lost, would be completely lost. So electric cars can prevent the country from needing to produce a lot of energy for the peaks of demand and just stabilize the grid. So you can do the same with hydrogen, because electric mobility, it's not only batteries, it is also, of course, the possibility to drive with hydrogen. And I have been, by the way, last year breaking the world record for endurance with 6 kilos of hydrogen in a Hyundai Nexo that everybody can buy. It's not an experimental car, and I drove almost 800 kilometers with it. So you see, electric mobility under the angle of efficiency. Now, under the question of the future, with the COVID crisis, we have now an economic recovery plan that is organized in Europe or everywhere in the world. There are billions of dollars, billions of euros who are flooding on the market in order to recover. It's clear that we have to build a much more efficient future with this money. Imagine this money is put on car manufacturers to produce the same type of polluting and dirty cars we had in the past, SUVs that are consuming too much energy, low efficiency with the thermal engines and so on. It would be wasted money, because this type of cars will be prohibited in the center of the cities within 5 or 10 years. Just look at the announcement of UK. Boris Johnson said that in 2030 there will be no more new thermal engine cars driving in England. Can you imagine what it means? It means that we have to stop investing in thermal engines and massively invest in electric mobility. And this is where the recovery plan has to really put the direction that we want to reach. It's, of course, also the necessity to install electric chargers, to install the hydrogen distribution. Like in Switzerland now you can go throughout the entire country with a hydrogen car, and you have distribution of hydrogen that is completely clean, made by hydroelectricity. We also have to admit that there are millions of cars that are thermal engine cars that are driving today, and we cannot just throw them away. That's for sure. It will take some transition time. And in this case, I believe there are two really important factors that we have to introduce. One is the regulation that should allow cars to be retrofitted into electric cars. Today, there are some companies who can take a thermal engine, replace it with an electric engine, install a battery, and you have an old car that will be completely modern and driving on electricity. But in most of the places in the world, it's prohibited because it needs the certification of the car manufacturer, who of course refuses to give it. So we have to bypass this regulation. And regulation is not always to prevent or to ban things, it's sometimes also to allow things to happen. So retrofitting of thermal engines to electric mobility is something that should be favored. And then for the cars that are still driving with thermal engines, our foundation, Solar Impulse Foundation, has identified a British startup who is selling a module that you can install for 500 euros on your car. And it reduces 20% of the fuel consumption, and it cuts 80% of the particles emitted. So it's an extremely clever way to make thermal engine cars more efficient and cleaner before we have a big access to electric mobility. But this, of course, has to enter into the regulation. If we want to push electric mobility, we have to put standards of pollution, standards of efficiency into the regulation of every country. That will oblige people to use this anti-smog system to retrofit the cars. It will create jobs. It will, you have technicians who are going to install these systems. You're going to have more chargers for electric vehicles that are going to be installed. We have to see it under the angle of a boost of local economy. It is not something that will cost money. It will be something that will give new opportunities for the industry. And this is important to understand. So now I gave you all these logical arguments. It's logical sometimes even more than ecological. But there's another argument. Just try to drive an electric car. It has a better acceleration, no vibration. It is smooth, it is silent. You can listen to your music without any disturbance. And every time you decelerate, it means that you recover the energy into your battery and you increase your endurance. It is just more comfort and it is just more fun.
Thank you so very much. I so much appreciate your presentation. It was great, and we've all been here sitting and listening to you. I wonder about retrofitting. How possible do you think it is that companies will start accepting that and will agree for that process? Or maybe do you see the governments as the regulating bodies telling them to do so?
The retrofitting can be made by small companies for individuals. You have a company like that in France. It is called Carwatt, and you give them your car, they retrofit it into electric vehicle. It is quite cheap, and then you save all the money of the gasoline that you don't need anymore. But the regulation has to be changed. So I'm not saying that the car manufacturers have to retrofit the cars, but the governments have to allow this retrofit to happen. They have to avoid the need of a car manufacturer certification given to individuals who retrofit the car. It should be the national regulation who should allow it and not the car manufacturer.
Monsieur Bernard Picard, merci beaucoup.
Avec plaisir. Merci, au revoir, goodbye.
Thank you so very much. this is the very moment to tell you about the next presentation, which will also be around 10 minutes long, and it will be by another industry leader. The global lead analysts, PwC Autofacts, that's Mr. Christoph Stürmer. It's great to have you. Hello. Tell me, please, what the connection is. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, that's nice. I wonder about your personal experience with EV cars. Do you maybe remember when was the first time you drove an electric car?
Yes, I do remember. It was in the 1990s, an Audi A4 Duo, which was one of the first plug-in hybrids. And I loved the electric driving mode, and I loved it ever since.
And it's actually interesting that you mentioned that car, because if I'm not mistaken, that was like 30 years ago. And Audi would have so many prototypes that they would produce like this model in like 10 pieces and then abandon it. But maybe that was what led to their first Q5 that they had as an electric car. So maybe it was, you know, just preparing the ground for that.
Probably, yes.
All right, I'm really looking forward to your presentation, which has to do with providing distributed and mobile storage. So this is Christopher Stürmer.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope you can see my slides now. Monsieur Picard, I really love the idea of retrofitting, but I cannot analyze this market because it is still very much in the beginning. I would just like to summarize a few hypotheses on the development of the electric vehicle industry, really, and then look into alternative business models. So why are we here? PwC is not just an accounting firm, but it's also very strongly an advisory firm, and we have thousands of people who are specifically helping the automotive industry in this transition, but not just the auto industry, also the energy sectors, the public sectors, the transportation sector, and everybody who's around this table and who's around this virtual forum. So we have all been suffering in the automotive industry from the impacts of the COVID crisis, but at the same time, we really have seen that the purchase and the desire to buy electric vehicles has been virtually untouched by the effects of the COVID crisis and corresponding measures. So what we're really seeing is, especially in Europe during 2020, market shares have been skyrocketing, even stronger than the absolute production volumes. Of course, production volumes in the automotive industry are always restricted by available factories, but we think that the build-up of factories is going to happen very, very quickly, especially after this year, when we think everybody will reconsider their plans. And we've heard a lot during this conference about all the impeding factors, such as lacking charging infrastructure and too high prices and whatever it may be. I think one of the core drivers of getting electric vehicles in the market is interesting vehicles. And we're seeing that already in this year, very, very interesting vehicles are coming to the market, and they're increasing not the demand. The demand is there. The desire of people to drive electric vehicles is absolutely there. What we're still lacking is offer, but this offer is going to increase. And if we look at our market outlook for 2030, we think that there is a very good chance that the automotive new vehicle market will not only fulfill the emission targets, but overfulfill because of increasing market dynamic. When we look at China, of course, China is a huge market, but in terms of market share, we believe that Europe stands a fair chance of remaining equal with China in terms of total market share. In terms of the US, of course, the entire outlook is currently being reworked, and we will have to see what the government stimulus and the regulations will be in the direction of electric vehicles. We think that electric vehicles make sense in almost all segments, but there are specific product packages that make the most sense. The vehicles that we've already been seeing and that are really the envy of the industry, we call the green rocket BEV, super high performance vehicles, which have the potential of demanding even a higher price from the buyer than conventional vehicles. So when we look at the cost composition, the vehicles are basically the same price. The electric powertrain, especially the battery part, currently is more expensive, but then it's a luxury product. So people, producers that go into this luxury electric vehicle market have a good chance of actually making good money, of course, operationally. Then there's a lot of investment to pay back. We think a second segment that is just about emerging, and we talked about the plant in Zwickau already, is the premium city BEV, a universal class of vehicles that can offer urban mobility, good design, good range, sort of traditional use patterns. And then there's the highly specific green sustainable vehicle concept. Very dramatic vehicle concepts that we're seeing, and I brought an example that we already discussed. But it's not just the vehicle, it's also the regulation that needs to be fulfilled and profitability. And in this triangle, of course, the automotive industry is caught. The most important vehicle class for the transformation to electric vehicles is, of course, the premium city BEV. That's where the biggest volumes are, but that is also where the biggest profitability crunch is. So that is the fine line that automotive manufacturers will have to balance. And just as an example, we think that the next generation of electric luxury cars is on the horizon. We are already seeing very promising examples of urban SUV electric vehicles, and then some radical and I think very fun concepts for the future of electric urban mobility. But that's not just that. We talked about a lot of legacy in automotive manufacturers. They're not just producing electric cars. They're producing gasoline cars and diesel vehicles, and they're also looking at all kinds of very, very complicated hybrid vehicles. And of course, they need to look ahead into alternative technologies such as fuel cell and hydrogen-driven vehicles. That is a massive complexity challenge, and customers may take a while to adapt, but the challenge on the automotive value chain is huge because for a time being, there will be the legacy drivetrains and new electric drivetrains of all sorts and kind to be produced in parallel, and that transition is actually very, very expensive. One of the key challenges is, of course, that there's a lot of money to be spent on batteries if you buy them, but there's a lot of money to be made with batteries when you produce them. We ran a little bit of a cost breakdown, which is also a breakdown of value add, of money to be made as an entrepreneur. And we're finding that according to current cost composition, more than 70% of the value add of an electric drivetrain is made outside of the automotive industry. So not just outside of the vehicle manufacturer or the supplier, but outside of the entire automotive industry. We're talking mining, we're talking chemical, we're talking the electronics industry. And this value add needs to be realigned, redistributed, and offers massive opportunities for new business. And then there's, of course, a quantification. We believe that just in Western Europe, we're going to need more than 400 gigawatt hours of new battery capacity for new vehicles in the year 2030. 400 gigawatt hours, that is quite a number of so-called mega plants or gigafactories, but we're looking at hundreds of billions of revenue associated with that just on the cell price. So one of the key challenges in this industry is not just the technology, but it is also an economic way to finance, to find the money, finance the investment, and make sure that the investment grows with the industry. And then when we look at global energy demand, those are massive figures. So we believe that in Europe alone, the energy demand for electric vehicles in the year 2030 can be around 73 terawatt hours. That's a big number, but that is much less than even today is already produced with solar and wind power in Europe. So if anybody comes back and tells you we don't have enough energy for electric vehicles, that is wrong. And now we're looking at charging power. Charging power globally in the year 2030 may be around 300 gigawatts. That is also a big number, but it is not unfeasible. It is something that is less than today's, even today's, much less than today's power. So we think there's a lot of additional business to be made, and the electricity is there. Finally, we think that the challenge to convert to electric mobility is a challenge that needs to be handled over the entire activities, over all activities of a business, starting with the business model, the way you interact with your customers, the way you monetize your services, all the way through the products that you offer, the operating model, and back to the financial performance. Electric mobility is not just a new kind of product. Electric mobility will and brings a new kind of automotive industry and a new kind of value creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your effort and your time that you spend with us. It was a great presentation, and it really does bring us a lot of topics to think about. And I'm so glad that once and for all we can say that, yes, there will be enough electricity to actually provide for all the electric cars to come at the markets. And so that is a good piece of news. I think we are searching for even more optimism and to really do that, but also to give you a comprehensive angle or a comprehensive version of what's going on around the world. I like us to start another debate, and that's the moment when all these great panelists are emerging. And yes, they are here. Thank you so very much for joining us. I'd like to say a collective hello and thank you.
Hello.
Hi, thank you very much. So this is a roundtable about what's going on in the electromobility sector. And what's also really important is that we talk about the new decade and what is yet to come. A lot of speakers today, but also just the last two speakers have mentioned quite a number of facts that affect our industry, and I'd like to ask you about them. And I'd like to first name our guests. They're Maruksa Kardama, Secretary General, Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport. Thank you for being with us.
Lovely to be here.
Okay, that's great. Your microphone works and the camera as well, so that's good. And there's also Pablo Feinzilber, Global Director for Transport at World Bank.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so it does seem that everything is going on very well so far. Patrick Andersen is the CEO of Garo. And so
yes, that's correct.
So if you ever look for electricity, like you're in an urgent need of a battery, you better call Patrick, right? He's the guy to know.
That's correct.
Okay, and last but not least, Mr. Umberto Guida from the International Association of Public Transport and an engineer, actually. So that is also a great angle. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Come stai?
Thanks for the invitation. Everything is fine, thanks.
Okay, so the atmosphere is good, and we've just heard from Christoph Stürmer, who said that, you know, we still are in this moment of change, but so much potential is around our eyes. But to really just start this discussion, I'd like to ask my first question to Ms. Maruksa Kardama. And maybe you could tell us what you understand by sustainable transport.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks for having us here. It's
Sure.
quite a task to try to define sustainable transport, because I'm pretty sure that there'll be several different definitions. But I think that everybody could agree that there are some notions that are essential to sustainable mobility. So let me try to quickly unpack some of those notions. Sustainable transport is one that is affordable and efficient, one that connects people to socioeconomic opportunity, that enables prosperity, that doesn't trap people in congestion with all the productivity loss that that entails, one that actually responds to people's mobility needs and that avoids the terrible commutes that many people are trapped in, billions of people are trapped in the world in very unsafe manners. Because indeed, sustainable transport is one that is also safe, that doesn't kill 1.3 million people a year. It's quite a pandemic of road fatalities that we have seen over the years. Sustainable transport is also one that is clean, one that is not the fastest growing emission sector, but one that keeps us in the Paris Agreement objectives of keeping our climate stable. So it's clean because it's zero carbon for passenger and freight. It's clean because it invests in mass public transport and in active mobility and in overall the less polluting modes. Is one that therefore operates fair prices, where the total fees that users are paying are incorporating the overall economic, social and environmental costs that are imposed on society at large. So these are some overarching notions, but of course there is a last one that I wanted to leave here with you. Sustainable transport also has to be localized, has to be one that responds to the context specific needs of different countries around the globe, because Los Angeles and Kiribati is not the same, and therefore the mobility needs of people are not the same. And sometimes mobility needs are simply access to proximity services or even access to online services. So sometimes sustainable transport can be actually avoiding the need for a trip. Back to you in the studio. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Ms. Kardama. Mr. Andersen, I wonder what your take would be on that, because Ms. Kardama just mentioned how local transport has to be seen, how local the perspective should be. And I feel like Garo is maybe the company that would, at the beginning, start very, very locally, didn't it?
Sorry, I have a bad line there. Did you ask once more time,
don't worry.
please?
Don't worry. So Ms. Kardama just mentioned that we should take a very local view and a perspective of transport, and we wonder if Garo also started locally. Maybe the whole idea was at the very beginning a very local one.
Okay, thank you for being on the round table. Yes, we started locally. You know, Garo is a company was founded in 1939 with the business in electrical distribution products, which means that we have products, for example, for the Nordic countries for car heaters and camping and marina sites. And with that said, with 2008, locally started with the first Immobility product here in Sweden. And we have since then developed a lot of new e-mobility products and features in these segments. And we could today offer both the wall boxes that you're using in the homes and working places, the charging station for the parking garage and parking places, the fast chargers along the highway, but also service agreement to handle these types of things. And we are producing today all the wall boxes in our factory in Szczecin in Poland, and have produced over 102,000 wall boxes in that factory at the moment. So it's increasing a lot, but it starts very locally in Sweden, and then we have operations today in Finland, Sweden, Norway, Ireland, UK, and then in Poland.
Yeah, so this is the number that's growing, and also a story of a local company going further and further. I'd actually like to take this economic point of view, because we're joined by an expert of the World Bank. And so, Mr. Feinsilber, I wonder, how do you see what's already been told on this panel from the financial perspective? Do you think like financial side of it could also be an incentive to go deeper into electromobility?
Thank you so much. Let me, before I answer your question, say I'm really grateful to Minister Kurtyka and the government of Poland for hosting this event. This is really a very important time to be discussing how we envision transport after we start coming out of this pandemic. I would like to go back to the issue that you mentioned on sustainability and link it to your question on financial aspects. Sustainability will definitely have to be a priority for transport going forward. We know transport accounts for almost a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. We know that it's growing faster than any other sector. And it's the time, I believe, to realize that without transport decarbonization, it will be very hard to achieve our climate mitigation targets. So decarbonizing transport is, in our view, a global priority as we come out of this pandemic. Now, from the financial point of view, as you mentioned, we are in a time of very limited fiscal space. We are in a time of economic contraction. So the priority now is to come out of this crisis, create jobs, and bring the economy back to a decent rate of growth that we had been seeing before the crisis. And I believe the investments that are needed to decarbonize transport, including bringing more e-mobility to our roads and our cities, is a way to promote growth, create jobs, and in the process achieve a very important goal, which is the goal of sustainability. I should mention that it's also important to think of sustainability at the local level, as it was mentioned. Not only the policies need to be local in addition to global and national, but the challenges are enormous at the local level. The World Health Organization believes that in cities of more than 100,000 population, 98% of them have particulate matter in the air that is well above the desired levels. So it is critical for the globe, for the planet, and it's critical for the health of the population that lives in the largest cities. E-mobility can play a great role in this area. Back to you, and thank you once again.
Sure, couldn't agree more. I'd like to actually ask you about one more thing, because you mentioned how, from the financial point of view, it does work very well, and how important that would be for the future when we look at the pandemic and also the economic related aspects of it. And so I wonder if you would see a fiscal incentive, maybe some kind of stimuli of member states or just any states in the world as the solution to the crisis. Do you think that fiscal stimulus would be helpful?
Thank you so much for that question. Fiscal stimulus depends on fiscal space. Not all countries have large amounts of fiscal space to put fiscal stimulus. So it depends on each country's capacity. But something that all countries can do is create policy conditions that will incentivize the use of lower carbon transport, particularly e-mobility. So yes, subsidies can be part and have to be part of the solution, but increasingly they need to be very well targeted. As we have seen, the industry is becoming very competitive, so it is important to calibrate subsidies. And most importantly, it is important to create policy conditions, incentives for people, for households, and for companies to move to lower carbon technologies. Those policies sometimes do not come at a large financial cost. They don't require large fiscal resources. What they require is political will, and I think this is the time to really focus on those policies.
And I agree, and I find that very accurate, that if you think of fiscal help that would need to be very particular and would have to be on a very narrow level so that it actually reaches the entities that can actually use that and in a way that would actually benefit the society. I would like to talk about this local aspect of the pandemic and how that affected transport. This question is to Mr. Umberto Guida from the International Association of Public Transport. So as we've been saying, the pandemic is really an important change. And I wonder if it affected public transportation as well. And do you maybe worry that in these times mass transportations will be much less popular?
I mean, you have completely right. This recession and in the past, let's say, lockdown has seen a drop of up to 90% in the ridership around the world. So even if the domain, the transport, the public transport was still working to bring health workers to make their work and so on, of course the reduction was very tough. And today the priorities are about the safety for the passengers and the staff, the economics, because the numbers, as you can imagine, has been heavily impacted, and regaining trust, because due to, I mean, a lot of statements that have been said without evidences has been, let's say, pushed and indicated public transport as one of the, let's say, area for spread of the virus. But I mean, we have done analysis, and there are no evidences if the rules are correctly adopted. Of course, one day we will come out from the emergency, and then we have to start deciding what we want to do with our cities. If we want to go back to inefficient mobility that is feeding a climate crisis, that is producing deaths, chronic health problems, air pollution, physical activities, and ruining the economic life with this traffic congestion. If we avoid this, then we have to change the idea of our city. We have to change also the idea of the mobility. We have issued a dedicated campaign, which is Back to Better, which is exactly about that. It is, if we can say, even a sort of opportunity to design the mobility in our cities in a more clean way, in more sustainable way, and the public transport is and will remain the backbone of it, because when you have to move millions of people every day, several times all around the city, you don't have any alternatives. Will not be a fleet of electric or even autonomous car that will solve your problem. So going to the decarbonization, it remains a trend. It remains very present in the agenda of the politics, but also of the traffic, of the public transport operators. Regarding the mechanism, the World Bank has already mentioned, there are mechanisms that are growing. We see in Europe, we see everywhere in the world that are growing to help the fleet of public transport towards more sustainable. Others will come. I think we have to keep the target. We have to keep the focus on our target. We have to keep the focus on going back to cities that are more livable, with a better mobility and a better life for the citizens, to avoid to go from the lockdown to a gridlock.
And that is quite a statement. We would love for that to happen. Ms. Kardama, are you still an optimist when it comes to the public transport and how it can be helpful in sustainable transport in the future, despite of the pandemic?
Well, not only am I an optimist, is that I think that we have seen with the pandemic what inequality in our society means. And we have seen to what extent we depend on access to mobility, to have access to socioeconomic opportunity, or to guarantee supplies, or to be happy when we are massively buying online. But what we know for sure is that public transport, affordable public transport, accessible public transport is essential to an equitable mobility system in any place in the globe, and that actually the lack of equitable and affordable public transport systems in many places in the globe puts the strain on the most deprived and on the most vulnerable populations. So I am an absolute optimist. And I think that if I can link it to the notion of a socioeconomic recovery and to the notion of electrification, let's not forget that when we talk about electric mobility, sustainable electric mobility, we are not talking just about e-cars. We are talking about e-scooters, e-bikes, e-trucks, e-buses. We are also talking about those modes like rail and tram that have been electrified for many decades now. And I think that this tells us about the potential that we must unleash in modal shift, the potential that electrification gives us for modal shift. There is a great story, for instance, 80% of the electric vehicles that are being sold in the European Union right now are bikes. That is changing the face of cities, is changing the face of energy demand. So when we talk about socioeconomic recovery and when we know that transport decarbonization will be essential to building back greener and more equitable for everyone, we must really harness that potential of electrification across the different modes of mobility. And we must actually interrogate what will be value for money, what will give us the most improvement, the best improvement in terms of access to mobility, in terms of job creation, and in terms of reduction of emissions. And there's one story that perhaps we need to tell much better, is the story that transforming transportation, also through electrification of different transport modes, is a net job creator. And we need to tell that story much better in the future, I believe. If we then link it with transforming transportation and transforming energy, if we link low carbon transportation, electrification to clean, renewable, energy-based electrification, we are really unleashing unprecedented potential for the transformation of our socio-economic systems and the recovery that we all must achieve. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And to even have more encouragement and to actually strengthen that important message of yours, Ms. Kardama, I'd like us to hear from Mr. Feinsilber, because I wonder about the financial point of view. I believe that really what is about to happen is really important and that this change can happen.
Definitely. Thank you for that. You know, when we think of low carbon development, sometimes people tend to think, well, that will be more expensive. We don't have the resources for that. But the good news is that we have shown, and our partners at SLOCAT and UITP, with whom we work in these agendas and who are fellow panelists today, we all have seen the evidence. Low carbon development does not have to be more expensive development. There are many win-win opportunities in financial terms. In other words, let me give you an example on public transport. When we think of how cities are growing in the African continent, the rate of urbanization is growing at an unprecedented rate. And what you see is you have the option, you can have spread out cities with private motorization, or you can have well-planned transit-oriented development where cities grow along public transport corridors. That is actually not only lower carbon, it is also a source of savings. It is also a source of more appropriate modes of development. So low carbon can be also economically convenient, and public transport is a big part of that equation. Take India, for example. The electric mobility plans of the government of India are really focused on public transport, transit-oriented developments, and interestingly, E2-wheelers and E3-wheelers. So on your question, yes, there are many win-win opportunities. Electric mobility does not have to be more expensive mobility, and the same applies to lower carbon transport in general.
Absolutely true, and a very valuable information. Thank you very much for that. I'd like us to hear from Mr. Patrick Andersen. So far, we've been discussing some of the developments, not just in Europe, but also Asia and Africa have been mentioned. Do you see them as a potential market for your company?
We are mostly focused on Europe as a market because we think it's very important to be near the market, that we can offer all these products as I mentioned before, but also have service and support that we can help the customer, we can help the cities, we can help everybody with these type of solutions and software solutions, but also these service. So we are focused on the European markets.
I really love this perspective because what you've just said is that you want your company to be local. And I feel like even though it might seem tempting to so-called conquest the world, it is actually wonderful to hear this perspective. And I think Ms. Maruksa Kardama would love that perspective because we are, again, talking about sustainability here.
Let me go back to my point of localizing solutions. I think that if you want, I'm picking up on part of what Pablo has been mentioning and Guido as well, to some extent the solutions do exist. The technology is there. We're even seeing heavy transport modes looking into unleashing technology in the next 5 to 10 years across road transportation, but also aviation and shipping, that is really going to revolutionize what we knew so far, and that is really has the potential of taking us to that notion of low carbon. But what we do not have really, it's the scale. We are not scaling up at the pace and at the breadth that it's needed. So that's part of the tragedy that we've got right now. And I would link it back to what I've just said in previous interventions as well. We are perhaps focusing electrification very much on the private car. We are forgetting about to what extent electrification will be essential, perhaps not to all modes, certainly not to all types of vehicles or to all types of transport means we use, but to many. Let me take, for instance, the example of freight. And let me bring here a conversation perhaps about the private sector. We are seeing major multinational companies committing to net zero by 2050. That is a huge opportunity to introduce electrified road freight as part of their net zero commitments in supply chains, for instance. We also have huge potential for more and better combination of electrified road and rail freight services for long distances. So there is a lot of solutions out there, but perhaps what we see enough time, it's the breadth of them. It's taken them to scale. So my plea would be very much about harnessing the potential of electrification in the transport sector across all modes as a driver for modal shift, whether it is to electrify our private car. But attention, because a traffic jam of electric cars is still a traffic jam, whether it is about electrifying the bikes so we can actually take up those modes, whether it is about electrifying public transport so we can move more people more efficiently and give access to mobility to everyone, or whether it is about combining electrification solutions for freight, for actually diminishing dramatically the emissions that come from freight and from other transport modes that are still looking for the best solutions in the incoming years. Back to you in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you for coming back to me, Ms. Kardama. I really appreciate it. And I would like to go further to Mr. Umberto Guida, because he represents the public transport as well. And so I believe that you would agree that it shouldn't be just us discussing private cars, but it should be so much more about what's there in the public version.
Well, as you said, and has been said before, we have let's say a process now which is unstoppable. If we see it for what concern the electric buses that were mentioned before, as was mentioned, we are already electrified for more than half if you consider the raised transport. So the process is unstoppable regarding the scale up. We can a lot of progresses in past year, but we can today, let's say, identify something like 3 cases, even at global level, where you are testing things, you are piloting things. The phase where you are start electrifying a small piece of your fleet, of your mobility, and then the scale-up process that was mentioned before, the big scale. There we are still limited. We have, of course, China, which is always used as example. We have big processes ongoing in India, when also mentioned with the plan, I think around 7,000 vehicles in the next years, which are planned. So they say the scaling up, it's coming. I think also industries has modified this approach and is now ready to come with the production volumes that are also required, because it's important. So going back to a question that you did before, I'm optimist in this sense. I see the different, let's say, the different bricks ready and together to go towards a good evolution of this.
Evolution, again, is the key. I would like to thank you so very much, dear panelists, for your great encouragement, but also your expertise. And one thing that I really liked is the word, or actually two words, scaling up. And I wish that for the whole industry, because I believe that what one of you just mentioned is so important. If you agree, then just let me know. I would like to thank you for your participation, and I would like to invite you to be following the whole conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. And this is the moment to move on and start another panel discussion. There is another moderator that will be joining you very soon. But first, I'd like to tell you about the present people who will be there. And so we've invited 5 wonderful experts, and this is going to be about the new business models or the end of business, however risky that sounds or how dangerous that may sound. With Javier Mateos Castro, the CEO of ZT. Hello.
Hello.
With the CEO of InPost, Mr. Rafał Brzoska. Hello. Dzień dobry. Thank you for joining us. And the CEO of eTroFit, Mr. Andreas Hager.
Hello, dzień dobry.
Thank you for joining us. CEO of Octopus Electric Vehicles, Fiona Howard. Great to have you.
Great to be here.
Thank you, appreciate it. And the Vice President of Business Development at Electrion, Mr. Noam Ilan. Are you there?
Hello. Yes, hello. Good
Okay,
day, everyone.
Wonderful. And this is the moment to pass the torch to our moderator. So I'm really happy to be leaving you, but in favor of this knowledgeable person. Dr. Jose Serras Pereira, hello, and thank you for your kind work for us. He's the Director, Growth Consulting, Automotive and Transportation at Frost & Sullivan. And now the topic of this debate is something that I probably ask myself every last days of every month, and that is quite dramatic. Where's the money? So enjoy the discussion.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a few remarks before we start, and we'll open up the discussion to this distinguished panel. So the industry, obviously, from the automotive perspective, has been focused on 4 case megatrends, as the industry typically calls them, over the last 5 years: connectivity, autonomous, electrification, and shared. And these have spawned a number of business models across all of these different dimensions. But it has become clear over the last few years that some of these are developing faster than others. Connectivity and electrification are developing at an ever faster pace, but autonomous vehicles, for example, have appeared to move into somewhat of a slower lane, while obviously COVID has slowed the appeal, at least temporarily, of elements of the shared economy, not just in mobility, but beyond. So where are the standout business models, innovations, and the investments going to go in the near term? And how will patterns of behavior unlock new business opportunities now that society has proved that it can operate in a fundamentally different way? How will these changes affect the desire for private versus shared mobility once restrictions are lifted? And with the climate agenda coming into sharper focus again, obviously in 2021 with the UN COP meeting, and nations and major cities developing their strategies to reduce carbon emissions, what other levers are there fundamentally to change the carbon equation for mobility? Can we electrify commercial fleets cost effectively? How can the upfront investments of electric vehicles be decreased? Can roads turn from being an expense to being an asset? These are just some of the topics that we'll try to cover with the panelists that we have today. So with that, I would like to start off with Rafał Brzoska, CEO of InPost, a business obviously that offers, for those that know, parcel lockers to facilitate delivery of parcels in cities mainly, but obviously exploring many other business innovation models. Obviously with an objective to reduce delivery carbon emissions and facilitate other modes of transportation for people to pick up their parcels. How have you seen the current situation obviously affecting patterns of mobility, and how do you see things returning to normal going forward?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So maybe, trying to answer your question, it's very important to understand what we do. We as InPost, we are the largest, most successful company that is developing a very disruptive solution for e-commerce delivery, which are the lockers, so-called automated parcel machines when people order to those machines and they pick them up whenever they want. So thanks to creating a kind of ecosystem, today just in Poland we already have 10,000 locations like this, 1,000 in the UK, starting our rollout in France, Spain and Italy. We are actually addressing this sustainability issue that is actually becoming more and more critical among all the market players in e-commerce. Typically, people used to actually have their parcels delivered to their home. That said, more and more vans delivering more and more parcels to more and more houses because online channel is booming and people are changing their behavior also because of COVID and now starting to use more frequently online shopping. What we did already 10 years ago, we have rightly identified that the only way to be sustainable and offer a disruptive solution for delivery is actually by consolidation, by asking people to not to order their parcels to their homes, but actually to ask them, to encourage them to pick up their parcels from a machine when they pass by, when they go to work, when they go to school, when they go shopping, when they actually stay in their apartment and the machine is close by. And just because of this disruption, we have already in Poland 12 million loyal clients. We have hundreds of millions of parcels delivered yearly to lockers, and we are growing 140% year to date because of a great change we did with the society. And just to let you know how impactful it is, University of Milan and the University of Technology, they made calculation about how it's impacting the environment. Every 100 million parcels we deliver to lockers, we are saving 75,000 of tons of CO2. And society loves that because especially the younger generation is now actually doing a lot of paying a lot of attention how they are impacting the environment. So world is changing in transportation. It's not only about EV vehicles, but it's also about the way people behave on daily basis, and in this case the way people pick up their parcels.
Very good. And obviously, in the current situation where people are spending more time at home, clearly there might be a diminished perception of value, having to go and get something. But you see that returning to normal in the future once this passes. This concept that consumers will, the concept of a 15-minute society and covering all your needs, in the vicinity of your home. You think there is momentum and the people are responding positively to this value proposition?
Actually, thanks to lockdown, thanks to COVID, people not usually just are sitting at home. They are choosing our safer. It's contactless. You don't have human touch with the courier because you open your locker from your mobile app. You just go to the locker, which is, 50% of Polish population lives in less than 7 minutes walking distance from our solution. This is a massive scale. We are today the most commonly ordered solution or chosen solution for delivery of parcels. It's not a niche solution. This is the most actually often chosen solution for delivery. So people changed also because of sustainability, and now they tend to constantly use our lockers instead of having vans delivery to their home.
I want to move on, obviously, to some of the other panel speakers. We start from a challenging position. Obviously, walking is the best form of transportation from an emissions perspective. But Javier, I want to bring you in as a CEO of Ziti, who is an organization also trying to reduce, obviously, the impact of emissions in cities and providing more flexibility. Tell us a bit about, car sharing obviously has been around for a long time, but you have a slightly different take in your approach. Tell us a little bit about the history and the new and value proposition of this new business.
Yeah, thank you. As you mentioned, car sharing arrived to our cities many years ago, but nowadays with the technology, in the latest years we have been investing because of technologies, and the smartphone and app development has pushed a lot to improve our user experience and to do the process to start and finish the rental in an easier way. So the opportunity we have with the technology has pushed also the model, the car sharing model of free floating, and take it also simplest way to rent the cars and a wide range of use cases. For sure, car sharing has enough problems or enough issues to be solved today with the COVID and the impact we are having nowadays, but also it's an opportunity to grow our service and to improve the solution we are having to the users. It's a great challenge to continue moving forward and forcing us to take very unexpected measures to guarantee the health of the citizens. For sure, we are talking about the way mobility was offered with important advantages to the society. Benefits that for sure are perceived by the users, by the citizens, and a lot of advantages like pay as you use or the environmental, as it was mentioned, impact that all the customer has in mind and the reduction of their footprint. So there are a lot of things related with the car sharing, and we are taking advantage of that. In cities like Madrid, for example, where more than 2,600 vehicles, taking into account that we are only talking about the electric cars, are doing daily in a normal scenario 8 to 10 times rental per day. So it's a lot of people moving around the car sharing. In our case, in city, we have more than 360,000 users that have joined us in the latest 3 years. So it's 10% of the population has detected an opportunity of new mobility in this service, in only one service in the city. So I believe that citizens will continue using car sharing. Also, new use cases are being added due to the problems that COVID has arrived to the citizens, and maybe because comparing our service to the public transport could be a safer way to move all around the city. So 30% of our users are coming from the public transport once the COVID has arrived. So but there's also an opportunity, not only a problem there.
Excuse me, I had the microphone off for echo reasons. So one of the things that obviously we know from car sharing in terms of challenges for adoption and further growth is the local authorities and regulations in cities and how open they are to providing parking spaces and welcoming these services into cities. Clearly, unless you have that support locally, we've seen from our research challenges in really scaling these business models to make them as significant as we know they can be. What can you say to some of those challenges that you've faced, and what do you think are the key enablers that need to happen so that we really see the propagation of these business models in our major cities and really enable people to consider giving up their vehicles, for example?
Sorry, I have some problems with the sound. I can hear the question, but I understand that how important is the city strategic plan in terms of mobility and in this type of services. And I think it's your question was surrounding this. If you can confirm it.
Yes, that's right. Maybe Javier, we're still losing you. Maybe we should move on and get back to you on that question. Okay, Javier, I'm going to give you some time to connect and come back to you. I want to bring in Fiona Howarth of Octopus Electric Vehicles, if I may. Fiona, please tell us a bit about, obviously, your work in facilitating access and educating customers in the ownership and leasing of electric vehicles. Over to you.
Thanks, Jose. Yeah, absolutely. So we are looking at how we can make it as easy as possible for drivers and businesses to make that switch to electric vehicles. So there are 4 different stages for us that we found. One is, how do people really discover the vehicles, work out the best vehicle for them, what suits their use case, what suits their budget. The second one is around the financing and how they might finance that, and that's where the leasing comes in. And there's also schemes in the UK such as salary sacrifice, so you could do it out of your gross salary at work as an employee benefit. There's a third one which is around energy tariffs that are designed for EV drivers. So Octopus EV is part of the Octopus Energy Group, and we've got smart charging systems with dynamic pricing so that you can get great energy tariffs where you can charge your EV with green energy in the middle of the night, much more affordable. And then actually you need the smart charging tech then to go with that, so that actually you don't have to wake up at, say, midnight to plug your car in. It just does it for you. And in fact, it looks at the pricing, and the cheapest pricing of one of our tariffs, it changes depending on what's going on in the wholesale market. So it's truly dynamic. And so actually the cheapest might be between 1 and 3 in the morning, and then between 5 and 6. And instead of you having to preset that or schedule it yourself, it just optimizes it all for you. So the 4 things, so the cars and the vehicles, the financing, the EV tariffs, and then the charging to go with it. And so we wrap that all up together and we bundle it and make it as easy as possible for customers to make that switch. In addition to that, when you look at that coming together of the car sector and the energy sector, there are other things that actually cars can enable within the energy sector. So actually, electric vehicles have batteries, they can be used as storage. As we move to a very green economy, we have lots of wind and solar that might not be producing energy at the times when we want to use it. So the storage that we have on our car batteries can be used in a way to facilitate that and match our green energy generation with the consumption that we want in our homes and our buildings and offices. So actually what we can do is we can use something called vehicle to grid, where we're starting to store that and then give it back at times of peak consumption. So we're running a big domestic project there. And so we actually do a bundle within Nissan Leaf, a vehicle to grid charger, and bundle that up and giving incentives for customers to let us use their battery to use it as energy storage.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. We know we've seen from our own research that, while sometimes the people who were involved in the industry, the rationale is very obvious. From a total cost of ownership, you can see the benefits of lower cost of the fuel and the maintenance and these aspects. But we still have the price points for the sticker prices of vehicles on the high side, and this is still perceived as an obstacle for adoption. Clearly, you're engaged in trying to educate customers in a slightly different way of thinking around the total monthly cost, maybe of mobility. How have you seen customers respond to this attempt to get them to think about mobility as a single cost, a monthly cost, for example, that bundles in even insurance in many cases, compared to what they're used to today in terms of walking into the dealership and just seeing a lease monthly cost without all these other costs that they bear down the line?
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very helpful. So there's a few things. One is customers are nervous about making that switch. So a commitment of 2 or 3 years is also helpful. And also they're not sure if the technology is going to change. So that's also helpful. So they look at a monthly cost, which is a commitment for 2 or 3 years, for example. The residual values are holding up well. So actually on financing, then the residual values mean good monthly rates, which are typically comparable to their similar vehicles in the market. And then also in terms of energy, in the UK, switching from petrol to charging up one of those overnight tariffs at home can save you 90% every month. So let's say an average driver might be, in non-COVID times, spending, say, £150 a month on petrol. Now they're spending £15 a month on electricity, which is a huge saving and obviously goes a long way to offsetting any potential increase in price, which actually at a monthly rate we don't see. And then, of course, the servicing and maintenance, 2,000 moving parts in an electric car versus, say, about 20 in an electric car. We just don't see them breaking down. So we're looking at maybe a 70% saving in servicing and maintenance costs as well, which as you say, adds to that saving and makes it much more compelling.
Do you think the government could be doing more rather than purchase incentives to maybe popularize the idea of electric vehicle ownership more? Do we need more trial and ride schemes and these types of events and policy support mechanisms from the government?
Yeah, it's interesting. So as you may have seen, in the UK in the last couple of days, for example, Boris has announced his 10-point plan, which includes about 2 billion, specifically over 2 billion towards EVs, including over $1 billion on infrastructure, another $500 million in terms of grants for electric cars, and a further amount in terms of facilitating battery manufacturing, which is fantastic news. I think actually the other thing, as well as grants that we've seen that's been very powerful, is a very low company car tax. So actually, on EVs specifically, at the minute, the company car tax for EVs is 0%. For other vehicles, petrols and diesels, it can be 25% plus. And that makes it very unattractive for those dirty cars and very, very attractive for EVs. So that's really motivating that. And then they've enabled this employee benefit scheme, a salary sacrifice scheme, where people are saving 30 or 40% on top of that every month by doing it through their gross salary and doing it as a company benefit. And again, we're seeing that as a hugely attractive way of getting your electric car.
Excellent. Thank you, Fiona, for those insights. It sounds positive, obviously, from your end, and we just hope that other markets can learn from your experiences in the UK and keep pushing the education message and the hurdles for consumers to understand this technology better. I want to bring Andreas Hager in from a company who is retrofitting or supporting retrofitting, I think mainly on the commercial vehicle side, but you can tell us more about that, Andreas. And obviously, we've talked about the cost of batteries and the cost of products for consumers. Obviously, on the commercial side, batteries are even bigger, so the costs are even higher. What is your company doing to try and bring those costs down and making it easier for commercial fleets to go electric?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me being here. I mostly agree with a lot of things Fiona said already. Mobility is a service product for me in future, also on commercial vehicles, on public transport and transportation itself. But we have already proven that by converting commercial vehicles to electric, we are running on lower cost than on diesel vehicles already due to total cost of ownership. So total cost of ownership is very important for the future. It's not the purchasing price itself. Emission-free mobility has the power to be less expensive on operational cost. And that's why I think we're not talking about additional cost, we're talking about cost saving on emission-free. And to me, every business model which has not the power to be zero emission in future, it's not a good business model for this planet.
Thank you, Andreas. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, we've heard about battery as a service concepts also in the industry for commercial vehicles and for buses happening with city authorities. Is your company also involved in these types of new business models, or do you singly provide the retrofitting services? Are you also getting yourselves into these battery as a service models?
No, we provide everything until mobility as a service, let me say. So it can be the vehicle itself, it can be the vehicle, including the charging infrastructure. It can be a battery as a service, it can be the vehicle as a service, or including infrastructure. We provide financing as well. So because we see it's a system change we have now. We're not talking about changing vehicles from combustion to electric. We have a total new system, and therefore we must think innovative and being creative to get the new way, also from an economic side.
And what's the response been in your perspective from the private side as well as from the public side? Do you see public authorities respond to these new business models, or are they still very keen to own assets and finance them in traditional sense?
Well, you know, for a German, it's quite difficult if you cannot possess something. We used to purchase things, and we used to purchase new vehicles and new trucks and new buses. So first of all, in our first talks we had about 2 to 3 years ago, the people were quite unsure if this is the right way. But as time goes by and as the pressure increases and politicians made the right decisions now, especially I'm happy that UK is going to ban the combustion by 2030. I think people are starting to be more flexible and more open for new solutions. So we're having very, very good talks now.
Excellent. Good to hear. I want to bring in finally our last panelist, Noam Ilan, from a company called Electrion. I believe, Noam, you are also focused on the commercial side, but correct me if I'm wrong. And you're specifically looking at technology that enables dynamic charging. You might need to give a quick explanation of what that means to the viewers. But again, it's an enabling technology to make electromobility more accessible by bringing down the costs and the sizes of batteries required to move vehicles. Tell us a bit about your activity in this space.
Yes, so as you can probably imagine, in order to really reach the goals of electrification on reducing emissions, we need to deal with electrifying heavy utility vehicles and commercial fleets. And that's a bit complicated because, battery is a great thing, but if you need to use a huge battery to electrify a bus or a truck, that's a bit problematic because it makes it the whole process more expensive and the operation is complicated. And eventually you carry a battery instead of carrying cargo or passengers. So, and also if you want to electrify your depot, you need a huge grid connection. So there are many challenges for fleet operators when they want to electrify their fleet. So what we are doing is we deploy infrastructure under the asphalt and receivers under the commercial vehicle, and we electrify and we charge those vehicles while they drive wirelessly. So this is the system, and doing that, we can achieve a few benefits. First of all, the battery can become much smaller. So the upfront expense is lower, there's more carrying capacity, it's more energy efficient, there's no downtime when you need to charge, and it's more sustainable because batteries consume a lot of energy when they are being produced and they contain hazardous materials. So we can enable more sustainable, cost-effective and continuous operation of commercial electric vehicles. And we think that this can really help increasing the penetration rate of electromobility.
And is your focus now mainly on inner city and urban regions, or are you also considering this technology for longer distances?
Main focus is on electrifying buses in cities. So, but once we put our infrastructure in order to in the roads in order to charge buses, we can use it also for other type of vehicles like taxis or delivery vehicles. But our other use case is electrifying long-haul trucks on the highway, because it's really difficult to electrify long-haul trucks. You need huge batteries up to 7 tons. It's expensive. So we have all those new, beautiful electric trucks, but nobody is really thinking how they're going to charge them. Fast charging is complicated. Night charging in depot, you need a huge battery. So I would say another market for us is electrifying long-haul trucks on the highway. And while we're doing that, while we put our charging infrastructure, it can also be used, for example, as a range extender. So you have your own passenger vehicle, electric passenger vehicle. Today you need to carry a huge battery, but you don't need that range every day. So when you go in the future, you can own an electric car with a small battery, and when you want to go on the highway to the next city, you can charge from the road. So our main focus is on inner cities, but also we are dealing, and in the long term, we'll also work on highways.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, we've already covered 5 panelists, obviously from very different areas of the ecosystem: car sharing, city mobility from a multimodal perspective, getting people to walk and bike to pick up their parcels and other things. Switching towards EV, using existing assets but changing the powertrains, and obviously now this last technology around bringing down the costs of electrification and batteries using this dynamic charging. There's a huge range of business models that's covered even within those individual sectors. It's challenging, obviously, in the time we have. We've only got another 10 minutes to talk about all the challenges and opportunities, but I wanted just to go round again the specific challenges that you face in your sector and the opportunities from engaging other stakeholders, and what would you benefit from in terms of policy support and in terms of the narrative that's driving the climate agenda to really focus people's attention on the need to move forward in your specific areas. If I can start with Rafa again, going back to people and individuals moving around cities. Clearly, there are conflicting interests sometimes when everyone's trying to do something and people are challenging different modes of transportation. But what would you say? How would you position your business and your business model in terms of incentivizing, the 50-minute society concept, for example?
Yeah, so actually what we do, we are not focusing on challenges, we are resolving them. We rather see them as opportunities. And our main challenge today is to actually do the same what we already did in Poland, to do it on other geographies. And now we are focused on UK, France, Italy, and Spain. And I think, this is the main challenge, to actually also change the consumer's behavior in a way that instead of waiting for a parcel, they want to feel responsible for the environment, and they are rather choosing, other ways when they may pick it up on themselves. And we want to help them. We want to actually create a kind of whole strategy around being green. And we have developed our new product, which is a locker. We've already integrated EV charger. That said, people will perceive our automated parcel machines also as a charging station. So they may jump in, they may pick up the parcel and charge their electric vehicles. And actually, I'm not expecting any support from any government to help us with this adoption, because we see that once you present properly your product and you give all the incentives in front of you, people are clearly making priorities over those solutions that are actually meeting their needs. And today, I think people already are very aware how important it is to take care of our environment. And we are here. We are helping, cities. We are actually turning the big agglomerations into green zones, because our couriers are using e-vehicles as well, charging in EV stations close by our machines. And by creating such an ecosystem jointly with my colleagues, I'm absolutely sure this is the right way to approach other markets.
Thank you, Rafa. Javier, if I can jump to you in terms of car sharing, tell us a bit about these models. Will you be able to go from renting a car from 1 minute or 10 minutes or 30 minutes literally all the way to renting a car for days or weeks? Is this where things are going, or do you still see a more fragmented space for car rental for those different use cases?
No, this is the challenge, trying to work with different use cases and trying to cover all the user needs. And the user needs are quite different from their work movements to the leisure or the weekends usage. So we need to work in different scenarios. And what we are doing is just to cover the first part of their needs. I think we need to improve it and to develop new kinds of business models that can fit to these needs. You have mentioned it before. It's long term. It's today a problem with electric vehicles due to the charging process we need to cover. So we need to find out how we can manage it. And today in cities like Madrid, is not easy to solve, or is not solved. We are working with different municipalities just to have a grid charging points that could help us to be more efficient and also to cover this type of new use cases. In the short term, it's quite difficult to do that with the solutions we have in hand, but maybe in the coming months, the opportunity that we have in front, it's with a lot of advantages, and as one of our colleagues has mentioned, the environmental is starting to be the main point for big cities, and trying to drive in the strategy of mobility of all the big cities in all around Europe can push to have this type of grids or capacities to cover the needs of the users. That's the goal, and that's what cities moving forward to.
Thank you. Fiona, if I can come to you. Obviously, we've spoken about some of the value propositions of EVs, but I guess car sharing, especially when it's EV for you, is obviously can only be a good thing, as it gets consumers more used to the idea of owning and driving an electric vehicle. Have you partnered with any of these types of organizations, or to kind of get the message out more or get even prospective customers into these EVs as a way to experience these vehicles?
It's a great question. So we have looked at different business models around a kind of try before you buy type model. Interestingly, what we find is that we have enough demands at the minute for customers really to take the step and do a longer term lease. Typically, if they need to do a try before you buy, it might be a slightly higher monthly cost. Whereas actually, people are ready to make that step. The cars have got really good, and actually the supply of them coming through tend to be lower than there is demand for them, and the lead times are quite long. So people like to make that commitment. I think what we do see, though, is on that, there is a need to scale up manufacturing, because, as you said earlier, it's great to see what the UK is doing, but actually I think a lot of other countries have recognised how great these vehicles are already and already doing great things. You see Norway, and actually over the summer, Germany and France have come out with huge commitments towards going electric and big grants and things there too. So actually all of this is driving a lot of demand, and unless we do scale up some of the manufacturing and supply, then we are going to see longer lead times, and that just makes it less attractive for people to go to electric. So it's less around try before you buy and more about make sure we've got the cars.
Interesting dynamics, obviously, even post COVID, but hopefully we're moving into an acceleration phase on that front. I believe we need to go to who are we? Apologies, Andreas, before I move on to Noam. Andreas, we've talked about the commercial challenges, buses. There's still a huge fleet out there, obviously, that could be converted. Tell us a little bit about, what the next steps need to be to make that transition efficient, so that these vehicles, can still, a lot of operators maybe bought vehicles in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, expecting to have a lifetime of, 10 to 15 years on these vehicles. How do you get them to quickly make the additional investment of transitioning to electric propulsion?
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that once you purchase a new bus, the body is going to last for at least 30 to 40 years already today, but in several markets. So as an European, you think after 10 years the bus is gone, but it's not gone. It appears in Romania, it appears in Greece, wherever, and then it appears in Egypt or in India. So the body is still here, and the body is fine. It can be reworked, it can be refurbished. So this is something we can do already today to enlarge the usage of our bodies, but to bring in the new technology to be emission-free. And this is possible already today for less cost than keeping on driving them for diesel. So it's the time is now to start.
Excellent. And Noam, coming back to you, your company is doing something which is, to all intents and purposes, quite innovative, quite advanced from a technology perspective. We've got, targets like the ones that were announced yesterday in the UK about eliminating combustion engines by 2030, at least on the non-plug-in hybrid side. There's not much time to get there. what do you feel is necessary to really accelerate the penetration of these innovative technologies like the ones you're working on? Because time obviously is running out if we want to get this transition happening and implement some of these technologies.
Governments need to be open also to innovation, because this is a whole new world, electromobility. You cannot solve this huge problem with existing technologies. And actually, currently, governments are very supportive of our solution, because they see this can really advance electromobility in quite a quick pace. It can clean the cities, having no charging points, no fuel stations. And it can really, because it has it's a shared infrastructure for all vehicles, it can, I think, bring quite a rapid solution for entire cities or regions or even countries. So I think that if governments understand that this is a whole new paradigm, and they need to look not only on how to encourage electric vehicles, but they need to look at the infrastructure side, and it has to be an infrastructure play. So you need to open the roads, you need to upgrade the grid, you need to do those steps, but the gain is huge because it's a financial gain, it's an environmental gain. So I think they should be open to innovation, they should be open to a paradigm change, they should understand that they need to do it quickly because there's no reason not to do that. And then I think we can be part of this solution, and I believe that governments are already understanding that, and that's why we have quite a lot of success, and a lot of governments are pushing our pilots in order to help us reach a full commercial project. So I think we're going in a good direction eventually.
Right direction. I've been told we're out of time, unfortunately, to discuss these topics. There's a huge amount going on, which is very positive, and I think that's the message, to focus on the opportunities instead of the challenges, and to accelerate, to continue to communicate, and to collaborate to make this transition happen as quickly as possible. So thank you very much, and I'll hand back to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jose Serras Pereira, the Director, Growth Consulting, Automotive and Transportation from Frost & Sullivan. Great work from you. We so much appreciate the whole debate, and we wish it could be longer. This part of our conference is almost over. I'd like to emphasize and stress some of the very interesting topics of today. One of them that has just been raised by our first speaker, actually the keynote speaker, is that there can be a second life to cars that are fossil fuel cars, and so that they can be then retrofitted. And that's the first thing. And second thing has to do with the electric cars maybe potentially serving as part of the electrical grid. And so they could be sharing some of their electricity with the grid in the moments when it's really needed. And right now is the moment to talk about the social consciousness, and what I understand by that is that we really want the public to know all the advantages of electricity, electromobility. And so for that reason, we here at the Polish Alternative Fuels Association have decided to start a campaign that's called electromobility.pl. It will be the first social and educational campaign. It will be around the world, and it might be the biggest campaign of this type in the world. We hope that people will grow more and more open to electromobility.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Agnieszka Ragin, head of the National Center for Climate Change, Deputy Director of the Institute of Environmental Protection National Research Institute.
And Maciej Mazur, Managing Director at Polish Alternative Fuels Association, Vice President of the European Association for Electromobility. Ladies and gentlemen, the Green New Deal announced by the European Commission and the EU target to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 will require that every one of us, every member of the European community, will have to take ambitious and decisive actions.
The transport sector is a part of the economy in the non-ETS area, which have to put in special efforts to face this challenge.
Transport remains one of the main reasons for air pollution. It contributes to the negative climate changes, causes smoke, and generates excessive noise. This also adversely affects our health and everyday life.
And this is why every journey matters today for us and for the environment.
This sentence, visible now on a screen, is the claim of our social campaign, which we want to present to you today. Let's begin with a short video.
Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself.
The Electromobility.pl Every Journey Matters campaign is one of the most complex actions of this type in Europe. Our goal is to improve the education and raise social awareness about the development of zero-emission technologies in transport.
The Polish public sector, local authorities, NGOs, the academia and the industry have all joined us to implement this big social educational project.
For the benefit of the community, economy and climate. The Electromobility.pl campaign is organized by the National Center for Climate Change and the Polish Alternative Fuels Association. Please allow us now to introduce ourselves a little more.
The National Center for Climate Change is the first public interdisciplinary institution in Poland that conducts climate change impact research and delivers insights to decision makers in policy, business and our society. NCCC has been appointed this year by the Polish Minister of Climate as part of the Institute of Environmental Protection National Research Institute. Our main goal is to increase knowledge and develop solutions for safe and just climate future. We are focused on many important aspects of a sustainable development. Our range of activities is really wide. To begin with today's topic, the zero-emission transport, we are also working in the fields of green innovations, green financing, just transition, climate change mitigation, and circular economy, to name only a few. And this is why we cooperate with various entities, with international organizations, with the public sector and local governments, with NGOs, with the academia and research institutions, and last but not least, with business.
The Polish Alternative Fuels Association, PSPA in short, is the largest industry organization shaping the e-mobility and hydrogen technology market in Poland and in the CE region. Our mission is to provide the best possible conditions for the stable and sustainable development of the zero and low-emission transport market. We associate over 120 companies. We build a community of vehicle and infrastructure manufacturers, operators and providers of charging services, fuel and energy suppliers, fleet operators, and all other entities and institutions that are active in the field of sustainable transport. We are a team of e-mobility and new mobility experts. We cooperate with the industry, administration, and the society. We provide knowledge and information, statistics and analyses that are crucial for the business development.
The zero-emission in transport requires a change in our mobility habits. This is not only the task of the public sector, but also of other stakeholders, including business.
In order to achieve success in this area, it is crucial to develop educational activities on a broad scale. They compose the strategic goal of the Electromobility.pl social campaign. Did you know that 9 out of 10 EV buyers in Europe are satisfied with their choice? Moreover, every one of them convinces an additional 3 people to buy EVs.
To develop this trend, we need to convince people to e-mobility, increase social awareness about sustainable transport, and let them experience it.
And this is the main goal of the Electromobility.pl campaign. The campaign was designed for many years to run. It is a highway of knowledge leading to decarbonize transport in Poland.
we are going to monitor the level of social awareness. On this basis, we will choose among a vast array of campaigns, types of actions and educational content.
The educational website electromobility.pl is the focal point of the campaign. It represents the main source of substantial information about e-mobility in Poland.
This website is a source of knowledge and provides tools that can help everyone to decide on changing a conventional car to an EV just now or in the future.
We plan for the 12 tools to be made available on the website in order to support making informed decisions and transition to electromobility. Among these tools, there will be a purchasing cost calculator, charging cost calculator, travel cost calculators, tariff comparison app, TCO comparison, CO2 emission calculator, as well as charging map and a catalog of EVs offered on the market.
Polish and international experts and academic institutions have been involved in development of the content, functional models, and as well as the database for these tools.
As part of the campaign, the e-mobility friendly program has been launched. It is dedicated for municipalities, locations, institutions and companies interested in e-mobility. Each of these entities will be welcome to become the ambassador of this program.
We will develop a map with marked e-mobility friend spots. What is more, the program's participants will be offered free trainings and activities. We look forward to gather tens of hundreds of e-mobility friendly zones in Poland on this map.
In addition, the first Polish club of EV owners and users has been launched as part of the campaign. In our view, the EV users have both the knowledge and experience to support the shaping of e-mobility in Poland.
For this reason, we launched an EV driver and user survey as part of the club. The feedback collected this way will help us to develop the projects and facilitate communication.
What's worth noting is that the contributors in this service will be offered with real benefits. For example, discounts in the largest EV charging station network in Poland. Even the best, carefully planned and implemented social campaign will not achieve the goals set by its organizer and partners if it doesn't reach a maximum number of stakeholders and it won't be adequately promoted.
This is why the electromobility.pl campaign is designed for various stakeholders and uses a multitude of communication channels. We want to talk about e-mobility every day to everyone and everywhere. But what is the key to success? Cooperation. Many organizations and institutions from the sustainable transport sector in Poland have joined this project.
Our efforts are supported by automotive companies, BMW, Daimler, Nissan, Volkswagen Group, by the infrastructure sector, ABB and Next City, as well as by financial institution Pekao Leasing. The campaign's partners are as well Arval, Garo, Greenway, Volvo, Lotus, Energa, Inojigo and MAN.
The electromobility.pl campaign is organized under the honorary patronage of the Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment and the Polish Ministry of Development, Labour and Technology. It has also been given official support by numerous embassies and commerce chambers, by local authorities, industry organizations, NGOs, as well as universities.
The campaign is open for cooperation with all organizations which support the sustainable transport. We are happy to invite you to follow the electromobility.pl campaign and become actively involved. Agnieszka, since we began our presentation with a video, perhaps it's a good idea to finish as well with one.
Indeed. Let's see together some glances of Warsaw, where we are right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, and please visit us soon at electromobility.pl.
Switch on. Every journey matters.
Switch on. Every journey matters. It really is true, and we want to emphasize this so much, and we want to spread the good news to the whole world. And I'm so glad that you're watching. We know that it's more than 100 countries around the world. And so the future is in this studio, because we would like you to be back with us at 2:30 p.m. So that's really soon, to talk about the smart, sustainable cities of the future. So I will be here back, and make sure to get some good coffee and come back. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still live at our studios in Warsaw for you with this online event. Previous edition of the Global Forum was organized with so many people in the room. This year is different, but we are still aiming to achieve some great communication across the people who really share common interests in electromobility. And we really need to have this momentum going. And in this part, ladies and gentlemen, is the third part. We will talk about the smart, sustainable cities of the future. What will they be like? What is important to really be able to call a city a sustainable one, a smart one. These are some big, important words, and we want to make sure that we don't use them just too easily, that they actually mean something. At the very beginning, I'd like you to meet our keynote speaker, somebody who is really involved in the whole process. I've just been checking her Twitter account, and I know that she participates in so many conferences that it's all very important, and she's not just interested in what's going on in one continent. She really is this international person. And I'd like you to meet the Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. She's headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm really glad that Inger Andersen is with us.
Thank you to Minister of Climate, Michal Kurtyka. Thank you to the National Centre for Climate Change and to the Polish Alternative Fuels Association, PSPA, for inviting me to this forum and to share my thoughts on how we can decarbonize the mobility sector, in particular through tapping into the concentrating power of cities. We all know that the climate crisis is gathering pace. The world is behind on cutting emissions in line with the Paris Agreement goals. So far, the stimulus packages to restart our economy in the wake of the pandemic have not had the intended effect that we would like to see in terms of a green transition. And that has raised fears that greenhouse gases will rebound once the economies start fully up again. Amidst this background, there is no time to lose in developing a roadmap for a global switch to zero emissions mobility. There are about 1 billion vehicles worldwide, contributing 1/4 of all energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. This fleet will double by 2050. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has stated that by 2035, at the latest, all vehicles added to the global fleet must be zero-emissions electric vehicles to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. We must also contend with the fact that a vehicle bought today will remain in use for about 20 years. So what we do today impacts emissions far into the future. We have to avoid dirty cars getting a second life in developing nations, where 95% of the global growth in vehicles use will take place. Colleagues, cities are where we can make a huge difference, bearing in mind that electrification of the global vehicle fleet is only one of several components needed to achieve zero emissions mobility. As well as improving our fleets, we need to design our cities around human rather than car, mobility, and shift to clean modes of transport, such as walking and cycling and public transport. only a combined approach will allow us to achieve global and local climate and pollution targets. In this regard, let me share with you a few thoughts on how cities are doing and how they can do more. My first point is that we are seeing progress. Urban residents are demanding cleaner mobility, clearer air, more facilities for walking and cycling, seamless public transport, less noise, less congestion, and city leaders are listening. To give a few examples, London introduced a city centre congestion tax. Karnataka in India is aiming for 100% electric mobility for auto rickshaws, cab aggregators, corporate fleets, and school buses by 2030. In Nairobi, Kenya, where the United Nations Environment Programme is based, each new road or road that is upgraded need to have cycling lanes. Quito, Ecuador, has committed to buy only zero-emission buses by 2025. Action was further strengthened by the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw cities around the world creating walking and cycling infrastructure and facilities. But these measures need to go hand in hand with planning for mixed-use cities where the demand for mobility is reduced in the first place. So my first point is, yes, we are making progress, but my second point is cities need to do more. Cities need to do more because developing and implementing zero emissions roadmap is no easy task. So cities need support and to support each other to become more sustainable. In technology and infrastructure, peer-to-peer exchange and support can help cities figure out what works best in their specific operating environment. This is important for electric bus networks, which are influenced by geography, by climate, and by a number of passengers and recharging opportunities. In financing, the cost of electric vehicles have high upfront. We need new financing models that allow upfront investments by cities to be paid off by savings during operation, and financing models that combine public and private funds, particularly for infrastructure. In procurement, cities in similar regions can come together to get a better deal as they adjust their criteria to include sustainability. We could also talk about the need for more pilot projects and more integrated policies. But the basic point is that we need to pool our knowledge and support each other to accelerate the transition. So my second point is that we need to do more. And my third point is that digital and telecommunication technologies can make city transport smarter, because digital and telecommunication technologies are growing more advanced and abundant, so cities can use them to make networks and services more efficient. Smart grids help manage energy consumption. Sensors help traffic flow. Mobile apps help citizens report traffic jams, services not working, all in real time. 3D printing, the Internet of Things, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, blockchain and automation, including driverless vehicles, will be next game changers. Colleagues, a full, coordinated, comprehensive switch to e-mobility in cities will have massive environmental, health, and climate benefits, including cutting down the air pollution that contributes to millions of premature deaths each year. That is why UNEP, through its Sustainable Cities Impact Program, supports cities to make more integrated approaches. That is why UNEP's Global Electric Mobility Program, the largest such program in the world, will by 2021 be working with up to 60 countries. We're also setting up investment platforms in all regions to help cities and countries overcome the challenges. And we welcome you to work with us in this endeavor. I wish you all the very best in your deliberation. I thank you for your commitment, and we at UNEP look forward to hearing about your ideas for how we can work better together for a cleaner transport in cities. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary. We really appreciate your words, and we do hope that your wishes will come true. And that was the first speech of the third part of our forum. right now we're heading to Israel to hear about what's going on in that city with one of the decision makers, actually. So this is the Deputy Mayor for Transportation from Tel Aviv-Yavo municipality, Ms. Michal Kurtyka. Great to have you, and thank you for joining.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to...
Hi to all of you.
Sure. I just wanted to ask you about what the atmosphere is in Israel and what you feel when you've been watching the conference so far.
Well, I feel like it depends. You know, the cities are very different in this country. When I watch it as Tel Avivian, I say we are there. We are there in the priority that we put as a mission. We are there as a city that help technology to enter and to change the way we move in the city. And we are there in many ways. But Israel is a very different, we have a lot of difference between cities. So I won't say it about all over Israel, but I can say that there is some cities that are there with the challenge, working with the challenge to create smart, sustainable cities and doing it in reality.
I agree so much, and actually I've been following the case of Israel, and I really like the project that you've had started in 2013, if I'm correct, and so that was aimed at reducing pollution and greenhouse emissions, and what you did is you replaced 15 of the municipality's motorcycle fleet with e-motorcycles, and so maybe you could tell me how did that go?
Hello?
That's okay. I feel like that project is from 7 years ago.
Do you hear me? Because I had a break for a second. Do you hear me?
Ah, okay. So that's the thing. I hear you very well, and I hope that you will be able to hear from us. I was wondering about a project that you had a few years ago. It was reducing pollution and greenhouse emissions by replacing 15 of the municipality's motorcycle fleet with e-motorcycles. And so that was really interesting. And I know that another of your policies in the city is that whenever you build a new parking space, you want at least 5% of space to be with charging stations. Is that correct? We're experiencing some troubles when it comes to our connection. We see you very well, but we don't hear you. And what proves really accurate in online transmissions is that although we would think that vision and video is more important, we actually crave for good audio, and that is the absolute minimum. And I know that the physical distance between us is a big one, so maybe that has a little bit to do with why we're experiencing these troubles. But yes, we will make sure to figure it out, and hopefully we will be able to hear more from Ms. Kurtyka, because to be honest, she's just started her speech, and we're really looking forward to that. And so, Ms. Kurtyka, I feel like my questions bring you bad luck, so maybe it would just be great to hear from you, whatever you'd like to say.
Okay, and you can ask me later, because now I hear you much better. Something was unconnected and it's connected.
Right.
Hi to all of you. I'm very happy to speak with you and to put down the challenge that we have in Tel Aviv in the way to create a smart, sustainable city. First of all, that's me. At night working, we're doing a lot of work now. I'm a woman holding the transportation responsibility, and we're doing a lot of work during this time of the corona to make the road more sustainable for bike and for walkers. And as you see, Tel Aviv is a sustainable city. We are doing a lot for it. We are opening a street only for pedestrian and bridge only for riding and walking. And we have a lot of challenge in Tel Aviv, and not only in Tel Aviv, in Israel. But first about Tel Aviv. The car is the hero of the road, you know, and because we have a traffic jam and we have air pollution, we decide to make a sustainable transportation Tel Aviv as a vision, And that's why we put the walkers and the biking at the first, as a dominant vehicle, first priority, and second, the public transportation, and in the last priority, that's the car today. And we're doing it by putting behind ourselves a mission how to do it. So, for example, today, the car is holding 56% of all the driving in the city, and for 2030, we intend to bring the cars to 30%, because we will have more street for the car, we will have less place for the car, and as you see, we are going to increase the walking and the public transportation and the bike. That is a mission. But having said that, I must share with you some of our challenges that I think that especially for Israel. First of all, you must know, Tel Aviv is very well known in the world, maybe with Paris and London, but you don't know that we don't have a metropolitan authorities for transportation in Israel. Maybe you don't know that the transportation ministry decide about everything in the city. Every change that we want to do, we have to get their permission. So first challenge, I say that we are we are centralized. Second challenge is the text way, the way the text is working in Israel. The Israel tax system encourage people to buy a private car. Public worker in Israel receive a salary increasing for having a car. And I don't see how to change it. We have offered for changing the law and all kind of this, but you have to know that 17 of the total revenue of the Israeli budget come for taxation of cars and fuel and all of this. The third thing that Israel is different from all over the world and from all over that you know is the status quo challenge. In Israel, we have a status quo. That's during the weekend, Saturday, Friday evening, and the holidays, the public transportation is not working. It's about 30% of the time. Tel Aviv municipality made lines for public transportation from her budget in the weekend and in Shabbat before the Corona, but for taking money or to do it in a normal way, we have to get the permission from the government, and today with the situation, we won't get it. So regulation is a big challenge. More challenge in moving to transportation, it's regulation behind, that the regulation is behind reality. You know that Israel create a lot of startup and we have a lot of startup power, but technology are implement first abroad. And we have a lot of vision, but when the challenge, for example, of supplying high power for electricity to vehicle charging station, it's a big challenge. That's why the electric road might be a kind of solution that will help us a lot. That was the challenge. And now I will speak a little bit about the solution. So first of all, you have to know that we are building, not we, the government is building a mass transit system in Tel Aviv-Yafo. They putting 240 milliard shekel, which is about 60 milliard euro, to build the metro and the railway and the railway station and all and what we're doing as municipality, we build a mini site to move the information to our people, to our citizen, and to help during the work in what we can. What we're doing more is about the micro-mobility. In that subject, we can decide by ourselves. So we are planning to implement 300 kilometers of bike line. Today we are with 140 kilometers, and we do it with a plan and strategic plan that not only deal with the line, but also deal with the control. They deal with the education, and as you see, we have written a local regulation as condition for the companies that operate the shared electric, and I think we are the first city that did it, and everybody copied it from us. We have a goal of clean air in the city, and again, we need permission from the government, and also if we want to enforce it and not only say it, we need the national regulation which will allow us electronic enforcement on the pollution, and we don't have it yet. So in Israel, because everything is very centralized, the regulation is very important. 3 things that we are different from all over the world, but others that we are same, and we seems to be in the right direction despite all of it, because we have a lot of energy, we're working very hard, and we create a kind of new touch, new language in Tel Aviv, and we also implement it. And we start with the next generation, with our kid, with education, and in the end, we have a wonderful city that you all are invited to come and visit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so that was very modest of you, because you were very honest about how much there is still to be done in Israel. And I wonder about Saturdays, because obviously the culture and tradition play a big role. And I wonder what the future could be for the weekends and how they operate in terms of public transportation system. Do you think that this could improve?
Yes, first of all, the technology brings us shared car. At the last week, we made a way that if somebody is renting a car, he can have the permission to park in the city. We are doing anything that we can to cut the influence between having a car and the ability to move. We are trying to do that the ability to move will be not connected to the ownership of car. As I said before, we make buses for Saturday, that the government, the municipality is covering the cost of it. We are not allowed to take money from the citizen, because if we take money, we will. They will look at us. The government will look at us as we are a moderator of transportation, and we are not allowed. And that is very heavy on the budget, and also it's unable to other cities to join us, because not everybody has the money to join such a project. I believe that the technology will bring us what we call elevator of Shabbat, that one day everything will be so autonomous that people will be able to enter to the car and drive with it, and it will be kosher for Shabbat as the religious one.
Oh,
it's maybe the solution that the Jewish mind will find to give us a solution for the status quo.
So you're hoping for some...
What I'm bothering more, it's about the taxation. I think the way we react with tax is something that the UN and and Europe have to be involved about it. It's not possible that you get in the salary more if you have a car, and less if you don't have a car.
Thank you very much, Michal Zahawi. It was wonderful to be joined by you, and I wish you so much luck in your endeavors, because I really can see that you do believe in all of these instruments. You just wish that the implementation was a little bit easier than it actually is.
We believe, we do, we go to the government, we get permission, but I think some of the things have to change from the macro, and that's with the regulation.
Yeah, and sometimes this has to change a little bit as well. I mean, the mindsets, the thinking, and so good luck with that. I appreciate all of your efforts, and fingers crossed for all the people of Israel. Right now, we are going to be joined by a number of renowned experts to talk about the truly smart and sustainable cities. What that actually means is to be determined, because because actually the people that you're going to meet are very knowledgeable in this field. We will talk about some of the solutions that can be taken so that in the future we have less air pollution. I mean, this is just as simple as that. And right now, we will probably get a wider angle. And this is the moment to start welcoming our guests because they're joining us from around the world. Okay, and Miss Victoria Yersova, the Senior Transport Planner from the city of Milton Keynes, is with us. Great to have you. Okay. And Mr. Jacek Woźnikowski, the Director of the Department of Socio-Economic Development and Cooperation of Upper Silesia and Zagłębie Metropolis, that's here in Poland. So I'm going to just say dzień dobry. Hello.
Dzień dobry. Good afternoon.
Okay, great to have you. Thank you for joining us from south of Poland. And right now we're going to go internationally to Groupe Renault. And so that's Renault and the famous car maker. That's with Gilles Normand, Senior Vice President, Electric Vehicles and Mobility Services. Great to be seeing you, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Bonjour à tous.
Merci beaucoup. And we are hopefully going to be joined by the Regional Director, Russia and CIS CEE Mobile I, Mr. Uri Weinstein. But I need to explain this a little bit because we did not manage to have the video connection, yet we will be able to hear Mr. Uri Weinstein. So hopefully that is possible. Okay.
Dzień dobry, panowie. So
okay,
it's pleasure to be here.
And I'm going to say, здравствуйте.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, almost correct.
What should I say then?
It's better in English. It's okay.
Okay. That's what you mean. Okay, I was really petrified, to be honest. And this is the moment to tell you about the topic of this debate and also a little bit about the rules. So I'd like to once again thank all the speakers for joining us. And my kind request to you is that in your initial remarks, and these are the answers to my first question that's very personal to each of you, I'd like you to keep it short, and that is actually less than 1 minute, or just 1 minute would be perfect. And that is because we want to make the most out of our time then. And later on, whenever you would like to add something and you would like to be heard, please make sure just to raise your hand. We will be able to see that. And so I will then be able to tell you to just speak your mind. And so that's as basic as it sounds. And so I think that we're ready to start the discussion. If all of my guests are, I hope for some signs of readiness.
Yeah, we're ready. I'm ready.
Okay. And so I'd like us to start with Mr. Gilles Normand, the Senior Vice President, Electric Vehicles and Mobility Service from Renault. Sir Normand, my question has to do with your company being involved in so many projects when it comes to intelligent mobility. So tell me, please, what are your solutions and how they could affect the lives of people who live in cities?
We all know is that we are changing environment in cities because we need to improve air quality, we need to reduce CO2 emission, decrease traffic congestion, while guaranteeing mobility to the citizen. And this is the point. And this is why we have been working now for 1 decade in developing electric mobility in Europe. We are leader in Europe. We know that for sure increasing number of EVs is a good way to reduce those elements. It means to improve air quality and to reduce CO2 emission. Now we need to move to the next stage, which is to share mobility. And this is why we have adapted a car sharing solution based on our EVs. And we have developed Zahawi, and now we are more than 10,000 EVs being shared through a little bit less more than 20 cities around Europe. And we are leading in this respect with our free-floating or station-based proposal. So this is very, very concrete element where we can make an impact developing EVs on developing shared mobility.
All right, so at Renault, are you wishing to go even deeper into that? And by that, I really just mean, are you able and are you willing to invest even more in car sharing?
Yes, we do. We are developing more models. We have just introduced and presented the Dacia Spring, which is going to be one of the most affordable electric vehicle, battery electric vehicle market, with specifically designed and tuned for car sharing activities. This is why, because by in the next 10 years, by 2030, we consider that 20 to 30% of our customer will no longer buy on own a car, but they will buy on own mobility services. They will use mobility services. They will pay either per minute or per kilometer. This is why it's a very strategic move from our side.
Oh, yeah. Monsieur, you said that this is going to be a very affordable car. Can you already share what the price might be?
Not yet, because we are in the phase of pre-development. I can tell you it's going to be significantly lower than the current level of price you can see for electric vehicles. That's very important. It's a breakthrough.
Okay, and that sounds really promising. Thank you for that. We are now joined by Ms. Victoria Irsova, a senior transport planner for Milton Keynes. And you're probably familiar with the fact that throughout this forum today, we've been talking back and forth about the declaration from yesterday of the UK's government. So that's obviously a milestone. And maybe just because you're also a citizen, I'd like to ask you about your impressions about that before we go to Milton Keynes specifically.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your question. We in Milton Keynes welcome the new commitment to ban all petrol and diesel cars by 2030. In fact, Milton Keynes has declared climate change emergency a couple of years ago, and we made robust plans to be carbon neutral by 2030 ourselves a few years ago. So it aligns well with our current vision.
I don't know if you're familiar with the previous parts of the conference, but I've been talking to a representative of the municipality of Israel, and that was actually Tel Aviv. And we've been discussing how centralized Israel is. And I wonder what's the case of the UK, because it sounds as though at Milton Keynes, you guys have much more possibility to actually take decisions that affect the region on your own, don't you?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, I didn't hear Israel. I've missed that presentation.
Yeah, the thing is that we just discussed that there is some change that they would like to achieve, but it all depends on being able to take the decisions, and sometimes it needs to be centralized. And so I believe at Milton Keynes, you have been able to achieve quite a number of improvements. And can you tell me about those?
Sure. So in Milton Keynes, we've been incredibly successful with a rollout of electric vehicle infrastructure. So, for example, we have the highest number of electric vehicle charging points in the UK per population head. We also have the highest number of electric vehicle registered in the UK per population, more than in London, more than anywhere else. Yeah, so I highly welcome what our Prime Minister has introduced, and it's endorsed over here. We'll just carry on doing the good job that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
What do you think is the success factor then? What led to your city having the number of EVs as higher than other places in the UK?
Well, first of all, Milton Keynes is known as a brand new city. It's been built in the 60s. It's known as a car city. So road infrastructure, parking came first, and the city was built around it. So extensive car infrastructure and parking could be one of the reasons why we've been so successful in installation of multiple charging points. So that's one of the reasons. Second reason is continuous political will and our green and sustainable policies and our commitment to be carbon neutral, which is equally important.
This is wonderful that you have taken these steps and that it actually pays off. And so congratulations from Poland, from the heart of Poland, actually. Speaking of Poland, I'd like us to go to Katowice because this region is actually a good representative, and the city and the region itself is a good representative of some steps being taken. And one of them, and it really just has to do with the Polish law, is the fact that the municipalities would be responsible for establishing some systems for charging. And is that the case in your region, sir? And I'm asking Mr. Jacek Woźnikowski.
Hi, so great to be here with you. While we're speaking talking about the charging points, so the city of Katowice is one of the first, or even the first city in Poland who achieved the goal of the number of charging points, and they've done their work.
To jest pan Jacek Woźnikowski, tak?
And right now we are inspiring other cities of our metropolitan area with the Katowice success to follow them and just to fulfill the obligations from the Electromobility Act. And as a metropolitan area, from the beginning of our operational work, we are focused on helping the cities in understanding what is electromobility, what is the role of the electromobility, and what is the role of the city in this whole ecosystem. And we're doing it with promotion, education, and supporting them with this set of projects.
Okay, and is it working? How does it work? Like, are you happy with the effects so far?
Yes, but to be honest, there are cities who are truly open and willing to develop the electromobility, and there are cities who need to be more involved, and that's what we are doing. We are encouraging them to take the next step. For example, right now we launched a great project. It's purchase cluster of electric cars, and so we will be gathering about 15 cities, and we'll be collecting their needs, and then we'll try to go to the market and see what's the best offer, and that should be ready in the upcoming 5 or 6 months. Looking forward to see how it's going to develop. Right now, we've got a lot to do with the cluster and with developing the electromobility in the public transportation as well.
All right, so far so good, and always hoping for more. And obviously, and I say that to each and every panelist, please always raise your hand whenever you'd like to say a little bit more about what we've been talking about. So you're always welcome. And the same goes to our guests that we haven't really been able to hear from yet. And again, we're not able to see him, but just a picture. And Uri Weinstein is his name. He's a regional director, Russia, NCCC Mobil. And what that company is really involved in doing is autonomous solutions and autonomous mobility. That also means increase of safety on roads, doesn't it, sir?
Yeah, sure. We are talking about the autonomous vehicle. The Mobileye is a leader in creating the future of autonomous mobility, and actually we already have an autonomous vehicle. We are leading the autonomous driving relations revolution, and announced that
in 2022, we are going to launch a robotaxi as a mobility as a service. In the beginning, it will be in Paris, France, Daegu City in South Korea, and Tel Aviv in Israel. Also, I want to mention that Mobileye is the Israeli company, and 3 years ago it was approached by Intel, and right now we are a part of Intel. Just to give a little bit more background about Mobileye, we are based on 3 pillars. We are pioneering automotive safety technology with experience more than 20 years. We are working with 28 automakers using our technology, and more than 60 million vehicles already using our technology on the roads of world. The second pillar we are doing, we are creating the future of autonomous vehicle and mobility as a service revolution. But this pillar can't come without the harvesting. The harvesting is the solution, AI solution equipped on the vehicles that can digitalize the roads, a full site of data services to help monitor the roads in near real time, improve mobility, and preserve the infrastructure assets more efficiently.
All right, so harvesting is the name of a system that you're building?
The name of the system is the mobility, but as I mentioned, you can't put the autonomous vehicle on the road and get it drive by itself. So in this case, you need to create a high definition map with all assets on the road, and let the autonomous vehicle use this high definition and accurate map to localize itself on the road and be able to drive.
And will you please tell me more about the car itself? What is it like? I know that you've prepared it and it's ready.
We are developing the technology. This technology is based on 12 cameras equipped all around the vehicle, and monitoring the infrastructure and all the situation out of so this 360 degrees, and then we are using our algorithms to decide and to let the vehicle to make decision regarding the driving and the situations on the roads. Mm-hmm. But it's more important until the autonomous vehicle will reach the roads. It's to build a high definition map, and actually we are using this mapping to improve the infrastructure in a lot of cities all around the world. Actually, we have several pilots projects in Poland that we are helping to the municipality to improve the infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weinstein. And I would like to ask this question to the Renault Group representative, and so that's Mr. Gilles Normand. I'd like to ask you, so we've been talking about how sharing can really be part of the business plan, but I wonder about autonomous cars as well. Are they also part of the equation?
So the simple answer is yes. Now let me just come back on what has been said by the representative of Milton Keynes, which I guess was quite impressive. She said 2 things, and I guess very important. She said collaboration, and she said vision. And this is exactly what we need to develop as well for autonomous drive. Means to get a vision means that you align the star to make the things happen, and you put a regulatory context that enable a progressive adoption for autonomous drive, and then cooperation, because you need to put together different actors in order to be sure that you can deploy only one side cannot make the full coin, if I may say so. And this is very important. So obviously we are working on it. It's fair to say that we are now understanding all the cases that we need to, and the difficulties we need to overcome, because in terms of product liability, in terms of durability, in terms of cost, it's not small difficulties to overcome, but we are making steadily progress to that regard. And I guess if you have organized cities, once again, preparing for this transition, you can have a gradual adoption. Means for maybe a small journey to start with a shared mobility and shared people, where we said demand on purpose will pave the way for autonomous drive adoption.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder how much of the challenges is the legal framework. I mean, when it comes to autonomous driving, there really needs to be some legal steps taken as well. Is that true?
And this is where the regulatory context is very important, because we want to move progressively. We should not underestimate as well the potential resistance of some users. And this is why we need to move step by step to that regard. So first, preparing our potential customer that yes, they can trust the devices and they can trust what we are developing. And secondly, to make sure that we have all the regulation in place, which enables you to start testing under certain conditions in a certain environment, surely in maybe some small area to start with, so we can learn, because we need to drive miles and miles and miles, kilometers to prepare for all what may happen, and to make sure that when we go live, especially at scale, we are going to be delivering a product in line with what the automotive industry is good at, means safety, durability, and a reasonable cost point.
I know it's a little bit crazy or daring at least to ask you this question, but when would you think the time can be for autonomous cars? I mean, when do they go live in your vision?
In the year to come, we are going to start to have, there is several levels, level 1, 2, 3, 4, on the like. The highest level being level 5, which enables everything to happen anywhere. So I guess we start to have some adoption of level 2, level 3 already happening. And it will take a little bit more time, I guess, in the next decade, maybe, to have some good adoption of level 4. I guess we're going to take a little bit of time, but once again, it has to be prepared, or you need to learn now. I hope we can go faster as we did with electrification adoption, and now the technology of the battery is going much faster than we have initially contemplated. But to start the journey, you need to start putting yourself in motion and make the first movement, the first move, first steps, and this is where you are going to gain experience and go faster. So I rather stay a little bit on the cautious side to say, don't rush. Let's consider it's going to happen at the turn of the next decade. And if we can do much earlier, obviously we will do so if we can.
Right. So better say, better be safe than sorry. And I wonder if Victoria Irsova from Milton Keynes would agree with that.
Absolutely. In Milton Keynes, we have trialed autonomous pods, and personally, from our perspective, autonomous pods would work for smaller distances in certain locations now, like tomorrow, but the implementation of it across the board would probably be a little bit more challenging, simply because of all the associated infrastructure that would be required to be rolled out, to make sure that every single street is prepared to accommodate such vehicle.
But after all, you are the city that was built for cars, so I would imagine that maybe you would be at the beacon of the UK.
Hopefully we will, yes.
All right.
We have been ahead of the game with the trials, so yeah, we would be happy to receive autonomous pods with both hands.
All right. Can you give me just one example of what was going on in this regard in your city? I mean, autonomous driving?
We did have a trial about a year ago, which was quite it wasn't there for a long time, but it was quite successful. But unfortunately, it didn't stay, and partially that's because of all the legislations, as it was previously mentioned by the central government.
All right, thank you for that. And so, are you wishing for some maybe regulatory changes as well? Because we've mentioned the legal side of things.
Yes. So here in Milton Keynes, we have Transport Catapult that is looking at innovative side of the transport. So a little bit of collaborative working between them, universities and central government would be very much welcome. And obviously, if there is a place that required with these trials could be carried out, Milton Keynes would be probably first in line to say yes to that.
I know you will. I know you will. That's for sure. I wonder about Katowice. I'd like to hear from their representative, Mr. Jacek Woźnikowski. We've discussed a lot of topics, and I would just like to let you somehow react to those.
So with the autonomous vehicles, right now we are not taking part in this game, but we see great potential for it in public transport and, for example, in suburbs or some tough to organize parts of our metropolitan area. But as for now, we are not ready to implement it or even to have a trial. But just let me give you one fun fact. With the autonomous systems, we are a bit familiar in case of drones, because we are taking part in a Polish drone project, and hopefully we're going to launch it in the sky before we're going to have it on our streets, so just you need to look up.
And I think that's electro and that's mobility, so that counts.
That counts, yeah.
Yeah, so that's really good. What is the most important step forward that you would be hoping for? What are you waiting for in that part of Poland?
Right now, to be honest, let me take a step back, and what we would like to do in metropolitan area is to organize the whole mobility system. So right now we are working on a new sustainable urban mobility plan for our metropolitan area, and it takes a lot of work to reorganize everything and reorganize the public transportation, which is not well implemented to our current needs. And that's what we are facing right now. So first of all, to have a good master plan, and to be honest, the electromobility takes a huge role in it. So that's what we are doing. And when we got the plan, then we need to make further steps.
All right. And this question will be, thank you very much, to Mr. Uri Weinstein. I would like to hear about your perspective and maybe the most important decision that needs to be taken so that your company could really grow and so the things that they could just improve dramatically.
Yes, sure. Right now we are in the stage 4+ in autonomous vehicle. And as I mentioned before, we're already using this autonomous vehicle on the roads of Israel. And maybe you know, maybe you've been in Israel, and it's really tough traffic. And people always trying to negotiate with the autonomous vehicle, and they check the possibilities. And actually right now we are stick to our plans and standing straight. So But before we spoke about the regulation, I think it will take time, as I mentioned my colleague, to put autonomous vehicle on the main roads because of the legal parts and because of the maintenance infrastructure and the maintenance of infrastructure and changing of infrastructure, as well as regulatory laws. So maybe in the beginning it will be closed areas that we will use the autonomous vehicles. If we are talking about the stage, in the stage 4, you can use autonomous vehicle in closed areas like airports, big factories, and etc. And only from the 4.5 stage, you can use it on the main roads and let him be a part of the flow on the road.
All right, dear speakers, if I can be a little bit less professional and just speak my mind, I would sum up this debate saying that it's just really exciting because it seems that there's going to be so much change coming up. And that's not just in Israel or in France or the UK or in Poland, but just everywhere. And I feel like there is this momentum going on. I hope that whatever is going on in the world would not stop that. And that next time that we see each other, maybe at the next 3rd edition of the Global E-Mobility Forum, we will have even more successes to discuss. How about that?
Sounds great.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Sounds great.
Okay, that's really, really nice. Thank you so very much. Yeah.
Excitement ahead.
Yeah, that is the hope. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Madame. Thank you, everybody, I just wanted to say. And so that was the roundtable, which we used to discuss the topic of cities that are sustainable and are smart, after all. And we really want to make sure that this is taking place. Right now, this debate will be about data, lithium-ion batteries or fuel cells. What is the new oil? That is the question that we really need to answer. So this is going to be very specific with a wonderful moderator from KPMG. But before I tell you about who's hosting the panel, please let me just introduce our guests. And so the list is quite extensive. There are 4 guests, and I'd like to welcome all of you. First, I will mention Henning Lorman, Head of R&D Center for Electromobility, Fraunhofer Institute. Great to have you.
Hi, nice meeting you.
Hey, and Moran Price, CEO, IRP Systems.
Hi.
What's the feeling there?
Great to be here.
All right, and so I'm optimistic, as always. The technology director from Johnson Matthey, Andy Walker, is with us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. And the CEO of Northvolt, Peter Carlson.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, and thank you for your engagement. And speaking of engagement, this is actually a big one when I mentioned the moderator, and I'm really glad to pass the torch to the global head of automotive, KPMG, the people who really know what's going on in the industry. This is with Gary Silberg. Gary, thank you so very much.
Well, thank you. And this is a very exciting panel, and this is a terrific topic. The revolution, I would call it, going on in alternative energy and where this might lead us, not only in the near term, in the next decades to come, is incredibly exciting. And one of the things that we love about this space is there are no clearly defined winners, and innovation, taking big ideas to the next level is really what's going to win the day and the order. So it's exciting. And with this panel, I can tell you it's a great group of folks to talk about that. So the way I've organized the discussion, I like my panelists, if you wouldn't mind, I'll just give you a couple minutes because I don't think everybody's familiar with all the really cool things that you're working on. So take a minute or two, I'll have you each talk about your companies, what you're doing, and then we're going to enter into a nice discussion on this. I'll start off maybe ladies first, but Moran, I think you're in Tel Aviv, but I know you're in Israel. you've got some really interesting things going on at IPR Systems. So why don't you start off quickly introduce yourself?
Okay, thanks a lot. Pleasure to be in this panel. So I'm the current CEO of IRP Systems, and we develop electric powertrain systems, different types of electric vehicles, from light urban mobility platforms up to passenger and commercial vehicles. And our systems are both high performing and cost effective. We are mainly targeted at accelerating the revolution and making electric vehicles accessible to the mass market.
Very exciting. And I have to say a big hi, and we'll talk later, but Peter Carlson, Peter and I were actually together in Silicon Valley and also in the United States in the Detroit Auto Show. And Peter was telling me about his vision about going forward. And I have to say, Peter, if I can give you personal kudos, where you have gone since we've been together in Northvolt, and it's awesome. So very, very impressed, very proud, not surprised. Why don't you introduce yourself to the group?
So my name is Peter Carlson, founder and CEO of Northvolt. We are, we're basically building a European battery and energy storage company. Started in 2016, and we've during that period of time, we built up an organization of over 1,000 people from 70 countries. We have built an R&D center in outside Stockholm in Västerås, where we spent over 200 million euros in perhaps one of the most advanced R&D facilities and industrialization facilities for batteries in the world. And we are right now in the midst, behind me here on the screen, you can see the snow up in Skellefteå, where we're building a gigafactory. First 16 gigawatt hours and later on towards 40 gigawatt hours. To be up and running by end of next year. And we also have a battery systems factory down in Gdansk that we are planning during the next 2 years to potentially tenfold, and driven by the strong growth in the energy storage market.
Oh, that's fantastic, and we'll talk more about that. I'm delighted to hear that and follow you, and it's just terrific. But the research side of this and going forward, Henning, why don't you talk about what you're doing in the research center at the Fraunhofer Institute, and it's fascinating stuff. But maybe introduce yourself if you would mind.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Henning. I'm head of batteries department at Fraunhofer Society. So at Fraunhofer, we basically do all the research and development, starting from small batch material synthesis up to actual production research on the megawatt hour batch facility that we are currently constructing in the northwestern part in Münster in Germany. In the department, with ultimately experts, we are mostly working on the material side, but we try to cover the value chain up to the small scale cell product in order to really be able to evaluate our own materials. We develop for lithium-ion systems, but also develop test materials from project customers.
Very good, very good. And last but not least, Andy Walker from Johnson Matthey. Andy?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So Johnson, a few words about Johnson Matthey. It's a British company that's over 200 years old. We're a global leader in sustainable technologies and cutting-edge science. It's a company that's present in over 30 countries, 15,000 employees, and a revenue of around about £4 billion. And the key sectors that we work in historically, our biggest market has been the automotive one, with a very large emission control catalyst business, so the auto catalyst business. And what we're doing at the moment is growing our battery materials business, including a facility in Poland and in the fuel cells area. So as we look at the automotive transition, very keen to play a big role in that. We also have a business which generates hydrogen. And as we look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals and as we look at net zero, hydrogen is going to be a big key there, which fits very nicely with the fuel cells offering. We'll be talking about both the batteries and fuel cells work today. So look forward to the discussions.
Fantastic, and this is a great group to have this discussion with. Well, I'm going to start, Peter, if I could start with you, if you wouldn't mind. You have talk about a little bit about Northvolt. You've raised a tremendous amount of money. The SPAC market in the United States is exploding, and I know you recently did not through a SPAC, but a raise. You have a debt financing. The capital requirements, all the relationships you have to build. And by the way, you got to set up a new business. How do you do it all? What's it like in a European environment versus where you were in the U.S. back in your Tesla days? And walk me through a day in the life of Peter. How's that?
Well, I think part of the key success formula for Northvolt, obviously, I brought with me from my Tesla days, and that is you can only succeed doing something like this if you absolutely bring the best people from all over the world into it. So we've been fortunate enough to be able to attract a lot of talent from Europe, but also from Asia and from the US, people that have come with a very, very strong mission of driving transformation out of our oil dependency and into an electrified world where transportation and energy generation are two big sectors that needs to be changed if we should fulfill the Paris Treaty. It has been challenging to raise all these funds. We are to some extent the pilot for this type of funding, both from an equity point of view as well as from a debt point of view in Europe. But we have also been very, very strongly supported by a strong wave in Europe and within the European Union that was defined through what's called the Battery Alliance, which is really, really aiming to build a European ecosystem around batteries, since the European Union recognized that this industry likely will be the size of Denmark's GDP already in 5 years just in Europe. So we have been supported, and I think also the momentum in Europe in this transformation have really, really strongly grown. A lot of the electric car vehicle development started or the momentum started in Silicon Valley with Tesla and others. China took a big momentum by regulatory basically saying we're shutting down combustion engine by 2040, and we are financing a lot of vehicle companies to transition into EVs and also battery companies. So China has been very, very strongly in building up supply chains around this. But recently, with the big OEMs in Europe and with very strong regulatory drive to reduce emissions as well as transforming cities in Europe, we clearly see that the strongest momentum right now, perhaps in the world, is in Europe around batteries, and that also the big Asian players are very active in establishing themselves in the European market to be part of this.
No, that's very exciting, and I think you're really being a trailblazer taking this to Europe, and I think the opportunity. I'll come back to that in a little bit, because I'm going to come back to the United States in a little bit and talk to you about the Lucids, the Lordstowns, the Karmas, the Rivians, and get your point of view. There's been an explosion of investments in electric vehicle OEMs in the U.S., and I'm sure they have aspirations to come to Europe, and I'm sure have aspirations to talk to you. But I'll come back to that in a little bit. Let's go. I was fascinating, Henning. you know, the near and the future, but the research side of some of the things you're working on. When we got a talk last week, that was fascinating to me about how you test batteries, the next level of energy density, but unique ways. Why don't you talk about what you guys are doing in terms of the next level in research? It was fascinating to me, and the funding that apparently you've gotten for that. Maybe if you could talk about that, Henning.
Yes. So as mentioned, in the Fraunhofer Society, we are many different institutions. Actually, 20 institutes out of 70. More than 70 in Germany, dedicatedly working on battery-related topics, materials manufacturing, but also system integration. But also from the technology point of view of battery cells. At Fraunhofer, we need to spend quite a huge gap. We need to support local and European industry, developing advanced battery materials and cell designs for what is required actually today. So classical liquid cell types with advanced active materials that show even better properties with regard to energy density, safety, cycle life, and so on. And on the other hand, we, as Fraunhofer, we have been in our genes that we need to really prepare or help preparing the next step of technology actions. For instance, with regard to solid-state batteries, which we then, of course, do on a scale and on a lab scale. The investment you're mentioning is. I guess related to our latest and greatest facility, I guess, our battery research production. We will, as we speak, install in near Münster, and this will be a actual production facility, battery cells, with annual capacities of more than 1 gigawatt of electrode components and of several hundreds of megawatt hours of actual battery cells. So what we will there do is really run this facility and train ourselves, train experts that will be required in the future in order to fill this huge demand of both technical experts and scientists that we expect in the near future. And on the other hand, with this facility of ours, we will try to leverage actually the large-scale production of batteries and to smooth a little bit the big learning curve that we in Europe still have to do compared to, for instance, with Asian competitors who, of course, have years and decades of more experience on this gigawatt-hour scales of battery cell production.
Now that's exciting. So I'm going to probe a little bit later. The competition, the intensity of the competition, I want to ask you later, and maybe you can think about it now, is the energy density and performance of the battery vis-a-vis the safety. We are seeing a lot of fires actually in the vehicles. And recently in the US, a big recall of, I think, almost 70,000 GM bolts. And we're seeing fires with a lot of the OEMs, and we're pushing forward with the technology, but when you plug in your phone and we had that issue, you remember what happened with the Samsung early on, what happens to brands, and these are scaring consumers. And I want to get a technical perspective about the race to catch Tesla. Are we going a little too fast, and are we not understanding some of the risk associated with these technologies? So I'll ask you that later. So if you want to think about that as a point of view. Let's shift to Israel and the hotbed of innovation. I've Moran, as we were talking, I love going to EcoMotion. It's one of my highlights of the year every year, and unfortunately we can't do that this year. And what IRP system, tell me, where do you see, the innovation machine in Israel and with IRP, where do you see your company in the next 5 years? How do you see this playing out a little bit more for your vision?
So definitely an exciting time to be part of the autotech community in Israel, which is relatively a new one, but accelerating and evolving very fast. So we have a very simple mission. We would like to be the enabling technology, the Intel inside, if you like, of electrification. And we believe that startups have a huge role in accelerating the e-mobility revolution because we have a very significant paradigm shift that a very large-scale industry has to go through. So it's the role of startups to integrate some more lean and agile development methods and to bring some innovative technologies that can be smoothly integrated into the traditional automotive industry in a way that we can reach those very demanding targets of electrifying everything in less than a decade. So I think this collaboration between startups that deals with some of the very core technologies related to transportation and to automotive platform and the industry is extremely exciting. I would also like to give my perspective on electrification. I think first and foremost, we have to accelerate this process because we're committed to cleaning the air, especially in congested urban areas, but all over the globe. So we have no time. We have to find ways to accelerate. But electrification is not only about cleaning the air; it's much greater revolution. The electric platforms enables us to digitalize vehicles in a way that was not possible with internal combustion engines. So we're reshaping cars as mobile devices, phones, or computers with wheels. And that's opening a tremendous amount of opportunity for new services and new and smart mobility technologies. And the last thing that's also, I think, dominated by startups is the way we reshape the urban space, because electrification enables us to create light and personal mobility platforms. And those platforms has a key role, I think, also in changing perception of humanity about electric platforms.
Very good. Yeah, and I think we're at the cusp, or as I like to say, the tipping point, perhaps, in making this move forward. But let's switch. Andy, I want to go to you now. You had talked about battery electric, but also on the hydrogen side. We haven't spoken about hydrogen and the research going on there and the opportunities. There's billions of dollars being invested in this area. Talk to us about your views a little more on hydrogen, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, thanks, Gary. Yeah, we see, as you look at the global moves towards net zero, it's becoming very clear to everybody that you can't get there without using a lot of clean hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen. And that's because while electrification and renewables would be the solution to a number of different sectors, it's not a panacea. So there are some very hard to decarbonize areas out there. If we look at transportation, which is what we're mainly talking about today, long-haul trucks, it doesn't make sense to put batteries in long-haul trucks and have that as the sole motive powertrain, because they'd be too big, they'd be too expensive, they'd be too heavy. So while we see very clearly that the battery is going to be the main powertrain across the passenger car sector, as we look at the heavy commercial vehicles, the long-haul trucks, hydrogen and fuel cells is the way forward there. And what we see is that really being integrated into the overall net zero story, where hydrogen, low carbon, clean hydrogen, is going to be used to decarbonize other sectors, such as cement, for example. We'll see it being widely used in clean chemical manufacture going forward. We'll see it as a source of dispatchable power. And as we look at the hydrogen space, there's two ways to make low carbon hydrogen. One is based on the technique that's used today and has been used for many years, which essentially takes methane, steam reforms it to make hydrogen and CO2. At the moment, when you carry out that process, the CO2 is vented into the atmosphere. Now, obviously, that's not going to be allowed going forward. So what we've done is we developed a process which enables a very high capture of that generated CO2. The particular benefit this process gives is that it enables us to capture up to 98% of the CO2 that's generated during the process. So while there is still some CO2 being released, the vast majority of it is captured, either be used for something else or can be stored underground, for example, back into depleted oil and gas fields, where obviously a lot of the fossil fuels come from in the first place. So that's one approach. That's called blue hydrogen, and that's going to be widely used in a number of countries around the world. So there's a lot of places, for example, in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in the Middle East, in other parts of Europe, for example, where access to an existing natural gas source, lots of pipe work and things like that, all the infrastructure is there. So by using those resources, converting it into hydrogen and using the hydrogen, which obviously when it burns is producing water, not carbon dioxide, that enables us to make significant inroads into our net zero targets using blue hydrogen. The alternative low carbon source is electrolysis. So essentially, if we look at taking renewable sources of electricity, electrolyzing water to produce hydrogen, and this is called green hydrogen. And what we'll see over time is both of those sources of hydrogen will be used very broadly in the harder to decarbonize sectors that we've talked about. And I think what we'll see in the transport case in particular is a very strong focus on taking this low carbon hydrogen and using it in fuel cells for initially long haul trucks. We'll also see it being used in trains. There are some trains in use in Germany today, for example. There's others in Holland. There's some coming in the UK, some in China. So we'll see it making inroads there. And then I think as we look more broadly in the hydrogen space, for example, what we've got is organizations like Airbus making very positive statements around the direct combustion of hydrogen to power long-haul flight going forward as well from 2035 onwards. So when we look at the blue and the green hydrogen options, we can see that this clean energy transition, there is going to be a sensitivity to cost, obviously. We want this to be a socially just and inclusive transition. And in many parts of the world, blue hydrogen is significantly cheaper than green today. We'll see those move together as we move through the next 10, 15, 20 years, but both of them are going to play important roles within the clean energy transition. And as I say, in transport, we see that particularly around long-haul trucks for the on-road cases, but also things like locomotives and potentially aircraft later on.
No, that's exciting. And as we were talking about last week, I've been on phone calls with my colleagues and clients in Houston, Texas, where the methane, as you know, natural gas is abundant. And just for all of you chemistry people, it's CH4. So you get 4 of those little ones for 1 C for carbon. And they're really working significantly on the carbon capture. I can tell you billions of dollars are going to be invested in that side of the hydrogen. So I think it's got great potential using natural gas and carbon capture. So this is an exciting area, and I think the way you explained it, Andy, And I think all of us, it's not one answer. It's not electric. It's not hydrogen. It's going to be all the above, I think, going forward. So very exciting there. Can I get a little dirty secret, if we can, on the table here, and maybe we can address it? I don't know who wants to. I watched Battery Day. I don't know, Peter, if you had the chance to watch it. I actually watched it a couple times. It was long, but I watched the faster version. It was fascinating to me to look at the entire ecosystem from mining in the lithium to extracting the lithium to the whole manufacturing process. And let alone, once it gets into the car and then you have to plug it in and then you have to use your power source, whatever that might be, whether that's gas or natural gas, or if that's, nuclear, or in some cases coal, and then you got to dispose of the battery. So when you add up all of these elements to have an electric vehicle, there's a lot of feel good, I'll call it. Well, I've got my electric vehicle, I'm saving the environment, when the reality is, it may be actually negative to the environment, at least today. But why don't you address that, and what technologies, or what do we need to do to really get it to net zero going forward? I don't know if anybody wants to take that topic on, but any thoughts from people? Maybe Henning or Peter, you want to go ahead?
If I just comment on the battery today, I think it was I think it was a pretty impressive and comprehensive overview from Tesla on the fact that so many are looking for kind of a holy grail in a totally new battery technology that will solve all problems. And I think for us who is sitting in day-to-day industrializing and producing at scale, realize that it's to take the next step into higher energy density and cutting costs even further, so we can cover the entire vehicle market. It's not a single item. It's not a single battery design that is going to solve it. It's a holistic view throughout the supply chain, including the raw materials, including manufacturing, including what we can do on anode and cathode side with energy densities and improvements, but also including the recycling part. And I think the overview that Tesla did, it didn't entirely impress some of the financial analysts and the media, but I think it really impressed the industry that looked at this, seeing what big stakes Tesla is driving at this. So I can tell you from the automakers that we are talking with, it really made a big impression. So I think it was hugely impressive overall.
Me too. I thought it was fantastic. Yeah, I agree. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. You were going to add something to that, or do others? Any other comments or others in the ecosystem? Andy, you look like you wanted to say something, or I don't know if Henning or on the.
Yeah, if I could, I think talking to the life cycle analysis question that you arose there. I think what we see is the difference between electric vehicles, fuel cell vehicles, and the internal combustion engine powered vehicles. Those differences in terms of life cycle analysis, they're going to widen going forward as we see increased decarbonisation of the global electricity network. But even today, there was a paper published, I think in March this year, in Nature Sustainability, which showed that even with today's electricity generation carbon intensity, electric cars are less intensive than fossil fuel-based alternatives from a life cycle analysis CO2 perspective. So, as you say, right the way from mining right the way through, in around 95% of global transport applications. So if you look at the total overall transport infrastructure today, in the vast majority of cases, you're better moving towards an electric vehicle, be that battery electric, fuel cell electric, than continuing to use the internal combustion engine based on that study. That didn't include recycling, and one of the things that others are working on is essentially taking the valuable materials, your nickel, your cobalt, your manganese, your lithium, your whatever, and making sure that can be effectively recycled back into the chain in a true cradle to cradle approach is something that we'll see will add further to the reduction in life cycle analysis and life cycle impacts of electric vehicles going forward. But already they're in a much better place, despite one or two of the reports that you'll see in the press.
Okay. I hope that wasn't paid for by the electric vehicle no, I'm just kidding you here. So I think agnostic people on this, actually, I think it's not perfect for the environment, let's just say, but it's in the right step. Okay, I want to talk about this pressure on the energy density and safety and all these recent fires we're seeing. This is really hard. I know Tesla for years has done with the software and the integration of the systems, but the General Motors fires on the Bolt, we just saw, I think Hyundai and Kia had fires, the other, I don't know if the German OEMs on this. What's going on with, is this just an anomaly? What's going on recently with these recalls we're seeing with battery electric vehicles? Anybody want to take that one on? Maybe Henning, our scientist here.
So, of course, I could make my life and the life of the electric vehicle manufacturers make it easy by arguing that every few minutes in US alone a fossil fuel car burns, but this will lead us to nowhere. So it is a matter of fact that we need to produce safe cars and electric vehicles, and of course, what you need to know is that there's a huge difference between small batteries for small mobile applications, like the Samsung you were mentioning. These are really tuned for highest energy densities possible. The separator, for instance, between the two electrodes is really super thin, below 10 micrometers only. And for sure, Peter can give us a better insight. But automotive cars are developed much more conservatively with regard to safety. So, for instance, separator is much thicker. There's much more conservative charging procedure and discharging procedure for car batteries than for small mobile applications, of course. And these developments are important really to reduce the number of incidents even more. What we see right now is in my opinion, this is a good sign, is really that the automotive manufacturers take care and take even more care maybe that would be needed in order to really let not the market introduction of electric vehicles be disturbed by too many incidents in this case.
Yeah, I don't know if Peter, you want to comment?
All the big automotive makers are now building very, very strong competence centers and strong validation schedules for battery validations, and so I think obviously we are in the ending of a scale-up era, and specifically when we're changing technology, also media is gonna look at the these fires and these incidents much more until we kind of get more mature with the technology. I mean, there is significantly more car fires in the US based on petrol being lit on fire than it is on batteries. But it is also a very, very strong drive from the industry to lower the kind of ppm requirements into ppb. So parts per billion where you have defects, and the quality control is very, very high.
Yeah, and I think over time, I think you're spot on, Peter. And and as the industry matures and the shift to the technology. The issue, I think, for at least in the near term, is consumer adoption really matters, and I think you're getting a heightened sense of awareness from the media. But these are pretty big recalls, at least in the United States, pretty big recalls that we hadn't seen before they're starting to take place. So I think it's something we should all watch as we want to push this forward. I think it's important. Let me, I know we're running a little low on time, but I just want to, one more area I want to cover, and I'm incredibly optimistic of this innovation that's been spent. I call it, it's a bad song called SPAC Time. I was going to sing it for you. I'm a terrible singer. I'm just kidding. I made that up. But all the SPACs in the U.S. that just exploded. You see, Rivian is not a SPAC, but you saw the tremendous amount of capital they've raised. You've got Karma, you have NIO, you have Lucid, you have Canoe, you have potentially Bollinger. I mean, these are companies you probably never even heard of. I don't know people on this webcast, but they are well capitalized. It's a very exciting time. I got to believe, Peter, they're going to be knocking on your door in Israel, with Moran. I mean, talk to me about this incredible innovation going on with other players. I'd love to get your points of view. I'll just open that up to the group. Maybe Moran, you want to talk, or Peter? I think that's awesome.
Well, I mean, if I can say two things. One thing, it's interesting.
Thanks to our ability to build a platform that's based on an electric powertrain, this has reduced the barrier for new OEMs to come in. In Asia and specifically in China, like was mentioned, it came hand by hand with the evolvement of the automotive industry. So the Chinese automotive industry is almost born a legacy of decades of internal combustion engines, and it happens similarly also in other geographies. So I think definitely those OEMs have a role in the industry and in also redefining user experience and what we expect from our car to be, and in redefining the usage models that we're going to be exercising in the future. It's a challenge for the traditional industry to keep pace with all this innovation, and I think most traditional OEMs have understood it and have already created very good channels of collaboration with small and innovative companies. So I am sure that when we look 5 or 10 years from now, we will see a completely different ecosystem than we have been used the past 100 years. It will have so many new layers of data and connectivity and other technologies. So maybe some sellers that will realize this will not react enough, may have hard time to keep relevant, but
it's exciting times. Yes, I think it is. Yeah. Any other prognostication, Peter, or anybody else with all these new players? Any?
So if I just can comment on this back, I think you're mentioning a very interesting thing, which is we see that there is a large reallocation from the financial market into looking into ways of getting out of the oil economy into the new economy. So there is a huge reallocation of capital, and everybody is looking for the winners in that, which obviously to some extent also explains why so you see this huge valuation of Tesla, for example. But also then the SPAC market have realized or created an opportunity that instead of a traditional 2-year process of getting IPO ready in order to get public funding, you could do this in a quarter and kind of sneak your way into the public capital. And the combination of this combination of this have created kind of an explosion recently, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'll sing my SPAC time song later for you, Peter. It's going to be a top 10 hit, I can tell you. I'm just kidding. Well, we're out of time, so I really appreciate it. You guys were fantastic. It was great to get to hang out with you for 45 minutes, and let's stay in touch. All of you are doing great things, and thank you for allowing me to moderate this panel.
Thank you, Gary Silver. Actually, great hosting. I would like to say that, and I would like to emphasize that. So thank you for your enthusiasm and for all the great questions. And thank you for the great conclusions to your speakers, to your panelists. This is the time to move forward, because actually at 4:30, and that is about 20 minutes from where we are now, we will have this wonderful gala, which is Global Leader Gala. And so Global Mobility Leader and the Polish E-Mobility Leader Awards Gala is about to start, and this will be the cherry on the cake of our meeting. And so please make sure that you're here to find out who's best when it comes to electromobility. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Drive electrically, regardless of your destination. Whether you're in a hurry to meet, picking up your kids from school, or just coming home from your friends. Every journey matters, and each can be the most important one. Electromobility.pl. Plug yourself. Good afternoon and hello from Warsaw. My name is Maciej Kauc, and I'm very happy that you're joining us for this very last part of the Global E-Mobility Forum. Actually, this is not the forum itself, but an awards ceremony. And this is just this perfect moment when we have some very good mood and some optimism when talking about the recent developments of the sector, because this is the Global E-Mobility Leader Award, and some of the leaders are here in Poland, so this is one of our awards, and this one will be given for the third time, and there's this Global E-Mobility Leader Award that will be given for the second time. What's really important is that we try to make the whole process as transparent as possible. And so when it comes to the Polish award, any company that has to do with electromobility was welcome to tell us who they think deserves the Polish global or the Polish Leader Award, and there was a voting. And then when it comes to the global award, everybody at one company, PwC, was supposed to tell us which companies deserve this award, and then ministers have been asked to vote as a jury. And so we're really excited to tell you who the winners are this year. And to really kick it off properly, I'd like us to meet once more today the Minister of Climate and Environment, Mr. Michal Kurtyka, who I believe is going to give these awards for the second time.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year Global E-Mobility Forum featured for the first time Global E-Mobility Leader Award ceremony. We met together to celebrate this event in the beautiful entourage of the Royal Theatre in the Royal Łazienki Park in Warsaw. But this passing year has been particularly difficult for the automotive industry. And considering the form of today's event, fully virtual, this may not be the end of the challenges. But I find it invigorating that despite the hard times, e-mobility is not slowing down. Every month there are more EVs around the world. The way to sustainable transport is firm and unwavering, as the goals related to climate neutrality are increasingly ambitious. Allow me to congratulate all of the companies. I'm impressed how active you are in the area of sustainable transport. You are the leaders of e-mobility who in this difficult time presented determination and involvement in developing the e-mobility market. I cordially invite all to the Polish e-mobility leader and global e-mobility leader award ceremony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We appreciate that. And actually, at the very beginning, we're going to find out who the Polish winners are. And so to do that, I would like to present somebody special to you, the Managing Director of PSPA. So that's the Polish Alternative Fuels Association, Mr. Maciej Mazur, the Director, but also the Vice President of AWARE. So let's hear from him.
Hello to everyone. Allow me to greet the e-mobility leaders. Together with PwC, in a moment we'll announce companies who are most engaged in the development of sustainable transport in the world. As well, for the third time, we will award for the leaders of a new ecologic mobility who shape this market directly here in Poland. Decarbonizing transport is and will be the key challenge, which will remain a condition for the achievement of EU goals in terms of climate protection. Electromobility will not stop to develop dynamically despite the challenges and the crisis of the entire automotive sector. For this moment, the EV market perseveres despite the pandemic. It requires support, but it turned out to be more resistant than the segment of conventional vehicles. This also shows the vector of the oncoming changes. I take the liberty to congratulate this year's e-mobility leaders in Poland and abroad. Thank you all for being with us.
As I have told you previously, when it comes to the Polish award, it was actually a survey that has been carried out. And so probably you would want to hear how did that go and what the rules were. And so this is actually the moment to talk about these things. So we're going to be joined by two gentlemen from PwC company who are actually the co-organizers of the event. And so they are partner Piotr Michalczyk and senior manager in assurance and advisory department Marcin Bagiński.
Ladies and gentlemen, the automotive industry is in the middle of fundamental transformation, additionally accelerated by the COVID-19. Technology, climate change and regulations are driving e-mobility solution. As the head of automotive practice at PwC Poland, I am very proud that we are involved in e-mobility awards from the beginning. This year, together with our colleagues from Global Automotive team, we are supporting the third edition of the e-mobility awards, second time positioned as a global. I have an impression that this year's prize winners are on the right track to find the right balance between driving technology development and customer focus. Congratulations to all winners. And now my colleague Marcin Bagiński will tell you a little bit more about the methodology and competition.
I'm very proud to introduce you to the Polish Mobility Leader Survey that we organized already for the third consecutive year. Our mission is to promote transition to zero-emission transport in Poland and to recognize the effort of market leaders. As you can see, the form contains up to 96 questions, and this year we additionally introduced questions related to green energy and COVID impact. Now, let me share with you a bit of raw data. 68 entities took part in our survey, and similarly to second edition, they were mainly producers and distributors of electric vehicles and charging stations, providers of services related to e-mobility, owners of low-emission fleets, as well as municipal companies. Going to the interesting observations from our study. We noted that still the company's mission is a key factor for introducing electric vehicles into companies' fleets. At the same time, we see an increasing number of companies deciding to go for electric cars because of cost efficiency. Also, the percentage of users who purchase electric vehicles because of their customers requested them to have low-emission fleet is growing. Notice that just as our survey matured, our respondents also matured, and compared to the first edition in 2018, this year's survey was based on factual data and actions, not mainly declarations. Users of electric vehicles surveyed by us also pointed out that they are increasingly looking for a comprehensive low-emission solutions, and apart from electric vehicles, they are interested in powering them with green energy. This in turn is another interesting point for vehicle distributors who who are already expanding their portfolio of technology and services supporting the e-mobility. At the same time, we see that in the field of customer experience, there is still room for improvement. We also ask how e-mobility development should be supported in Poland. And over 71% of respondents indicated the need for financial incentives, like direct subsidies, reduction of VAT, and exemption from city parking fees. We focus as well on the green energy, and 42% of our respondents said they already purchased green energy. 46% of the respondents already invest in solar energy sources. 71% of them declared the goal of achieving carbon neutrality in their long-term strategy. So with this positive observation, we have reached the end of my presentation. Now, I would like to thank everyone involved in the process and send congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you very much. The findings of the survey are really interesting. And so for that very reason, I believe that the people who are interested, I mean, you are, dear viewers, interested in e-mobility would actually appreciate if they can find out more about the survey. And so for that reason, or to that end, I think that it might make sense to just keep following PSPA on their social media, because I'm sure that all the data will be published soon. And obviously, PwC is also the entity to be watching. And right now, what you will watch, dear viewers, is the ceremony in which we will give the award to the Polish global mobility leaders, or actually the Polish leaders. And so let's find out who they are. But actually, first, we will have the distinctions. So these are some of the companies that are not the winners yet, but we would like to name them so that somebody can see them and that we can showcase them and hopefully just appreciate their work. And first of such entities is Greenway Polska. They're the people who are the largest operator of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in Poland. And so they already manage the network of over 200 stations for the constant development of the charging station network. And that is actually what we're achieving, or they are achieving, and what we are appreciating them for. So this may be an acknowledgement of their great achievement. Congratulations. The second distinction goes to Born Electric for their unconventional approach and development of innovative solutions, as well as creating Polish intellectual value in e-mobility. So we already know two of them. The third one, and the last one when it comes to distinctions, is No Limit. And we would like to congratulate them on their consistent development of a zero-emission fleet and the implementation of research and development projects. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. It is so great to be able to speak in such high words of our Polish companies doing the right thing to do. And so it's just as simple. And now that the distinctions part is over, you will be able to hear something that you're probably just very much waiting for. Again, I wanted to emphasize how hard this year has been for the whole automotive industry, but we're so happy that some of the companies have really done anything that was possible so that the whole sector of electromobility can keep on growing, and so the crisis would affect e-mobility very mildly, and we're happy about that. And one of the things to praise them for is actually the growing range of their e-vehicles. So that's really something to emphasize. And these were the companies with distinctions. However, let's find out who the winners of the Polish e-mobility Leader Awards are. Okay, I was about to say for what we're achieving that company, but I actually first would like to tell you the name of the winner. And so our first winner today is Orlen Capital Group. For the installation of over 80 stations and the most dynamic development of EV charging infrastructure. And that's by Orlen Capital Group. So well done, and I would love to hear from their representative.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Electromobility Leader 2020 Award is a special recognition for whole Orlen Group. We are proud that our constant efforts to develop low-carbon energy have been esteemed by experts, and for that we are very grateful. This award is proof that Orlen Group perfectly recognizes the upcoming market changes and is well prepared for the energy transformation. One of our missions in this transformation is to provide our clients a reliable network infrastructure for the new generation of environmentally friendly fuels and vehicles. That is why we have been developing fast charging stations, and our first stage is to reach 150 installed chargers by the end of 2021. Our goal is to allow a safe and comfortable journey supported by Orlen high-quality service across Poland. As a leader of energy transformation, we would like to encourage our customers to be open for new technologies which support the fight against climate change. That is why we are also working intensively to become a reliable provider of hydrogen for public and heavy transport. As a person responsible for electromobility in Orlen Group, I would like to thank everyone involved in this project and once again to the organizers and partners for this award. A big thank you once again, and hope to meeting you at one of our stations.
Well, on behalf of the organizers, thank you very much as well, and obviously congratulations. So the Polish leaders are to be named, and you've just met the first out of 4. And so let's find out who the second winner is. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Garo Polska. For producing over 30,000 charging stations in Poland, and wait for it, in just 1 year. And so this is what made us really astonished, and this is what we applaud them for. And so let's hear from the representatives of Garo.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your trust in our products. We are working very hard to keep high quality of our production. Only this year we produced over 30,000 of chargers.
As a Garo group, we have delivered over 100,000 charging stations to our customers. 50,000 out of them were produced in Poland. In 2021, we are stepping in with our own DC solution, Station Altea, double AC wallbox called Twin, and a production capacity over 2,000 stations per week.
We highly appreciate Immobility Leader Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. And again, one of the representatives of Garo was a guest of today's conference. So he's been a panelist on one of the round tables. And that was the second out of 4 companies that we wanted to name as the Polish e-mobility leaders. The third one is InPost. For the transformation of the fleet into a zero-emission fleet and the development of innovative projects in the field of EV charging infrastructure development. All that I just said is about InPost, and their representatives are actually at your disposal.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to the organizers, the Polish Association for Alternative Fuels and PwC for this highly prestigious distinction and for actively supporting electromobility in Poland. This acknowledgement from you strengthens our belief that our efforts aimed at developing sustainable logistics is the right business decision. I would also like to thank our partners, InPost R&D Department and my team, especially Marcin Tomczyk, Tomasz Gać and Karol Czapik, for the tremendous amount of work that they have put into the development of innovative zero-emission solutions, involvement with building up our electric vehicles fleet, and EV charger infrastructure, promoting the use of electric cars in the organization and expert knowledge. However, I would like to extend the greatest expression of thanks to InPost customers for the trust they put into our brand every day. It is for them that we want to be the most environmental neutral provider of courier services in Poland and introduce innovations which will allow us to reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you.
And you know what? Great work, InPost. I'm actually a heavy user of InPost, and I had no idea that they've gone electric, and they will continue doing that. And so that makes me even a bigger fan of their endeavors. That was the third out of 4 companies that we wanted to showcase as the Polish leaders. And now, this is the last chance to actually win this award this year. And this chance has been used by Arval Service Lease Polska. For a significant contribution to the popularization of electric vehicles and fleets and extensive educational activities. That's Arval Service Lease Polska, and their employees are actually here to thank us all.
On behalf of Arval Service Lease Polska team, I would like to sincerely thank you for the award, which is extremely important to us. As a leader of car fleet management sector, we understand our mission of building social awareness of low-emission transport, while the title of electromobility leader shows us that we are heading in the right direction. The objective that the European Union is setting for all of us is climate neutrality in 2050. We shall not achieve it without zero-emission transport. This direction is also set by our new Arval Beyond Global strategy. By 2025, 1 in 4 cars in our fleet will be electrified, while CO2 emissions will be reduced by 30%. We believe the electromobility revolution in Poland starts with company fleets, and we want to be at its forefront. We are already trying to disprove the myths and build strong partnerships around the idea of developing zero-emission transport. We are persuading our customers that mobility is now not only about cars, but starting from this year on, we have also been offering them electric bikes.
I'd say disproving the myths is really important, so I'm so glad that Arval keeps on doing that. So good luck with also making your fleet even more electric. And this is the end when it comes to the Polish Leaders Awards. And now we're ready to move on to the global scene. And to find out what the rules were, because they were a little bit different, the whole process was a little bit different. I'd like us to hear from PwC again. So this is Marcin Bagiński speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. This time I need to shorten down a very complex process just to 2 slides in my presentation, since I know that you can't wait to learn who will be awarded this year. PwC Poland involved the whole global network of PwC, including automotive specialists from about 40 offices in the world. Following the approach from 2019, the Driving the Change Together declaration signed during COP24 was our roadmap for the process. The selection process was complex. Based on our expertise on the e-mobility market, our automotive leaders proposed up to 5 nominees from local and global companies. We inquired them who, from their perspective, are leaders in e-mobility when it comes to market share for cars or components, investments in developments and innovations, innovators in providing e-mobility as a service model, and all that with the large focus on companies that thrive during COVID-19 crisis, since we believe that crisis also brings opportunities. Then we narrowed the selection to 23 companies and submitted the list to the independent award committee that gathered to select 5 global e-mobility leaders of the challenging year of 2020. I would like to thank you now, Mr. Kurtyka, and the award committee members for taking part in that process. And in this moment, I would like to send the congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you. So that is great, because we know what's going on and why the global leaders this year are going to be the following. So listen to this. The first company that we would like to appreciate is BMW. the manufacturer of one of the best-selling EV models, actually, i3, and top 5 EV manufacturer worldwide. And so that is an astonishing piece of news, and we hope that there will be even more of that going on. Let's hear from BMW.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the title of Global E-Mobility Leader 2020 is a great honor for us and confirmation that we are heading into the right direction. Electromobility is an important and extremely important part of BMW strategy and part of sustainability efforts of BMW Group. In 2023, we will offer 25 electrified vehicles, and half of that would be fully electric. We are glad that market is developing. We sold already 500,000 electrified vehicles around the world. In Poland, October was a record month in terms of registration. Please, let me invite you to have a look at newly presented future-proof model, the BMW iX. And once again, thank you for this award.
I love it. I think it's going to be the future, and really well done. I hope that there will be more coming up from BMW. Obviously, this is a company with a huge history, so there's even more exciting things coming up. And let's hear who the second winner would be. It's Renault. A wide range of electric cars, a comprehensive approach to electromobility, car production, car sharing, energy storage development. It all is about Renault. And so they have been doing a tremendous job, and they will now be able to accept the award.
Hello everybody. I am really honored to receive the 2020 Global E-Mobility Leader Prize on behalf of Group Renault. Thank you very much. It means a lot. It means a lot for all of us at Group Renault, working very hard for a decade now to develop e-mobility. As you know, we have been pioneering this technology. Now we have about 30,000 people in Group Renault trained and skilled to e-mobility, on 100% of dealer network in Europe is certified. We have one of the largest lineup from a BEV standpoint, from PC to LCV, and now we are in the phase of introducing our hybrid and plug-in hybrid vehicles based on our e-tech and e-tech plug-in technology. We strongly believe in providing sustainable mobility for all, meeting the needs of everyone. Beyond selling cars, we are working together with cities and territories to build adapted electric car sharing solution with them and for them. We have already 10,000 battery electric vehicles on the road through different car sharing agreements and operation through more than 20 cities in Europe, and we are a leader in this field. The EV market is still young, and there is much more to come. Stay tuned. I look forward to sharing it with you in the future. Thank you.
Alors, Madame et Monsieur, félicitations. Forgive my French, but I just wanted to show my appreciation. And this is the last moment, the last chance to become a winner of the 2020 Global E-Mobility Leader Award. And so everybody's waiting for this. I will keep you waiting for just a little bit longer. I feel like we're ready. It's Solaris. Among OEM leaders in electric buses production, pushing strong into the EV technology during crisis times, that's Solaris Bus and Coach. And their CEO was actually guest of our conference today. He was on the roundtable panel that I was hosting. But let's hear from the representative of Solaris.
Let me start by sending our best wishes to all of you in these difficult times that we are facing with the coronavirus pandemic. I am convinced that working all together, we will leave this crisis behind us, hopefully very soon. But already before the pandemic, the world around us was changing very, very quickly. And it will continue changing at a very fast pace after the crisis. The rate of change is the fastest in human history. Urban mobility and public transport are two areas where this change is very visible. In the needs that our passengers are requesting, in the way we care for their health and their safety, in the service offered by carriers, and in the increasingly sophisticated and environmentally friendly technologies that we are using. More and more cities are introducing climate-related policies that will reduce the CO2 emission into our atmosphere. Fewer cars are entering and will continue entering the city centers. And completely new services are entering the mix, from car sharing to e-hailing or micromobility. But in any scenario that you could consider about the future of the transport, public transport will be a key pillar of the solution for our mobility problems. This is a great opportunity and a fantastic responsibility for the public transport in general and for the urban buses in particular. This is a moment where the public transport industry, from operators to manufacturers and service providers, can take the advantage of and increase the number of passengers traveling by public transport.
Great job, Solaris, and actually a big thumbs up to all the winners of today, and also for those who got a distinction, because to us you really are the change makers, and we're proud of all the changes that you put forward. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to be here and to celebrate as much. And it also applies to the Minister of Climate and Environment, because he really, in so many ways, is the one to have given the initiative for us to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, dear guests, that's all for today. It's been a great pleasure for me to host you, and thank you very much for your attention. We have reached the end of the Global E-Mobility Forum 2020, but not the end of our task. So let's drive the change together.
And that is wonderful, because even though these times are much more different than any other time, and actually also because this year's meeting is so much different than anything that we've seen before, I think that this is the time to be grateful. I think just gratitude is always a good expression, a good feeling, and something that really brings us a lot of happiness. And that is the kind of sentiment that I would like to leave you with, and also wishing you a lot of good emotions when it comes to electromobility, a lot of great development of your companies, of your ideas, of whatever you're wishing for. And I hope so very much that Global E-Mobility Forum 2021 will be even more of a success. I'd like to thank all those who were involved in the production of this wonderful event. It was my pleasure to be here with you. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and I hope to see you very soon.